Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way, man.
Consequences.
I'm staying in the race.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Put your drum up. Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch. So rude.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious,
Read of the Second Amendment? Yeah!
Immediately, if not sooner.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, can you fool again?
Oh, never could. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny, you are not funny.
right away.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
It's a great day for being sad.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
I see that you know your judo
Zuckerbucks.
China. I have to have my China. China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Ridiculous!
Precision of language, please.
Welcome to the resistance.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, unless you want to go floating off into that deep, dark void. Well, good to see all of you Space Fams here today on this Friday for the week-ending report. Before we get anything else, we must do some shout-outs. Frizzla, EDC, Moanoep123 in the YouTube chat. Mozart, a very close fourth. Look Bovine also here. Arvin Trevino, HBX, Selena Mary, Schmegli, Hermit Horologist, Jet, Carl Gaslightocracy, Chuck L, Angel from Canada, BCat, Selena Mary, member for 3 months, Galactic Individual. Thank you, Selena. Uh-oh, my... That's good. My browser just stopped working. That's good. That's good and helpful. It might be everybody in the chat. Anyway, good to see all of you here today on this end of week days. The weekend arrives. We gather to try and make sense of this goddamn world. Also want to say thank you. I don't know if the person who donated on PayPal wants to be recognized or if they would like to be anonymous. So I'll leave it anonymous for now. Err on the side of caution. But thank you to the person who donated to the Galactic Deficit over the day today. Getting us to 115 of 330. Much closer to completing that Galactic Deficit goal. Much closer. And we still have a little less than 2 weeks. A lot to talk about today, like I mentioned. A lot to talk about. United States, of course, stuff still going on here. Charlie Kirk, assassination leading to all sorts of new authoritarian measures from the Trump regime. ICE continuing to step up its activities across the country. Protests in Chicago, among other places. Economy. Stuttering. Federal Reserve making an interest rate decision this week. It's been a very busy week, if you ask me. Although not the busiest in terms of environmental news. We do have a few things going on there, though. United States striking Venezuela once again, or not necessarily technically Venezuela, but Venezuelan citizens, one would assume, on a boat in international waters, once again providing no evidence whatsoever. Donald Trump making a trip to the United Kingdom, a second in 1 month, to meet with King Charles, the royal family, and most especially to have his butt kissed. What else happened this week? Nepal's government overthrown by Gen Z protesters. Russia, earlier today, violating EU airspace in Estonia? I think it was Estonia. My brain just broke. Gaza aid flotilla and other things relating to Israel and all of that, of course, to catch up on. Truly a lot to discuss today in this week-ending report, but we're going to try and get through it all. Let's start in the familiar place that we all know, that we all talk about very regularly. The United States of America.
Fuck yeah!
Oh shit. Morbius Dragon gifting a galactic membership, starting off with Selena. Starting up what appears to be, for the first time, her own membership, even though it would seem that you've had multiple months already based upon your badge. So you've been riding on those sweet gifted galactic memberships. Mighty Mouse now gets to ride for a month on the galactic love train, philanthropic space love. Enjoy that, Mighty Mouse. All right, America time. What do you say? Let's start off with this. I felt this to be an important piece of news for us to visit here on the Weekend in Report, which we have, in fact, visited before. But, you know, considering everything that's happened in the last week and a half, you would think that this would not be something the Trump administration would be engaged in, unless they were actively trying to cover up the facts.
I don't want reality.
Erika Kirk is in the studio with me. Hi, Erika.
Hi, Yinka.
So the United States Justice Department appears to have quietly removed a study about a far-right extremist violence that is going on in the US from its own website, just days after the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That is correct, Yinka. The US Department of Justice deleted one of its own studies from its website, a study that concluded that far-right extremists had killed more Americans, in fact, than left-wing or radical Islamist extremists. Now, this was first reported by independent internet and technology journalists at 404 Media, but in fact, it was first flagged by a PhD student by the name of Daniel Malmer, who is studying online extremism. He had been monitoring the page, and in fact, he found that it had disappeared from the internet between the 12th and the 13th of September. So that's just days after Charlie Kirk was shot by a gunman on the 10th of September. And he noted that the last date of accessibility for that study on the DOJ website was the 12th of September. Now, according to Malmer and 404 Media, after it was deleted from the website, this is the immediate redirection from the DOJ website. This was the
Wait, I'm sorry. I should have let her go a little bit further. I'm seeing lag happening right now.
A notice appeared on it saying that it is currently reviewing its website and materials in accordance with recent executive orders and related guidance. Since then, however, it has in fact been updated again to a single sentence. Let's take a look. Here it is. The requested page could not be found. That is all there is now on that single page. Now, if we want to talk a little bit about that study in question, the vanished study was titled What NIJ Research, so that's National Institute of Justice Research, tells us about domestic terrorism. It is only available now to view, Yinka, on this page, Wayback Machine, which is in fact an internet archive.
Since 1990, far-right extremism has committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists. Wow, why would the Trump administration, when, you know, Charlie Kirk, when a very public political assassination happens, take down such an important study that gives us important information about the statistics around this? It's very weird. Very weird.
I don't want reality.
Okay, I'm getting a bunch of lag over here, and I have no idea why, and I just need to figure something out real quick. What the hell is going on? It doesn't even look laggy over on the screen. Like, it really doesn't. Oh, well, I guess now that I'm looking at it, well, actually, no, I think I just paused it, didn't I? Yeah, I did. You know, it doesn't look that laggy on the screen, but I'm getting a bunch of bad metrics over here on my stream software, and I don't know what's the cause of it. But as long as it looks good, I don't care. All right, let's keep this moving. Now, along with taking down statistics and reports from the websites, from government websites detailing the actual facts around political violence in the United States, Donald Trump has also been
Attorney General
pretty
Pam
upset with
Bondi is
reporters.
facing some criticism over her recent comments.
I'm pretty upset with reporters lately for some reason.
Conservatives were quick to call Bondi out on that.
Yeah, today the Attorney General seemed to clarify her remarks, writing, quote, hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. This morning, President Trump was asked about Bondi's remarks. Listen to this.
What do you make Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
We'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly.
That's
hate.
how.
You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after
Your heart
ABC.
is filled with hate.
Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently.
I, as president, can see inside of your heart, and I can tell that it is full of hate. You have a very nasty, nasty, hateful heart.
Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech.
They gave me money for hate speech.
Go after you.
Criticism is, of course, hate speech. And your employers gave me a bunch of money for criticizing me, which is, as I said, hate speech. Very nasty hate speech.
Yeah, why are we getting lag? We had lag completely solved. And now we're getting this again. For no evident reason. I will blast this computer into oblivion. Swear to God. Okay. So, they've been deleting statistics off of government websites this week, talking about going after more reporters for criticizing them, which is apparently now hate speech, according to the Trump administration. Who knew? Who knew criticisms could be hate speech? It's fascinating. And they released very dubious text chain, many people think is a little convenient and strange.
So I said half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators. Unnatural. But there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of misinformation flinging around with the Charlie Kirk. So we'll see. There is also a lot of people who don't believe the text messages that they revealed. But in any case, let's get started on the Charlie Kirk suspect, Tyler Robinson, allegedly confessing in a note.
Tyler James Robinson.
This was Tyler Robinson's first court appearance since being arrested on suspicion of murdering political activist Charlie Kirk, fatally shot while speaking at a university campus in Utah a week ago.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
The 22-year-old appeared virtually from a special unit at Utah County Jail, wearing a vest.
Bro, it's not even Blue Anon just going crazy, for the record. It's not just Blue Anon going crazy. A lot of groups are going crazy. Right-wingers are going crazy on the story as well. Okay? If we're being honest, it's not just the Blue Anon guys. It's not just Democrats that are just like making up their own minds about this thing. And obviously this happens. Listen. Obviously this happens whenever there is a high profile incident, right? Anne! Yeter ama. Ne olur. Biraz dikkatli olun lütfen. Çok bağırıyorsunuz. My entire family is like literally right next to me and they're screaming at one another and I can't think at all. Which is, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Okay. So it seems nobody trusts any info that's been released on this guy. Yes. And part of that is because this always happens whenever there is an issue of national importance. There is an issue of global importance, and this story has obviously become like a global issue. So there's a lot of misinformation.
Yeah, well, there's that, but then you add on the fact that this administration, the DOJ and the FBI, are not only seemingly incompetent, but also demonstrating a level of loyalty to the president that is unprecedented.
Flying around. There's also this also happens with like the partisan media landscape that exists. People make up their own minds, right? People make up their own minds about like what took place, what transpired. There's also one very important aspect here, and that pertains to complete societal collapse in some ways, the erosion of the infallibility of institutions, the erosion of the confidence people have in these institutions, partially due to people like Kash Patel being the head of the FBI, partially people being propped up into positions of power and positions of prominence in this administration simply due to their loyalty to Donald Trump rather than their competence. And that's specifically why a lot of people understandably are like, I don't really trust whatever you're saying. Even Republicans are having a hard time trusting what Kash Patel has said. And I think it's because, you know, Kash Patel seems very untrustworthy. It's an unfortunate reason, but not only is he incompetent, but he also literally looks like he's lying all the time. Okay? He could be telling you that he's drinking a glass of water and you'd be like, I don't think that's water. I just don't believe it. You know?
Not gonna do it.
No matter what. He could be telling you the most basic shit. Kash Patel could be like 2 + 2 = 4, and I'd be like, I don't know about that. Is that actually the case? I thought that was the case for my whole life, but now I'm not so certain. He just looks so untrustworthy, so suspicious, so nervous at all times. He looks perpetually flustered. And I think that is playing a role in why people are just like, I don't really know if I can trust you. And that paired up with his incompetence has led to a lot of people going, this is crazy. This is not real. Many people are saying the text messages that were revealed in the preliminary investigation are fake, for example, for different reasons. I'm going to be talking about what those reasons are. It's kind of funny how the right is also at odds with this, but let's take a look at the rest of the story for now.
Designed to stop him from self-harming.
Caused the death.
Charlie Kirk was a hugely...
Hold on. Hold on. We don't need to watch this whole goddamn thing. I forgot how long this was. Let's go to the actual messages. Yeah, I think it starts around here.
Every hole in the investigation, like it's far too convenient, right? I have a policy where I think if something looks too convenient, it might be a little manipulated potentially, like at least like have a healthy dose of scrutiny on this, right? Matt Walsh said, I am leaning very strong.
Okay, something fucked up is going on with my computer right now. I don't know what it is. It's bugging me. But honestly, I keep looking over the screen. Whenever I see this shit going down on my stream software, I look back at the screen. It's like, it's really not lagging. What the hell is happening?
Towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. It's almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. Ironic, because the only way that you can present this is by talking about a television show that you have consumed, which is, I think, more it's more revealing about your mindset, Matt Walsh. Maybe perhaps you have watched too much TV. So I said half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators. Unnatural. This feels like Breaking Bad. Guy who's only seen Breaking Bad. Yeah, I know it's not a back and forth. There are ellipses in the convo because it's cut together. The cop speak is consistent with his upbringing. The rest of how he talks is consistent with being a Reddit kid. Also, the messages seem to cover all the bases because they're cut together from a longer convo and used to justify the charges. No, I understand that. I know that. That's not like an unnatural conversation that just took place like that. I know they cut the most valuable aspects of it. What I'm saying is putting...
Okay, what is happening? Now the video over here is totally fucked. It wasn't like this, right?
No, they cut the most valuable aspects of it. What I'm saying is putting that in writing is, I mean, this is the worst screenshot. Jesus Christ, these guys are so stupid. Like saying that there is a squad car near the drop point or, you know, shit like that. Even bringing up the fact that he like was stamping the bullets, like stamping the casings, you know, like that's fucking strange. That's a strange ass thing. Like, why did you do it? I did it because some type of hate cannot be met. Some type of hate can't be reasoned with. Like, what the fuck? It's just, he did a, if I did it, you know? Like, who the fuck would talk like that? You guys are on the one hand saying this was like a, you know, exemplary kid and was a real go-getter and was able to literally successfully pull off this assassination and then escape, right? But also simultaneously, his text message conversations are revealing everything. You know what I mean? Like he's just like, yeah, I did this because I am Antifa. Like it's just a very convenient narrative that you can kind of point at. It doesn't go too far. Like he's not like, I am Antifa and I was radicalized by watching leftist content creators who I think should probably go to prison because of their radicalization that they put me through.
I think we skipped past the part that I actually wanted to hear.
Me, right? Like,
God damn it. Go back.
Like he didn't do that, but it's far too convenient, right? I have a policy.
Where was it?
I have a policy where I think if something looks too convenient, it might be a little manipulated potentially. Like at least like have a healthy dose of scrutiny on this, right? Matt Walsh said,
exchange, Robinson's roommate asks him why he did it.
Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. This TikTok goes over what you're saying.
Text messages have just been released. I mean, they
Dog, did you just send me a fucking drama alert TikTok? What the hell is this? Oh.
are so egregiously bad. It's almost laughable. How dumb do they think we are? Tell me that this is how a 22-year-old communicates with their boyfriend back and forth after they just body somebody. Drop what you're doing, look under my keyboard. Whereas conveniently a note, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. I'm going to take it. What's the point of leaving this note to your boyfriend, but then texting them to admit to it anyways? Doesn't add up.
Drop everything you are doing.
Stupid.
Alert to the CIA.
Like, oh, he's keeping tabs online. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah. So no phone calls back and forth, no FaceTime, enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. This sounds like a book written by...
Yeah, bro. It just feels as though, how do I say this? It feels too convenient, okay? Like, that's it. Because there are other Discord messages where you've seen the way he talks, where he's like, I'm EP, right? Like
That's the
there are
weird-
Discord
that is
messages
the thing about
with, that kind of show the pattern of how he communicates with other people. You know, talking about like fucking cat memes or talking about the weather or saying he's.
Yeah, that is the thing about it that we've been we were saying yesterday when we were going through all this. But can you imagine that? Can you imagine like go hold on. Like, can you imagine him peppering in any sort of like Gen Z, like slang, like memes of any kind, gamer references in between messages like this? Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Ooh woo. Pepe meme. Have you heard about the new Helldivers 2 drop? Like, I mean, what? I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. Ooh woo. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. Lamau. Like, no. Come on. Everything about it seems very weird. And like that TikToker said, it all feels like it's like a fiction, like a story, like a fiction. But there is one person, one man at the FBI who is, in fact, familiar with, has some experience in writing fiction.
I've also been doing some reading. Tim's not the only one who can do some reading. I've been doing some reading myself. Here it is.
I can't believe you got that.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it.
Oh.
The plot against the king. Now, let me just say this. I get the idea of like, look, you need to fictionalize things, right? Mm-hmm. And this is
just take a second. Show the cover art to more, because I want to analyze this a little. Hillary's the villain.
Well, wait
in
a
this
second. Let me just make my my premise here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because I don't want people to look at it too. You may want to tell a story, and so you want to fictionalize it, right? And that is, Kash Patel, who was a former staffer to Devin Nunes. He wrote a book and had art done by somebody else. And the book is The Plot Against the King. Now, of course, it's about Donald Trump. And
you see Hillary looking over there.
It's about Donald Trump. And now, you could have done like The Plot Against the President, but no, you fictionalize it. You make it for kids, so you make it about a king.
Yeah, presidents are foreign.
Right? Instead of and then, because it's all make-believe. Mm-hmm. Except for the fact that it's exactly the Donald Trump. So the king part is fictionalized. Now, it could have been like there was a king once and his name was John.
Yeah.
John Schlump or something, or Drumpf or whatever it is, or even just John Stevenson. Or it could have been like there was a queen. But no. He just, the only thing he fictionalizes is the king part in his mind. And I don't mean that's the only thing, because who is our protagonist in the plot against the king? Let's see. I know maybe you don't recognize this guy. Hold on, wait a second. Cut to that image that you have up there.
That's Kash.
Who's that guy? Oh, that's
the hero.
That's Kash Patel. He's our hero. Okay. Now, I've known people who, write short stories and make themselves the hero in it. It's very strange. It's very strange, and it's uncomfortable for people who know them. Like, hey, wait a second. Why are you centering yourself and making you the hero in this story? I mean, frankly, even if one was to believe that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, does anybody think Kash Patel was, let me read. Once upon a time in the land of the free, there lived a wizard called Kash, the distinguished discoverer. Oh, okay. Well, listen, I want to write a book, and I need to come up with a protagonist, like Sam the Great. How's that? How's that sound? Sam the Great.
Aren't I a good guy?
Kash was known far and wide as the one person who could discover anything about anything. He found the holy grape.
Not remotely believable.
He found the holy grape deep in the enchanted forest. He discovered who had stolen the sleeping princess.
The holy grape.
Mm-hmm. Look, there's him saving the princess. This is real incel fantasy stuff.
The first thing the holy grape, the holy grail, that's what he's deciding to do some like creative changes with?
Yeah, where's the grape coming?
Remember
from?
that?
It just happens to be a grape. But we're moving on.
Okay.
Because we don't want to get caught up in the backstory.
Chekhov's grape.
Let's see. Okay, the heralds who spread important news across the land with their herald trumpets had sung of Kash's fame ever since he figured out that the Russianians were cheating in the jousting tournaments.
Now, let me see if I can figure this out. Is that Russians?
Oh. What? I never made that connection between the Russianians and the Russians.
Well, see, I'm an English major, and this is what's known as a roman à clef, which is a French literary term.
Wow, so much elitism over here at the Majority Report. Getting literary references like Russianians. Ah, so highfalutin.
Or novel with a key.
Oh.
And basically, it's a novel that is set about, get this, real-world things. And once you understand the key, you can decode what you can transcode the fictional to the real world.
So it's like it's like a code-breaking machine.
Yeah.
No.
So when you see A, it actually means a letter that is like 4 letters later. And once you figure out that it's all 4 letters later, so wait a second. The heralds who spread important news across their land with their herald trumpets had sung of Kash's fame ever since he figured out that the Russianians were cheating in the jousting tournaments.
I cannot believe that he is the protagonist for like 2 pages already.
Okay,
he
but
figured it
look,
out.
All these quests had been easy for Kash. As the sun rose and set over the land of the free, Kash found himself in grave danger, not of trolls or ogres, but of getting bored. He was so
The kids are probably getting bored this time. Why am I being told about Kash?
That is until the choosing day. I wonder what that's a metaphor.
Oh, we
It's
need
election
choosing
day.
day.
On choosing day, the whole land gathered at the castle to choose the next ruler of the kingdom.
That happens in kingdoms.
The heralds had been announcing
That's true. That's science.
It's science. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Kings are known for having elections. That's the thing about kings. They love democracy, as it turns out. They're like, once a year or once every few years, we should rotate and change it up. I know that God bestowed upon me through my bloodline to be the sovereign ruler of the territory and all of you peons. But you know what? That doesn't mean I have to always. God can be wrong. He can change his mind.
Exactly.
I was losing.
Weird how you're going to be teaching all those conservative kings, the children, that kings are chosen.
Choosing day for King Henry VIII.
Yeah. The heralds had been announcing that Hillary Queenton would be queen.
I'm gonna kill myself. Sorry.
She says queenly things like thee and thou and forsooth. And her last name is Queenton, after all. Oh my God.
Great writing.
But this is just fascinating.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
But when the royal counter-uppers counted up the final votes, they realized that the people had dared to choose the merchant Donald.
No!
The heralds and Hillary were horrified. Donald didn't care what the heralds said about him, and he was determined to make the kingdom great again.
Immediately,
Who
it's
could
not.
he be referring to?
I think I'm following.
Yes. Well,
I can almost
You're
picture
the
it.
guy your master's
News
in.
professional.
Yeah.
I can almost
Matt has
picture
his
it.
master's in literature, so he understands what the secret code
I'm
is
graphing
here.
this all out.
Thus, King Donald moved into the castle, and everyone turned to head home. Okay, well, whatever, we'll all go home. But before the people could leave, a herald jumped to his stand to make a proclamation. Wait! He proclaimed through his herald trumpet.
What?
I don't think that's the way trumpets work, but
Yeah.
what?
I don't think that's the way the trumpets work. Oh my god. I mean, you listen to stuff like that, right? And then you hear things like this. I am still okay, my love. But I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I've got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry for having involved you.
Okay.
He thinks it's a megaphone.
Listen to what this noble knight has to say. Then a shifty-looking knight jumped onto the stand.
Jewish knight.
Donald isn't the rightful king. Inside the steel box, I have found a paper that says Donald cheated his way to the throne. All the people gasped. We're shocked. How could he do such a thing? Apparently, said the shifty knight. Oh,
Illegal.
Oh, I know who this
We know
is.
who
Adam
that is
Schiff.
now.
Yes, there we go.
Aha,
The shifty
Eureka.
knight. Donald made friends with the Russionians while drinking cherry ginger ale in the Swirly Tower Tavern in Russionia, and they helped him cheat.
Wait. King Donald doesn't like that cherry drink.
Are you joking? Because that is literally like that is
Emma's reading along.
that is honestly like 12 pages after this. That's how they resolved the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Because
Emma.
he's a teetotaler, so he couldn't have been cheating in the election because he wouldn't have.
He would never have
I'm
drank.
sorry.
Somebody, you should say spoiler.
Seriously, come on.
Well,
I really
all right,
was
let me
guessing.
just finish off this page, and then we'll read the next of it.
Okay.
Awful. Weak.
Emma, it's terrible.
All the people nodded. The heralds must be right. After all, they have loud trumpets and important pieces of paper. King Donald must be a cheater. And so, even though they hadn't looked at all the facts, everyone agreed that King Donald was a cheater. Everyone except for...
Hillary?
No.
Well, our Kash Patel.
Oh, sorry.
The super.
No. Anybody? Bueller? Everyone except for Duke Devon.
Oh, yeah. The kid's going crazy. Like, they're not going to get to sleep for 45 minutes now that Duke Devon's entered.
Duke Devon of the Queen's Court.
Oh, he gets to be a duke.
I'm
not
sorry.
Isn't he the guy that screwed over that cow thing?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, speaking of cows, I said something about raw milk being child abuse. I think reading this to your kid before bedtime is basically on the same level.
Honestly, notice it's a steel box. Steele.
Christopher Steele, who Kash Patel went to search for in the UK.
All right. Listen, folks, we're going to hold off here, and we'll pick it up maybe later.
What an incredible tale written by the FBI director. I just have to hear this one more time. Tyler Robinson. I am still okay, my love. But I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home. But I must grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to have involved you. Totally normal. Totally normal words for a Gen Zer to say. And in no way am I suggesting that Kash Patel somehow had anything to do with fictionalizing this text chain that's been released. It's just very very circumstantial, you know? Very strange. Convenient almost. Okay, let's keep talking about Charlie Kirk. Erika Kirk, Charlie's wife. A woman who in a 30-minute speech last week proved herself to be a pretty terrifying and zealous Christian nationalist of the same ilk Charlie Kirk was in his political life. She did this whole thing. We're not going to watch that. But yesterday, it was declared that Erika Kirk will be the new CEO of TPUSA. Here's Fox News with the announcement.
We do have some breaking news now. Turning Point USA, headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona, has just announced that Erika Kirk has been elected the new CEO and chair of their board. That organization has explained it this way on X. In prior discussions, Charlie expressed to multiple executives that this is what he wanted in the event of his death. When Erika addressed the nation after Charlie Kirk's death, she promised her husband's legacy would live on.
Don't be creepy. Charlie, I promise I will never let your legacy die, baby. I won't. I promise I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. I promise.
Wow, those words feel so much bigger now.
Oh,
in
so
the
big.
perspective
Such big
of
words.
Erika Kirk,
the biggest.
running that organization.
Oh, God. Glorious and big words from Erika Kirk. Vowing to keep the white nationalist agenda alive in the name of her husband. By the way, that CEO position is going to pay big dollars. I don't know the exact money figures there that she's going to get paid. One would think a lot. Tens of millions of dollars were funneled to TPUSA in 2023, and one would assume even more, perhaps double, triple was funneled to TPUSA in the 2024 cycle, right? I mean, that was the actual election year. One would assume that a political 501c3 would be taking in more dollars, more donations during an election year than outside of one, and that they were declared as being integral to Trump's election campaign. One would assume that they took in more than they did in 2023. And what they took in 2023 was over $80 million. And let's not forget, even if you're, a non-profit, if you're a non-profit organization, a political, or doesn't mean that the people who work for the political organization aren't getting paid. No, the salaries of everyone getting paid count as expenses. Now, while the GOP, Republicans, Donald Trump, the Attorney General, Director of the FBI, have come out and criticized the left for using inflammatory rhetoric, things like fascist. Maybe we should just take a moment to go back in time, listen to some of the rhetoric of the president himself.
Illegal.
More and more conservatives argue that harsh rhetoric and name-calling mostly comes from the left, and that debate in America shouldn't devolve into hate.
Leaders cannot call their political opponents Nazis and fascists and enemies of the state because they disagree with their policy priorities. I mean, this is something we should have learned in grade school. This type of language spurs on depraved people.
I love that claim. Now, I mean, like, what Mike seems to be intentionally ignoring here is that, you know, there is in fact a hypothetical scenario one could imagine oneself in where describing the political opposition's agenda as being fascist due to it having fascist tendencies and goals, right? Where, in fact, the criticism would be just accurate rather than inflammatory, right? Where they had espoused, you know, the desire to take away civil rights or voting rights or to have, usurp the Constitution or other things like that, you know, where you might say, hey, I think you might be a fascist. And or they declare martial law across the country. Authoritarian crackdowns should just be labeled authoritarian crackdowns sometimes, I'm afraid. I know it's very upsetting to Mike, but we're not the left aren't the only ones to have used this language in the past.
For their policy priorities. I mean, this is something we should have learned.
How dare the left use
school.
our
This type of
fascist
language
policy priorities
spurs on depraved
against us?
people.
It's a good message, except everything the speaker just laid out could also describe his party's leader.
It is the enemy from within, and they're very dangerous. They're Marxists and communists and
Dangerous
fascists.
Marxist communists.
It's a choice between communism and freedom. No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. It's
Fascist,
the enemy
fascist,
from within.
fascist.
That's a bigger enemy than China and Russia. There's a
China.
radical left Marxist, communist, fascist. She's a Marxist. She's a fascist. These far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group. If Comrade Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, you will be living a full-blown banana republic ruled by an anarchy and a tyranny. They're scum. They're scum. And they want to take down our country. They are absolute garbage.
Weird. That sounded like Donald Trump. Maybe maybe I was just hallucinating, but it sounded like the president saying the word fascist like a half a dozen times. I said authoritarian a bunch of times in there, I think. It's weird. It's weird. Because I thought we were just told that it's the left who's been saying this too much, and that's been inflammatory and leading to violence. Does that mean Donald Trump is going to be censored by the FCC? You're going to shut down? We should just shut down Truth Social.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, we are a full hour in. So I'm going to start the goal. We are one. I think we have completed technically one. Oh, is it lagging? It is actually kind of lagging now. A little bit. I'm noticing it. It's not great. I'm not loving it. I am not loving it. And I have no idea what's causing this. We had things were very functional around here. Things were good. I don't know if maybe I needed to restart my computer today. Maybe I didn't restart it. What was I doing? All right. Start a goal. Although we do technically have 1 of 10 already. I'm going to count Morbius Dragon, Selena Mary with their galactic membership, starts and gifts. Nope, that's not how you spell. Okay, goal started. Omega Star. Celebrating 8 months of galactic individuality. Everything is computer. Everything's computer. Look, everything's computer. It's all computer now. We live in the age of the computer. Some say more computers than ever before. All right, goal is started. We got 3 hours to get that thing done to ensure that we get all of the week-ending report news. Get through all this stuff that's been happening this week. Now, one thing, the big thing that's been happening this week is that Donald Trump, Trump's administration and the FCC literally went after Jimmy Kimmel for words that he said. You know, like the First Amendment. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, said literally nothing offensive about Charlie Kirk. But ABC, rather than fighting back for Jimmy Kimmel's and their legal rights, capitulated immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Said, "Oh, I'm sorry, dear leader. Did the speech of our employee upset you and bother you in any way? Did you find that the words that he said were upsetting? Well, don't worry about that. Just get rid of him." But this is what Donald Trump had to say about it when asked at a press conference with him and Keir Starmer in the UK earlier this week.
And on a separate issue, free speech, your Vice President Vance said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him and Prime Minister? We saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible
He was fired
thing
for
about
ratings.
a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel...
He was fired for ratings. I mean, it's fucking insane. I can't believe that so few people are holding him to account on the right for this one. Oh, it's just ratings. It wasn't that my administration literally directed a private company to fire an employee for free speech. That didn't happen. It was just because he had bad ratings. Terrible, terrible ratings.
Not
like me, I have the greatest ratings ever.
And they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you can call that free speech or not.
You could call that free speech. You could call that
talent.
authoritarianism. I don't know. You call it whatever you want.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Call it whatever you want. Free speech, not free speech. What you should call it is no more job Jimmy. It's an NMJJ. No more job Jimmy. Who cares about free speech? Now, late night talk show hosts have been coming out in defense of Jimmy Kimmel. I watched the Daily Show last night. Unfortunately, we cannot watch the whole thing, so we're just gonna watch clips from Reuters. Hopefully, this doesn't get us copyright struck. Fingers crossed.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Oh, Donald! We pledge to thee our word.
Oh, Donald, we love you.
My name is Jon Stewart, and welcome to the Daily Show on, I'm going to guess, Monday. I don't know. We have another fun, hilarious, administration-compliant show. All this swirling around, are the naysayers and the critics right? Is Donald Trump stifling free speech?
Of course not, John. Americans are free to express any opinion we want. To suggest otherwise is laughable. Ha, ha, ha. We are a nation of diverse perspectives, and we are not afraid to be different.
That wasn't at all disturbing. We're not living in some weird Twilight Zone version of America.
Now, some naysayers may argue that...
And maybe I should be like John. Maybe I should do the show from the Trump gold set just to make sure that we are Trump compliant. We wouldn't want to be administration non-compliant. So maybe we'll do the show from here from now on. I don't want to get canceled. You know, I don't want YouTube to shut the show down because we haven't been as obsequious to the Trump administration as possible. This feels right. This feels better. This is much better, actually.
Administration speech concerns are merely a cynical ploy, a thin gruel of a ruse, a smokescreen to obscure an unprecedented consolidation of power and unitary intimidation, principleless and coldly antithetical to any experiment in a constitutional republic governance. Some people would say that. Not me, though. I think it's great.
Donald Trump is on his way back from a trip to the United Kingdom where he was met with protests, while back here at home, his administration is pursuing a crackdown on free speech. And completely unrelated, I just want to say before we get started here that I've always admired and respected Mr. Trump.
Well, guys, President Trump just wrapped up his 3-day trip to the UK, and he
looked incredibly handsome.
We all see where this is going, correct?
It's
managed media, and it's no good. It's silly. It's ridiculous, and you can't go around firing somebody because you're fearful or trying to suck up to an authoritarian, criminal administration in the Oval Office. That's just not how this works.
That's just not how this works, says David Letterman. That's how it's working right now. Trump certainly trying his very best.
We have another fun, hilarious, administration-compliant show. Doing? Shut up. Come on. Blow this for us.
Yeah, a lot of people are worried that we won't keep saying what we want to say or that we'll be censored. But I'm going to cover the president's trip to the UK just like I normally would. Well, guys, President Trump just wrapped up his 3-day trip to the UK, and he
looked incredibly handsome.
I just want to say before we get started here that I've always admired and respected Mr. Trump. I've always believed he was, a visionary, innovator, a great president, and even better golfer.
That is just a taste of what we heard overnight from late night in defense of Jimmy Kimmel after ABC suspended him indefinitely following threats from the White House. Jon Stewart, you just saw him, he came in for a special Thursday night edition of his show and explained the First Amendment.
In America, we have a little something called the First Amendment. And let me tell you how it works. There's something called a talent-o-meter. It's a completely scientific instrument that is kept on the president's desk. It's science. And it tells the president when a performer's TQ, talent quotient, measured mostly by niceness to the president,
Aren't I a good guy?
below a certain level, at which point the FCC must be notified to threaten the acquisition prospects for billion-dollar mergers of network affiliates. These affiliates are then asked to give ultimatums to the even larger megacorporation that controls the flow of state-approved content, or the FCC can just threaten those licenses directly. It's basic science.
Okay, what is the deal right now? I am getting terrible, atrocious levels of lag. And I don't know what the cause of this is. I worry that it's because I didn't restart the goddamn computer. If I do this, will it solve it? Alright, hopefully this fixes it. I just can't take this anymore.
Read your Constitution! Read it!
So that's what Jon Stewart had to say about the First Amendment. What are they saying about it on Capitol Hill? CNN's Annie Greer is there this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, John. Well, we are seeing a split screen unfolding on Capitol Hill where Republicans are largely supportive of the decision of ABC to remove Kimmel from the air indefinitely. They say it is a business decision, and they're largely sidestepping any questions about the FCC or Brendan Carr. Now, Democrats, on the other hand, are raising alarm bells here. They say that this is just the beginning of what could be a dangerous road towards censorship. This sets a very dangerous precedent and really infringes on free speech. Take a listen to just a sampling of how lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are talking about this issue.
There's free speech, and if you're going to go out there and speak your piece, fine, but you're accountable to somebody. It's not the government. You're accountable to
it was the government in
people
this.
that employ you.
Tommy Tuberville. Tommy, it was the government in this time. It was not ABC. Literally the federal government, the long arm of the law, reached down and grabbed ABC by the nuts and said, "You fire that Jimmy Kimmel, and you fire him right now." And what did they do? They did it. They did it immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So Life has lost his vape. This is the second day in a row that you said that your vape is gone. It seems like a recurring issue.
Dabbling in cancel culture.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Not this guy on the right.
Oh, you're not?
I just said he's entitled under the First Amendment to say what he wants. But on the other hand, I applaud the move of Disney, his corporate parent, to say, we think this is terrible.
Not this guy. I'm not engaged. Are Republicans engaged? What? No, I'm not this guy, not Josh Hawley, but I'm applauding it. I'm not engaging in it, but I'm applauding it. I mean, it's is there a distinction between applauding and engaging? I don't know. I feel like applauding is in fact just a subsection of engagement, right? Like engagement's like the very lowest bar, right? Like that's like, okay, so you're engaged. How are you engaged? We don't know yet. And then you've just Josh Hawley just clarified how you're engaging in it. Actually, I'm applauding it. That's what I'm doing. I'm not only engaging it, but I'm applauding it. I'm loving it, actually. Republicans said we hated cancel culture. Well, guess what? That was a lie.
It's not a question of whether you agree with Mr. Kimmel or disagree with Mr. Kimmel. The point is one of the government not coming in and making decisions about whose speech gets heard.
So as you see, very different reactions here, and it's really just unfolding a larger conversation on Capitol Hill about free speech and if there are any limits to it. And one thing that Republicans have been pushing for a very long time is being against cancel culture. And that is a question that's coming up again as they support the decision to remove Kimmel from the air. This is something that is going to continue to develop, but it is really remarkable to see such different reactions here. I should point out that Democrats are even trying to investigate this decision, but given that they are in the minority, they do not have the power on committees to really compel any testimony or documents there. But this is something that both...
I mean, let's be real though. This should be bipartisan. This is a constitutional issue. This is the First Amendment. I thought that the Republicans were First Amendment warriors, the lovers of free speech. Oh, they're so upset about censorship all the time. Oh, social media is censoring me. I can't say that ivermectin cures cancer on Facebook.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But now that the federal government, the FCC, is directing companies to fire employees, cancel their shows, that's fine all of a sudden. Oh, it's super weird. Such a weird dichotomy. It's almost like... It's almost like we're mainlining hypocrisy over here.
Democrats and Republicans have very strong but very different views on.
Different, although I will say there are some conservative outlets or center-right outlets now that are raising questions about the government role in all this. But so far, a lot of the members on Capitol Hill not seeing it the same way. Annie Greer, great to see you. Thank you very much. Kate.
Sticking their neck out once again. President Trump is applauding ABC's decision, as we have seen, to pull Jimmy Kimmel from the air. He's also saying very clearly that he thinks networks should lose their broadcasting licenses simply for criticizing him. Listen to this.
They give me only bad publicity or press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. It will be up to Brendan Carr.
Joining us right now is Greg Lukianoff. He's the president of FIRE, a free speech advocacy group. You guys have been very out.
They have a license. You'd think they'd be more thankful. You'd think they'd be more grateful for having that license for free speech. Okay? It's so weird. It's like you give them all these privileges like free speech, and they're like nasty, and they say nasty things. So weird. Probably gonna have to take it away. They don't deserve it. No more ABC. It's gone.
Spoken on this and for years, let's be honest. It's very nice to have you here. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Brendan Carr has said you hear that from the president, but Brendan Carr also said yesterday that the ABC move is not the last shoe to drop.
Yeah.
It's very hard to revoke and pull a broadcasting license.
Yeah.
At least it was in the past.
It was.
Where do you think this goes now?
Oh my God. Well, I mean, first of all, I want to say, like, the murder of Charlie Kirk was a savage blow against freedom of speech. But the administration is exploiting that to go after its political enemies in a way that violates the First Amendment consistently. I have seen them adopt practically every argument they criticize on the left, whether it's hate speech or misinformation as a rationale for censorship. Brendan Carr himself criticized.
There's a lot of tweets for Brendan Carr that are not aging well for him.
Yeah, exactly, where he said precisely the same thing, and they're turning those into weapons for their own use.
Yeah, let's investigate that momentarily. Do 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 do. Clicky click. Clickety click. Okay, Brendan Carr at Brendan Carr FCC. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. This is while he was at the FCC. It's fucking hilarious. May 2nd, 2022. President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people. Oh, that was one. I already read that. Sorry, that was right. Okay, no, sorry, that one wasn't from when he was at the FCC. He must have changed his handle. This is in 2022. September 5th, 2024. Who, in your view, should have the power to draw the line between a lie and free speech? Government officials that want to stay in political power, or the people that can hold them accountable? Wow. Wow. Very interesting. Very strange. What is this? This is Don Lemon and Don Lemon's Instagram. Free speech is the counterweight. Oh, okay, all right. So this is Brendan Carr, although I can't see the actual. It's very hard to read. Free speech is the counterweight. It is the check on government control. That is why censorship is the authoritarian dream.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Wow, yes. Oh, here's February 14th, 2019. Brendan Carr. Should the government censor speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC doesn't have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of public interest. I'm sorry. Let me just zoom in on this even more so you can see. Hey, not on Don Lemon's crotch. Okay, that was genuinely hilarious. Okay. Just so that you can be 100% sure I'm not just making this up. Brendan Carr, at Brendan Carr. God damn it. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. Now we can all see it. Right, can we see that okay, everybody? Should the government censor speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of the public interest. What?
What? Would you jump up?
Oh my gosh. Wow, that was 5.5 years ago. Very strange. Everything Brendan Carr has said about free speech on Twitter seems to completely contradict the thing that he just did as acting director of the FCC. That's super strange. It's very odd. Living in the Twilight Zone.
You heard President Trump say that networks should lose their licenses for criticizing him.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Charlie Kirk because, interestingly enough, Charlie Kirk had something to say about this very issue in the past. And I looked back. He was on social media reacting to when South Park made fun of him, kind of lampooned him in an episode. He said this: "We need to have a good spirit about being made fun of. This is a success. This is all a win. We as conservatives, we have thick skin, not thin skin.
Is that
you
true?
can make fun of us. It matter." I mean, that is
so weird. It's like Republicans are not living by the words of the great Charlie Kirk, whom they are attempting to venerate and deify, martyrize in this moment. They seem to continue to ignore his own words. But of course, when did conservatives ever actually have a thick skin or like being made fun of? And I contest whether or not Charlie Kirk actually appreciated this. But I'll just give him this. I'll say, okay, let's assume that Charlie Kirk did like this, that he was made fun of on South Park. He was one of a few who would have actually appreciated that. As we saw this year when Donald Trump was roasted by South Park and has been getting roasted all year. He has not liked that one bit. He was very upset. He tweeted like twice. He tweeted like multiple times about it. That's how upset he was. And they actually are very thin-skinned. All right, let's go here. Reuters from 13 hours ago. Hollywood comedians defiant in the face of Kimmel.
Comedy is the last vestige of free speech that we have. It's the first wall of defense. It's what tyranny always takes away first, right? So what happened to Jimmy Kimmel could make some comedians timid. It could make them afraid. It could make them corporatized and wonder, well, will I get canceled off this show or will I get backlash from the people? But I'm a comedian. I'm not a caterer. I don't cater to the...
What I find incredible even about that claim is to suggest that somehow Jimmy Kimmel wasn't corporatized. As if his jokes weren't, like, you know, I mean, I didn't watch Kimmel very much at all. You know? and he was like, he had a lot of, you know, kind of watered down stuff. He wasn't going for the throat. Like, he was doing comedy, late night comedy that talked about politics sometimes. Like, he wasn't like just obliterating the Trump administration for every single minute of this show. You know, it was intended to appeal to a wide audience of pretty much normies. It wasn't like, he wasn't edgy. It wasn't like you know, it wasn't like Jimmy Kimmel was Hassan in a suit with a multi-million-dollar production. No, they had corporate backers and the sponsors, people, you know, big wigs to appease even before any of this. But like for the government to come in and do this, I think it's just too much.
I'm a comedian for the people. And so not only is this making me the opposite of timid, I'm going to be braver. I'm going to push more.
I felt like I should ramp things up just because that's what we do. You know, our medium challenges the status quo, and be it, you know, conservative or liberal, we create discourse, and I think that's needed, right, in a democracy.
You're going to see swashbuckling moments of enthusiasm, and you're going to see more people lean in, because I think...
Dane Cook looks like he's like 85 years old. What happened to this man? How old is Dane Cook? Dude looks like he's preparing to retire right now.
I'm staying in the race.
Yep, milk toast. Sure, there's a decent description of what I was just trying to describe. Very long-winded fashion. All right, let's go here. CNN from 6 hours ago. Source. Ooh, source. Breaking news. Source. Kimmel met with quote-unquote hopeful Disney for a path to bring show back on the air. Oh, subversive Disney. Thinking about undoing its pathetic and awful decision to take him off the air.
Is there any path to reinstatement for Jimmy Kimmel, who honestly occupies a very particular celebrity niche in LA?
He does, and I actually have some brand new reporting for you, Casey, just hearing from a source that yesterday Jimmy Kimmel had a meeting with Disney executives in the Century City law office here in Los Angeles with his lawyer, his manager, and Disney executives. I am hearing that there was no resolution, so we don't know what the path forward is yet. But as you said, I have heard from my sources that Disney is hopeful. They would like to find a way to bring him back. But obviously, a lot of questions there that have to be answered, so that remains to be seen. But just now, we're not just hearing from the late night host that you just showed, we are also hearing from Conan O'Brien. Let me read you his tweet, and then I'm going to tell you why this is really significant. He says, quote, "The suspension of Jimmy Kimmel and the promise to silence other late night hosts for criticizing the administration should disturb everyone on the right, left, and center. It's wrong, and anyone with a conscience knows it's wrong." Now, this is not just another comedian speaking out to support Jimmy Kimmel. This is Conan O'Brien, who hosts the Oscars for, well, ABC. He hosted the Oscars last year. Or earlier this year, rather. He has already announced to host the Oscars next year in 2026. And part of the reason why Conan was hired to host the Oscars after Jimmy Kimmel had hosted for so many years is because he is a rather apolitical.
Yeah, Conan is the most centrist, the most, like, not apolitical one of all of these guys. Like, he's the most normie-coded of all of the late-night talk show hosts, and even he's coming out and being like, yeah, this is fucked up. This is fucked up. What are you guys doing over here?
Come on!
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Comedian. When I interviewed the head of the Academy before the Oscars, he told me that that was one of the reasons why they love Conan. He's a great comedian, but he's also apolitical. But what Conan is getting at in his tweet here when he says it should disturb anyone on the right, left, and center, he is saying that this really goes above politics, that free speech is obviously fundamental in this country and that comedians should be allowed to do that, politics aside. Now, one more tweet that I want to read to you from someone entirely different is former Disney CEO Michael Eisner, who has weighed in on all of this. He says, quote, "Where has all the leadership gone? If not for university presidents, law firm managing partners, and corporate chief executives standing up against bullies, who then will step up for the First Amendment?" He goes on to call the FCC's threats aggressive yet hollow, and he says just another example of out of control intimidation. And then he says, by the way, for the record, this ex-CEO finds Jimmy Kimmel very talented and funny. Now, final point, Casey, I will tell you, I am hearing from my sources across the industry that everyone is really waiting to see what ABC is going to do. They are firmly standing behind Kimmel. When I say that, I'm talking about the overall.
Yeah, it's good to see everybody banding behind Kimmel right now in this moment. I think, I mean, it's about time, honestly, that people start, you know, speaking up who aren't so political but have massive platforms. Because they're next. They're fucking next, okay? Like Nia Mahler said, they came for the communists and I said nothing, and they came for the socialists and I said nothing, and so on and so forth until there was no one left. When they came for me, there was no one to speak up. So I'm sorry, I've nutshelled that. I can't remember the entire poem right now. But point is, keep capitulating, see what happens. We all wind up in the gulags, in the concentration camps, what have you.
Hollywood artist community, and the artist creative community wants Disney to take a stand and to defend Jimmy Kimmel.
Fair enough. Elizabeth Wagmeister with that reporting. Elizabeth, thank you very much for that. And our panel joins us now, congressional correspondent for the New York Times, Annie Carney, national political reporter for Axios, Alex Thompson, the former DNC senior advisor, communications director, Xochitl Hinojosa, and the former speaker pro tempore of the House of Representatives, Patrick McHenry. We also have back with us for the second day our Arena text chain. You're going to see it on the left side of your screen. It's going to be another conversation that you can watch if you happen to have us on mute. You will see some additional analysis from some of our top reporters. That conversation already underway, so feel free to follow along as we dig in here at the table to this top story. And Patrick McHenry, I actually want to kick us off by playing something that Senator Ted Cruz said today about this on his podcast, because there are some very real free speech absolutists in the Republican Party, and he seems to be positioning himself as one of them. Let's watch what Cruz said.
What he is saying is
Jimmy Kimmel was lying. That's true. He was lying. And his lying to the American people is not in the public interest. And so he threatens explicitly.
I'm sorry.
We're going to cancel.
What did Jimmy Kimmel lie about? I would like some specifics on that from Ted. What exactly did Jimmy Kimmel lie about? I mean, he barely gave any details on it to begin with. And those details were pretty accurate for my reading of things.
ABC's license. We're going to take him off the air. So ABC cannot broadcast. We're going to cancel ABC's license. We're going to take him off the air. So ABC cannot broadcast anymore. And I got to say, he threatens it. He says, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
Yeah.
And I got to say, that's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, nice bar you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
It would be a shame if something happened to it.
Can we start with the accent, first of all?
I mean, that was
like,
really
not the
This is
best
terrible.
thing.
Yeah.
Horrible.
The point here is whether or not the FCC has this authority. They have long had this authority. And if you're a part of the liberal orthodoxy...
Oh, wow. They've always had this authority, says Patrick McHenry, former speaker, Republican speaker pro tempore. Shocking that you would be here defending this, you fucking fascist nerd.
Oh, I wear a bow tie, and I wear glasses. I wear thick rimmed glasses, and I talk like this. I wear a suit, and I'm going to tell you about how actually the U.S. government has the right to be as fascist and authoritarian as they want.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Okay.
And the FCC is used.
Shut your mouth, Patrick.
You like what they're doing because it's a part of
Shut your mouth. We're going to go to people that actually make sense.
This is not something that would have been up for debate 2 decades ago, and it is crazy that it feels like it is now. I don't know how we fix that.
Earlier this week, ABC yanked Jimmy Kimmel's show off the air, and Nexstar Media Group dropped it from all of its stations across the country after the comedian joked about Charlie Kirk's killing. FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr called the comments, quote, offensive and insensitive, and warned ABC and its parent company Disney that there could be regulatory consequences if the network didn't respond. This is a big deal because Nexstar, the company that owns all those local ABC affiliates, is trying to acquire Tegna, one of its main competitors. Brendan Carr and the FCC need to approve that merger, but these media companies don't think that will happen if they broadcast things that Brendan Carr and Donald Trump don't like. All of this is a gross assault on free speech and free expression, and to talk about it, I have Ari Cohen, lead counsel for tech policy at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE. He's one of the leading First Amendment lawyers in the entire country. Ari, welcome.
Thanks for having me again.
All right, so first I want to explain to people kind of what's going on with this Jimmy Kimmel, Brendan Carr situation. Obviously, we know he was sort of pulled off the air indefinitely. Can you explain a little bit what Brendan Carr did here and why it's so dangerous?
Yeah, so on Monday, I believe it was, Jimmy Kimmel's monologue involved some stuff about the Charlie Kirk assassination, and one of the things he said was that he insinuated that the shooter might have been one of the MAGA crowd, which of course we know, at this point at least, to not be true. And the internet did what it did and went indiscriminately crazy, and people started calling for heads, and, you know, we live in very weird times. So enter Brendan Carr. What he does is basically says, well, that's a big problem because broadcast stations have to act in the public interest, and my version of the public interest.
Yeah, I still don't know if I even agree with their framing of it on this particular part of it. I think I agree with Bob Carmody's framing of this. MAGA was trying to blame it on the left in advance. That is exactly what Jimmy said. And that wasn't a lie. That's just facts. It's just science.
It's science.
Is people not saying things that I don't like, which is basically what he's been saying for the past 8 months. And, this is kind of the trend of the punishment in search of an infraction that Brendan Carr is going after here. And so he said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. He literally said that, which is something you would expect to hear out of a mob boss, not a government official. And, insinuated that he would go after the ABC affiliates broadcast licensing and things like that. And within a matter of hours, ABC announced that it had indefinitely suspended Jimmy Kimmel, which is just a new record, perhaps an ignominious record in caving to the Trump administration's pressure.
Yeah, how unprecedented is it? Because I feel like we keep hearing these situations of like CBS, settling this bogus defamation lawsuit basically as like a payout to Trump. Like it seems like Trump is increasingly like encroaching on the media's right to free expression. So where does this stand in the line of kind of like what's been happening?
The concept of a broadcaster or a network pulling a personality off the air after a controversy is not new, and it's not particularly novel or, noteworthy. It happens. What's unprecedented about this is the direct causal link that you can clearly see in between the government threats and ABC's actions. I mean, it usually doesn't happen that starkly, but like we were treated to a front row seat here in jawboning and government attempts to control content via regulatory threats. I mean, it was explicit and it was fast and it worked, and that just all adds up to a really shocking set of circumstances.
Yeah, it's so egregious and over the top. And like you said, even that line, like it's like parody level. You mentioned jawboning, and this is something that sort of keeps coming up. And I think people see this word around. For people that aren't familiar with the
hate speech is now the speech Trump hates. Republicans now hate speech. No, we hate it. No more hate speech. What? No, you can still say as many slurs, racial slurs as you want. That's not hate speech. No, we're talking about criticizing the Trump administration or the dear leader. Okay? Or at all contradicting the narrative. Okay? That is hate speech. Okay, that's very mean and nasty and rude. No, slurs? Racial slurs? You say whatever you want. Want to say the R word? Get in there. Get in there, buddy. Not hate speech. Totally fine. Comedy is still legal unless you criticize Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Concept in the Supreme Court case and everything, like, can you explain what is jawboning and what role does it play?
Jawboning is the use of informal pressure rather than direct legal threats or, regulations or lawsuits to try to convince a speaker or social media platform or broadcaster, what have you, to not say certain things or to take down certain things or censor certain things. It is something that the right has had a lot of complaints about in recent years. They complained very loudly about how the Biden administration put pressure on social media platforms to take down certain information in the COVID era. And I think, generally speaking, complaining about government pressure against speech is a good thing. The problem is here is you have a very large contingent of the same people who are complaining about it now explicitly cheering it on. Hell, you even had Brendan Carr, who woke up on Valentine's Day of 2019 and tweeted about how the FCC should not be censoring content and ideas that it doesn't like, and now today is basically celebrating his threats having the exact effect what he wanted of taking somebody off the air. I mean, there's always a tweet, right?
Yeah. Brendan Carr has just had like an insane villain arc, and I've seen all these people pulling his tweets from 2019 back when he seemed to have like principles and comparing them to now. I mean, you mentioned like conservatives. This has sort of been something that conservatives constantly accused Democrats of doing, where they were like, as you said, like, oh, Biden pressured the social media companies to take down COVID information. Oh, they're censoring me for my anti-woke beliefs or whatever. Why is what Brendan Carr is doing with the FCC like kind of particularly insidious? Because I think for people that think of the FCC as just this general regulatory body, it seems like he's really taken this like activist approach to kind of like what the FCC even does.
Yeah, and this is an approach that past FCCs have explicitly rejected. I mean, when you saw complaints against Fox News, people say that Fox News' fair and balanced slogan was a lie and that Fox affiliates should lose their licenses. The FCC consistently said, no, that's not what we do here. We don't adjudge the content of the broadcast, nor do we adjudge the veracity of a tagline of a network. I mean, preposterous, right? Except that's exactly what Brendan Carr is basically saying, I'm going to do all this. I'm going to use whatever I can. I'm going to say it's not the public interest to say things that I don't like. It's not public interest, he said, for a radio station to broadcast where ICE raids are happening, even though that's public information and clearly constitutionally protected. His version of not in the public interest seems to align with his political views. And that's just not how the FCC is supposed to work. And he's really...
Yeah, that's what every single agency is becoming now in the Trump administration. It's becoming the thing that Republicans have complained about all these federal agencies being for years, right? They're literally becoming political wings of the Trump administration, of a political party, in this particular case, the Republican Party, since they're the ones in power. And they are now essentially being set up, being dismantled, and reconfigured to enact a political partisan agenda intended to serve not the entire country. It really is. It's very disturbing, and it's being done in such a blatant way. And so few Republicans are speaking up about it. Only Ted Cruz, one guy. Pathetic.
This to its extreme, and he keeps making this excuse that, I'm just playing by the rules the Democrats set. Well, I mean, first of all, no, you're doing a lot more. But second of all, if you are a person of principle, that thought should never cross your mind. I mean, that is a child's answer. It was done to me, and therefore it's okay for me to.
Yeah, that's a baby-brained response. It's a baby brain response, and it's this tit for tat sort of mindset that Republicans seem to have, even if the tits, excuse the unintended, Jesus Christ, even if the, God damn it, I'm ruining my goddamn explanation. Even if the actions that they perceive as being an attack on them didn't actually happen, or in some way imagined rather than being reality, it's just so incredibly problematic. And it's all being done with this mindset that seems to completely ignore the possibility of Democrats ever coming back to power and utilizing any of this stuff against Republicans.
Back is like the two wrongs don't make a right is the first thing we all learn as kids from our parents when we're 3 years old. And frankly, when you start going down that road when it comes to censorship, we end up in a really bad place because that doesn't have a logical stopping point. And unless you think you're going to be in power forever, it's going to turn around and bite you on the way back. And, if you do think you're going to be in power forever, I have very, very bad news for you about the course of political history.
I want to talk about this most recent attack in the context of broader attacks. So I saw people like Chris Hayes and some of these other pundits tweeting this is the worst attack on speech that we've ever had, in democracy or something. And I think for people that have been paying attention, this is sort of just the latest in this progression of the erosion of our civil liberties. Can you talk about kind of, I guess, some of the other stuff that's going on amidst people might not be as aware?
No tax on tits. Wow. Okay, Chad is having fun with my backing myself into a very sexy corner. It was unintentional, but it happened. What can I say? What can I do? Okay. Okay, we're going to do 2 quick more clips before we go to break, because we're almost at 2 hours right now. I would like to remind everybody about the galactic deficit goal, which, as you can see, is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You can contribute to that by going to Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. All of that money goes directly to us immediately, if not sooner, helping us to ensure that we can pay the bills on time in October, which is coming up very soon. So we do need to keep raising funds incrementally, day by day. Speaking of incrementally raising funds, you can contribute both to the galactic deficit and the galactic content goal, which we have going, which we still have 2 hours, a little bit more, about 2 hours and 15 minutes left to complete. And we have 1 of 10 right now on the galactic content goal. But you can get 2 for 1 on your money. That's what I'm saying right now. You can contribute both to the galactic deficit and the galactic content goal. Very convenient. Getting more for your money. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. All will count towards both. Rather than YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships, which will only, of course, count towards the YouTube content goal. That's just the way it works. You still can't see the goal. You can't. The goal is not visible. Is it really that hard to see? I thought this was going to look way better. You're being for real with me right now? Is it that difficult? All right, I will try and find a more bold, a more easy to read font. That is very, I mean, is that not clear enough?
Are you not entertained?
Is that for you going to be clear enough to read? You're broke? Well, that's okay. The thing about being broke is that I understand that plight, and thankfully you're watching the show. Also helps us out, even if it's not a lot of money. You know, if you have YouTube Premium, we get paid, or if you're watching ads on the stream. You know, both of those things give us some amount of money, contribute to our finances. I kind of hate this text, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at this text and I hate it. It's just such a boring. I wonder if I can import. I'm pretty sure I can. I think I can import a text file. I could like create a cooler looking text. Import it, and we could use that. I should do that. I mean, I can't do it right now, but I should try doing that at some point. Black box to fill would be much better. The black box. I feel like the black box would be just, it would interrupt the feel. I feel like I would just be, I feel like that would just bother me. It's much, much, much better. 3 times better. Wow. 3 times. That's wow. Much, much, much better. Well, fine. I guess I'll leave it with the much, much, much better font. Although this one would probably be just as good. Although I kind of hate that one just as much. I hate both of those fonts. No. You bastard. Go back here. There we go. All right, we're going to leave it there for now. I'm going to try and import a font later. Boring is easy to read. That's true. That's true. Arial black it is. Okay, 2 more clips before break. Let's go here. I want to go back in time. We're talking about all of this government censorship. This, Oh, actually, we've been talking about Republicans and how they basically don't seem to care. Not hearing a lot from
This morning, we are waiting to hear from and possibly see Jimmy Kimmel, and also see what his next move is as the fallout grows from ABC's sudden move to pull him and pull his show off the air. The controversy and the fallout shining a light on some key data that is catching Harry Enton's eye this morning, and he's here with me now. What are you seeing, Harry?
Yeah, there are rare points in which I see a piece of data and it just sort of jumps off the screen at me, and this is one of them because I really just think it tells the entire story, and this is among Republicans. The media is biased and should be punished. Look at this. 71% of Republicans agree with the idea that the media is biased and should be punished. Republicans are absolutely loving what is happening right now to Jimmy Kimmel. Absolutely love the words that are coming out of Carr's mouth. The bottom line is that they...
There you go. 90% of Republicans are completely, what's the word? Complete hypocrites. Just massive fucking hypocrites. For years, they were crying about being censored online. Oh, Facebook won't let me post that black people are inferior to white people. Oh, why won't you let me say COVID was created in a Chinese lab and unleashed on American populations to kill the white man? Like that, for years, that's all we could hear from these people. And 90% of them, 99 out of 10 Republicans are actually, now that we're in charge, I love government censorship, as it turns out. But let's not forget what they were saying not long ago. Here is the leader, the supreme leader, Donald Trump, speaking at a rally last year. It's a throwback. Oh my God, all the way back in the long... Actually, I'm sorry, this was last year. This was the beginning of the year. This was after... I'm sorry. Shut up. This was this year, this was at Donald Trump's inauguration. I forgot, I got distracted for a second. This was at Donald Trump's inaugural address. This year, on January 20th, he had some things to declare about free speech.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Immediately, if not sooner. And unconstitutional. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
I think he did sign that executive order. So Donald Trump violated his own executive order that he signed earlier this year. It was supposed to eliminate all government free speech suppression. It's so strange. This was January. Look at the left-hand corner of the screen. January 20th, 2025. President, just listen to it again. Just listen to it again. This was earlier this year.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Immediately, if not sooner.
He's going to end government censorship, bring back free speech, and is now actively crushing it through the FCC. It's an incredible reversal. These people were exclaiming we were going to bring free speech back. And now 9 out of 10 Republicans support Donald Trump crushing free speech It really is amazing. So they stand for nothing besides for immiseration. Just immiseration of the poor, of the global south, places like Palestine. All right, well, that's going to be it for the first half. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back in the second half with a whole bunch more stuff to talk about. ICE. Horrifying developments with ICE in the last week. Some discussions of the economy, Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve interest rate decisions this week. A few things to talk about with the environment. Who knows how long the second half, how much the second half is going to cover. But yeah, we got to take a quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so that you get the very latest notifications, ensuring that you do not miss a single episode of this show. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways out there, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to supporting the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But, of course, the very best way to get the most paid benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Where, for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of our many break screens like the pool. That's right, you could be sitting poolside with the rest of the patrons for $3 a month, but that's not it. You could also be featured and shouted out. That's right, shout outs on the shout out screen at the end of every stream. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. But of course, that's not it. Other ways to support the stream, right? Just liking, subscribing, and watching the show. Also very helpful. But we do need to complete the galactic content goal. It really is the very bare minimum. Even a little bit less than what we need to be able to justify this stream and keep it on the air. All right, Chad, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, chat. You know what that sound means. It means the time has come for us to get back to the stream.
He said, I'm pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster as a major terrorist organization.
So 2 things on this. First of all, this is long overdue. It's not just an ideology. If you remember the Summer of Love, that was many of those people were Antifa.
And he talked about doing it then.
That's exactly right. And now he's back in the presidency to make it happen. They're domestic terrorists.
We don't even prosecute the Klan in this country. What are we talking about, dude? We don't even prosecute neo-Nazi groups. Like, think about that. We don't investigate these groups, but we're going to investigate something that's not even a group at all. Antifa, anti-fascism, is not an organized body. Anti-fascism is an ideology. Anti-fascism is an action. Anti-fascism does not have a disciplined formation. Fascism requires constant discipline. Anti-fascism does not. Anti-fascism could be anti-racism. All this talk, especially coming from this show, by the way, as far as violent language goes, is really interesting because Brian Kilmeade last week straight up said we should euthanize the homeless. We should kill them all. It was on camera. Caught in 4K.
Director, the first time you saw Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files, did you close the files or keep reading?
I've reviewed not the entirety of the files, so I
So you haven't reviewed all of the Epstein files?
Personally, no.
You're the director of the FBI. This is the largest sex trafficking case the FBI has ever been a part of. Buck stops at the top, and your testimony today is you have not reviewed all the files.
What I've been doing is been busy providing the safest country.
Oh, damn, was my mic muted the whole time? That's fucked up. that whole time and we're just now figuring this out? Oh, I think you're all way behind me because of the lag. I think because of the lag, you're all behind me more than I would like.
Country has seen in modern U.S. history in historic speed because the men and women of the FBI are given the resources to reduce the homicide rate, to reduce the drug trafficking rate, to reduce the amount of children that are being trafficked and the number of pedophiles.
It sounds like those children being trafficked would appreciate the director reviewing the files. You said you don't know the number of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released
the number is a misleading factor.
We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
I love that claim because it basically, it's basically an admittance that Donald Trump's name is in the factor. Like, I mean, not in the factor, in the files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Like I say, like the number is not the important factor here. This is basically Kash saying, "Who cares how many times he's in? Yeah, he's in the files. Who cares how many times he's in the files?" Okay, that's not the important part of this discussion. I haven't read the files, but who cares?
Released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
We have released every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Reclaiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
it's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's
I
not
don't know.
that.
It's
Do you
not
think
that.
it might be your job to know the number?
My job.
I love how Kash can say definitively that it is not 1,000, it is not 500, and it is not 100 times, but he cannot definitively say how many times. Like, he knows for certain how many times it's not, but he has no idea how many times it actually appears. Which I guess it doesn't rule out 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 or 100,000. So I guess it could be any of those numbers.
To provide for the safety and security of this country. My job is not to engage in political innuendo so you can go out to the sticks and get your 20-second hit in your fundraising article. And keep going, reclaiming your time, because the people of California are being underserved by your representation.
The director of the FBI is being incredibly combative with Congress right now. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but his tone seems not one of a respectful witness giving testimony, but really more of like an angry child.
Why not release everything that involves...
We have released everything, the president and anyone else's side, that is credible and lawfully be able to be released. Your fixation on this matter and baseless accusations that I'm hiding child pedophiles is disgusting. Anyone that says that needs to look at the stats alone and go back to the state of California, who's receiving the biggest surge in FBI resources through my redeployment because the cities of Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Francisco need it.
Director, remembering your oath to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Did you ever tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The Attorney General and I have had numerous discussions about the entirety of the Epstein files. And
I love how it goes from no, full stop. Did you tell Donald Trump that his name is in the Epstein files? No. Did you tell Pam Bondi? I talked to Pam Bondi about a bunch of stuff, and like he immediately starts like just prevaricating over here. He's like, I just want to listen to that one more time.
Did you ever tell the Attorney General that Donald...
Wait, no, go back.
Ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Did you ever tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The Attorney General and I have had numerous discussions about the entirety of the Epstein files and the reviews conducted by our team.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
And we have released where President...
It's a simple question. Did you tell the Attorney General that the President's name is in the Epstein files?
During many conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein, we have reviewed.
The question is simple.
Who
Did
you tell the
I love this. I mean, so first question. Have you told Donald Trump that he's in the Epstein files? No, haven't told him. Have you told Pam Bondi that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? I have talked to Pam Bondi. I talked to Pam Bondi a bunch. I've talked to Pam Bondi about all sorts of stuff. Me and her, we've had a bunch of conversations about all these sorts of different things, and we've had painstakingly detailed discussions around the Epstein files. Who's in the Epstein files? I don't know who's in the Epstein files. I don't know why you're asking me about who's in the Epstein. Why are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Or why are we still talking? He's going to break into a Trump impression in a second. Why are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein, we have reviewed.
The question is simple.
Who
did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out?
Yes or no, Director?
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No, A, B, C,
Director,
D, E, F.
it sounds like you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
Why don't you try serving your constituency by focusing on reducing violent crime in this country and the...
Why don't you serve your constituency by not asking me questions, Eric?
How rude. Pedophiles that are legally harbored in your sanctuary cities in California. I'll work with you on that.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman. Director,
I'm the lawless gentleman from California.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The question has been asked and answered.
You've not answered it, and we will take your evasiveness as a consciousness of guilt. Director, did Donald Trump ever say to you, just find and release the entire truth? Don't worry if I'm in it.
The instructions from the administration were to release all credible information, and we have done that.
Did Donald Trump ever provide information about Jeffrey Epstein as an informant?
Donald Trump has not been, and I can only speak for the FBI, an informant of the FBI.
So, Director, you've played this cute shell game where you say you can't release everything because the court has said that it legally is not allowed to be released, but the court calls bullshit. Judge Richard Berman said that when you went to the court, quote, information contained in the Epstein grand jury transcripts pales in comparison to Epstein investigation information and materials in the hands of the Department of Justice. So let's move on, Director. You wrote a book called Government Gangsters. You identified 20 individuals in that.
That's right. He wrote another book. FBI Director Kash Patel he's really dabbled in literature. He's a talented writer, you know? Government Gangsters. The what was it again? How the king, something about the king book. And actually, I looked into it. Did you know that there are 2 sequels to that animated children's book that Kash wrote? Here, I'll show you. Hold on. Where is it? The Plot Against the King. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that this guy is the director of the FBI. Look at this. Look, The Plot Against the King. The Plot Against the King 2, because you need a sequel. The Plot Against the King, 1,000 Mules, which is literally a reference to Dinesh D'Souza's document. I think Dinesh got sued over that documentary, 1,000 Mules, if I'm not mistaken. Which I think is possible Kash may have worked on. I can't remember. Against the King 3, The Return of the King. Oh, the King has returned. Unbelievable. 3 different children's books. This guy is an author, a great scholar, always coming up with fanciful fictions.
You put me on that list at the top of the list. Thank you. My children find it flattering. 20 of those individuals have been investigated or have had adverse actions. Director, considering that you have identified these people as, quote, government gangsters, will you recuse yourself from making any investigation decisions about these individuals?
Anyone that has been terminated at the FBI has been done so
the
because
question
they failed
again,
to meet the muster
Director,
and their constitutional
I will
obligation.
work on the audio-visual capabilities.
I'm going to
of folks that
borrow
don't
your
think you can hear me.
terminology and call
I'm
bullshit
reclaiming my
on your
time.
entire career in Congress.
reclaiming my
It
time,
has been
Director.
a disgrace to the
Wow.
American
Director, I'm
people.
reclaiming my
You
time.
can reclaim your
Will you
time all
recuse
you
yourself?
want.
Mr. Chairman.
The FBI director is yelling and swearing at Congress people.
Allow a witness to speak this way? Mr. Chairman, would you give
recuse yourself, Director?
The gentleman has no time. Mr. Chairman, would you admonish the witness not to insult members?
Gentleman has no time.
Mr. Chairman,
the committee will remember.
Quick point of order. Could the gentleman be extended an additional 20 seconds to complete his thoughts, since the witness decided to interrupt him continuously?
And the witness will be able to respond if he wants. We'll make sure he has time to do that.
My question is, will
We're living in like this nonsense time, but it's fascistic nonsense, and it's horrible. It's terrifying, while it's also so farcical. It's funny. And yet these people are dangerous. Like Director Patel here, you know, like he's covering up for Donald Trump. It's a completely obvious. I mean, the way he answered those questions made it just blatantly obvious that he's covering up for Donald Trump. And so if he's covering up for Trump with the Epstein files, who's to believe him on what has been released with Tyler Robinson? How can we trust anything that's coming out of the FBI? It is officially Donald Trump's own, it's one branch of the Gestapo now. It's like the entire law enforcement and military apparatus are now part of Donald Trump's own personal police force. Pam Bondi runs his prosecutorial office, you know? Talk about lawfare. Now, back in the White House, reporters were trying to ask Donald Trump questions about things, as they often do. But the guy's looking a little exasperated, you know? I don't know if it's just me, but he looks upset. He looks tired. He's trying to look, but he's inside. He's beaten. He's a beaten man.
Many of them. New Orleans. We have to save New Orleans. Mr. President, we're going to be going into New York too, and we're going to be going in quiet. You're really obnoxious.
Wow.
I'm trying to ask you, what about your plans? You are really obnoxious. I'm not obnoxious. Okay. I'm asking, what are your plans for Lincoln? I'm not going to talk to you until I call on you. What are your plans? So, who else? Go ahead.
How rude. Wow. Donald Trump being incredibly rude to a reporter.
You are really obnoxious, asking all those questions. Very nasty. I don't know what kind of person asks questions in the way that you're asking them, but it is very terrible.
I think he's getting tired, honestly. I think Donald Trump is getting tired. You know, he's an 80-year-old man who's been very busy, you know, been running around doing a lot of stuff, constantly holding press conferences, constantly talking. It gets tiresome, you know, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. He is an elderly man. It's very grouchy. Somebody needs to get him a Snickers bar. Maybe just get him into an old folks home. That'd probably be a better solution. Okay. Let's talk about another federal agency. ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And to get us started off, since it happened earlier this week, let's go here, see what was said at the Emmys about ICE.
So the other day on the show, we talked about how...
Wait, what is this? No, this isn't supposed to be in here anymore. We don't need you, Kyle.
It was really awesome to see at the Emmys this show of solidarity for people in Palestine. Gaza City is being obliterated as we speak. I saw an Israeli historian who was in central Israel at the time and is critical, obviously, of the genocide, pointing out that you could hear the bombing of Gaza City from central Israel last night. They are trying to annex the entire north, and it's not like there's anything left of Gaza City. They're bombing, besides human beings, all of the buildings.
A million people among rubble.
Yeah. And the hundreds of thousands of bodies and the evidence of their killings under that rubble is being destroyed. I just want to be clear on that, because we now know it's hundreds of thousands are dead. And Israel is trying to destroy the evidence. They're clearing out the north with bulldozers, some of the kind of militarized bulldozers that Israel is infamous for, including in the running over of the American activist Rachel Corrie over 20 years ago at this point. But we're not just having like milquetoast phrases about ceasefire anymore. And we got to give credit to those people, because they were standing up when it was really hard to at the onset of the genocide. But we're having like...
Although a lot of liberal Zionists clutched onto that, saying, oh, we can do a temporary ceasefire, which is what people like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden even like slightly supported.
And by the way, that's what liberal Israelis want too, right? When you see these protests, and it's an increase in some small minority of Israelis saying it's a genocide, talking about Palestinian children. There is a small movement there, but when you see these protests in Tel Aviv and you ask the standard liberal Israeli, they want a ceasefire to get the hostages back and then continue the military operation. That's the scope of liberalism within the settler colonial state of Israel. But Hannah Einbinder, anti-Zionist Jew, deserved winner of this of the Emmy here, because I just got to say, Hacks is the best show on TV right now, and she's incredible in it.
Very funny show on HBO.
Yeah, and moving. Like, I cry and laugh a lot, and you don't, and makes me love being a woman. It makes me want to call my mom. And I swear to God, it's like uplifting for me. Brian's laughing at me, being too earnest. Here we go. This was Hannah's acceptance speech.
Finally, I'll pay the difference. Sorry.
Damn, the stream is lagging again. I can see it happening. And I have no idea what the cause of it is. Dude, we had this solved. Remember? We had this completely solved, and now it's happening again. Honestly, I think I need to restart my computer. I just don't want to end the stream. I don't want to end it. I should have ended it, like, at the very beginning when we first had the lag. I should have just ended it. Now we're 2.5 hours into the stream. And if I restart the stream now, it's going to take me, like, 20 minutes to get it restarted properly. And it's only when we play videos right now. I wonder if this will solve it. Hate to do this to you. I'm going to turn down the quality on the video itself. See if that solves it. Okay, why won't you let me select it? What the fuck?
Peace and free Palestine. Thank you.
The blank spot in the audio there was fuck ice.
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
not sure
ice.
why that.
Go back.
If Emma had her choice, it would have censored Go Birds.
Yeah, they blanked at the wrong spot there. What she meant to say was Saquon Barkley is a traitor to New York City. Here we go. Go Birds.
Peace and free Palestine. Thank you.
Fuck ice, free Palestine. Both worthy things to be said at such a prestigious event. Now, we covered this yesterday. I actually meant to watch less of that than that, but whatever. We watched this yesterday. We're going to go back-to-back Majority Report videos. We covered this. I haven't even seen this. I slept through the Majority Report today. We covered the story yesterday. They covered it today.
We've been talking about the 10,000 ICE agents who are going to be added to the rolls, probably thousands already that have been added just in the month or so that the bill was passed, 2 months. It's easy to attract people, particularly in this economy, with a $50,000 bonus over the course of, what is it, like 3 years? Forgiveness of student loans. Apparently that's possible if you're working for ICE, not if you're doing any other type of like government or civic service.
Mm-hmm.
And also, for a lot of people, the benefit of being able to basically be completely unaccountable for your actions. Here is a news story. This is from what?
KTLA 5.
KTLA 5 in California. This is look what they did to an 80-year-old man.
The 80-year-old U.S. citizen says he wasn't trying to intervene, simply get answers. That's when armed masked men turned their attention towards him, leaving him badly injured.
You can see my arm. They threw me on the floor. It's all black.
Rafi's shoe head shows us the injuries he sustained, including a dislocated elbow, after his business was raided by federal immigration officials last week. Surveillance video shows as the 80-year-old car wash owner gets shoved to the ground by a masked agent as he's running down a narrow hallway. Rafi says he didn't know what was going on, and when he came
Pause
to
it the for a second. Just think about that. Like
outside
this ICE guy in a mask. This is the owner of the car wash, incidentally, American citizen. This ICE guy just bowls him over as if there's like some type of like urgent thing that this ICE guy's got to get to. This is just sheer on thuggery. Look at that. Like where it's like
oh God.
You get like it's as if he's going to save somebody's life, as opposed to like we got to get this is the bounty hunters got to
break up that family. Got to break up that family. Get out of my way, sir.
All right, keep going.
80-year-old car wash owner gets shoved to the ground by a masked agent as he's running down a narrow hallway. Rafi says he didn't know what was going on, and when he came to the defense of one of his employees outside Valley Car Wash in Van Nuys, an unidentified officer pushes him back before throwing him to the ground as backup arrives.
This is disgusting, and like I said yesterday, it's just I'm just appalled by this. Anybody who's not is un-American. This man is an American citizen, a business owner, whom on his own property was brutalized by the federal government. Look at him, 80 years old. This could be your grandpa, okay? Or you. Look, his entire arm, from his armpit all the way up to his wrist, is just purple and yellow from the bruising. It is horrifying. And then you look at this photo here. Look at that. How you could do this and just keep going and keep walking, running, just keep running in the other direction, rather than helping that guy up. Not that it was accidental. I mean, clearly it wasn't, but it's just, you know, it's everything about this is just fucking wrong.
Beat up by 3 thugs.
They're doing tackling drills on him.
And this is just so twisted. Look at this. I mean, like they're in urban warfare. They're just so unbelievable.
They threw me on the floor, and 3 of them, they jumped on me and they were sitting on me.
Rafi says 5 of his
4 people there making what?
There's
like
the foot on the neck.
Yeah, look where his knee is.
Yeah, George Floyd.
I'm being repressed!
$100,000 per person we're seeing with these masks.
Boys were detained by ICE that Tuesday morning. He requested medical attention after being roughed up with a heart condition. But instead, he was placed in handcuffs and taken to the Metropolitan Detention Center in downtown LA.
I was asking them, let me talk to somebody. I need to go home. I need my medicine. I'm hungry. No, there is nothing we can do. You have to wait. You have to wait.
The U.S. citizen was released hours later. That's when his family finally took him to the hospital.
Again, you know, my dad, he's 80 years old, and he has a heart condition, and he begged and pleaded, and told him as soon as that second attack, that second push down, he said, I have a heart condition, I'm an old man, I want the ambulance, and they completely denied him and ignored him.
Rafi's ribs were left busted, both his arms have contusions, and he's struggling to breathe. He and his family are now seeking legal action against the government.
What they are doing is not nice and it's not right.
There is no doubt in my mind
last week's raid,
that's going to lead to an early death for him. You don't get that, sustain that type of injury at age 80 and ever fully recover.
Yeah, people at the age of 80, you break a bone or something like that, people just die. It is horrifying. They just treated his life with complete disregard. I'm glad they're suing. I mean, they're suing, but I mean, no amount of money honestly justifies what's happened here or makes up for what's happened here. There needs to be accountability. Accountability, and by accountability I mean charges, legal ramifications for all of these things that are being done.
It's just insane. I mean,
fascism.
It is just.
These people claim to want rule of law, then they send federal agents into private businesses and start brutalizing elderly people. Is that the rule of law? This guy was trying to get documentation. This is the thing. This guy is going, literally, like we watched this whole story. This guy was going to get documentation from them. He wanted a warrant. He had documents for his workers that he was trying to present to ICE to show that they had the right to be at their place of employment. Right? He had every single right to request documentation from ICE, a warrant, all those other things, and absolutely every right to present documents, proving the legal status of the people who were being detained, who are his employees.
Insane that this is going on. Zero accountability.
Zero. And as you were saying, Sam, this is just the beginning. We haven't even gotten to the part where the budget for ICE increases 10 times over, and you get these foaming at the mouth fascist recruits that want to be a part of it, or just people that are like, I can't find a job and this will forgive my student loans, I might as well. And for those...
Seriously, though, those people have zero fucking ethics. In my opinion, you are a Nazi, okay? All right, I don't care. I don't care that it pays good money. Okay, you're a Nazi. But you think that the Nazis didn't get paid? You think it was volunteer? I mean, they volunteered. Sure, there was volunteerism in some degree, but they were getting paid. There were benefits to being a Nazi in German society in the 30s, okay? And, it's laughable to say anything else. And just because you get benefits from being a Nazi in 2025 in the United States, be Donald Trump's Gestapo, it doesn't change it. Doesn't change things. Sure, historically, yeah, the geography of it, yeah. But aside from that, You're just saying, oh, somebody else would do it if it weren't for me. I'm just following orders. I'm just putting food on the table. You gotta find a place to draw a line, and this is certainly the place to do so. Ooh, I just noticed something. Somebody just donated on Cash App. I won't say necessarily who it is because they didn't say whether or not they wanted to be anonymous, and so I'm just going to err on the side of the caution. But $15 over on Cash App, getting us the galactic deficit now to 130 of 330, making beautiful progress on that, getting me a little bit less concerned for next month. But also that contributes 3 super chats to the goal, so that's 4 of 10. Rocketing us forward in our progress on completing the galactic content goal. I was getting a little worried. We were slowly running out of time. We got an hour and 15 minutes left to complete the goal right now. But now we're much closer. Only 6 of 10 needed.
I would encourage you to try to do what you can if they end. I mean, I don't think you should sign up at all.
Don't apply to ICE.
But but if there's any kind of somebody who grows a conscience in that situation, make sure that you sabotage this, because this is so evil. I mean, I hesitate to use that word, but looking at that man being shoved to the ground like that, and everybody that manufactured consent about crime being out of control when it's been on the decline since 2023, and blaming, and there were 2 stories being told, but they were very easily meshed together. That the crime was out of control, and that it was the rapist that Trump's been talking about for 10 years from Latin America that are responsible for it. And it's Tren de Aragua taking over your apartment complexes. This is what you've wrought. Own it. Own it. I don't want to hear like people pretend like they weren't aware that this is what they were manufacturing consent for. If you looked at the data and you looked at Trump's history, it's 2 + 2 = 4, and you got to do basic math if you're in media.
It's analogous to the way that the anti-Semitism hysteria was a ticket to Trump attacking, law firms and colleges and deporting green card holders or et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's
Democrats
exactly
who
the
voted
same
for
thing.
the Lake
You
and
have
Riley
opened
Act.
up the door.
Democrats who voted for the Lake and Riley Act, also just as complicit in all of this.
All the transphobes who are out there like, I was just saying that it...
Yep. One for all for one. We cannot just pick and choose whose rights to stand up for. Solidarity is something that we must live by. Cannot just say, oh, well, if it's not happening to people I like, then it's not a problem. That doesn't work. Narwhal by nature with a sweet, sweet super chat. Being a gun for hire does not make you more moral than someone that does it for fun. Also, it was me. Yes, Narwhal was the one who donated on Cash App. Now getting us to 5 of 10. Even closer to completing the goal, halfway there. With halfway to go on the timer. Okay, seriously though, the lag is really bugging me today. It really is. I should have reset the stream. I really should have. Hold on, I'm going to check something. See. Just gotta see something. See if this sneaking suspicion that I have is correct. No? No, I'm not seeing it. Weird. I thought that would be it. Okay, I guess that's not the problem. Okay, I'm just going to keep trying to power through this. Yeah, it's horrible, and I'm glad that the majority report covered that one, because that means a lot more people saw it than us just doing it here. Sadly, we do not do the same numbers as the majority report on the live streams. If we did, we wouldn't be having any sort of money problems. I can say that much. I can say that much. You know, if you were doing 5 live streams a week with how many views did they get? I'm trying to think, like 50,000 plus a week, like per stream, I think. Yeah, that'd be like 250,000 views. Yeah, that's a lot of views. Yeah, that would solve all of our problems immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
One day, chat. One day. We won't even have to have galactic content goals. We'll just do the content. One day. One day, and just ads and Patreon memberships. Be able to pay the galactic rent. But we are not there quite yet. All right, let's go here to this other horrifying news. What is happening? What is my fucking mouse is doing some crazy shit. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, right. Immigration enforcement is continuing to ramp up. And people they are not letting anyone slip through the cracks. If you're brown, speak another language, you have the wrong political ideology and are on a visa, or any other number of things, they are going after you. They want to put you in a detention center, or at the very least, deport you to a different country. And that is apparently what is going to be happening to Mahmoud Khalil, the man who we've talked about all year, who was taken into detention without any due process being afforded to him, taking away from his pregnant wife. He is now slated to be sent to Algeria, it would seem.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A judge just ordered the Trump administration to release Mahmoud Khalil on bail. The ruling would end a 3-month detention for the former Columbia University grad student. Khalil is a legal permanent U.S. resident and a new father who played a leading role in anti-Gaza war demonstrations on the Columbia campus last year. Joining us now, MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin and NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. So, Lisa, tell me a little bit more about this ruling. What does it mean for Khalil?
Well, so first of all, this is an order that he has to be released under the judge's discretion. So we will obviously keep you posted as to when and if he is released today, or if the government seeks a stay of this order and immediately appeals it. But Katie, in the meantime, this judge, Michael Fabiars of the District of New Jersey, had granted an injunction to Khalil last week, finding that the primary reason that the government wanted him kept in detention was not a legal and valid reason, that Khalil was likely to succeed on that. That was what we call the foreign affairs exception, where the Secretary of State is allowed to say that he finds that a particular person poses a danger to the United States conduct of foreign affairs, and therefore on that basis alone can be kicked out of the country. Fabius enjoined that last week. But what he said on the other ground was it's highly unlikely that they would detain him just for having errors in his immigration paperwork. He didn't squarely rule, however, that that was the basis to also release Khalil. And therefore, there was additional briefing in the hearing today. Fabius finding today that it is not tenable to just detain him on the basis of this paperwork, that he's likely to succeed on that ground as well, and ordering him released in this habeas case that Khalil's lawyers have brought on.
And he would be meeting his baby for the first time. His wife gave birth after he went into detention.
I have to just say something there.
Wait a second. This is the wrong story. What is this? This is from like months ago. How did this get in here? Oh my God. I tried to replace, I'm an idiot. I tried to replace a story. Oh my God. How did I do this? This is from 2 months ago. How did I not notice this? I intended to add a different story, and somehow I must have added the wrong one to my list. Jesus Christ. How did I not notice that until halfway through it? Oh my God, the lag is so bad now. What in the fuck? Oh my God. I think I have to restart the stream. I really don't want to do it. Oh, it's going to bug me. It's going to make me sad. It's going to make me mad. I keep seeing just incredible lag happening. Like, really bad. Like, it goes from looking really nice to really bad. The second I start playing a video, everything just fucking crumbles. It's a goddamn disaster. The second I come back to this screen, it looks perfectly fine. But this show is very dependent on us playing those videos. Oh, but I literally, one of my least favorite things is ending the stream in the middle of it. Are we talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia? No, I'm talking about Mahmoud Khalil, who's going to be deported to Algeria or possibly Palestine. But most likely Algeria. Because that's where he is a citizen, but I added the wrong fucking story somehow. Somehow added the wrong one. I don't know how. All right, I'm just, I'm not gonna restart it. I'm just gonna keep it going. I'm just gonna keep it going. And I'll keep it going until at least the end of the goal countdown, and then I'll figure out what to do at the end, because we have an hour left on the goal. I think it just makes more sense to do that and just keep it, and then if we don't complete it by then, I guess I'll just end the stream. Oh, this is pissing me off. You haven't noticed the lag? Am I the only person noticing the lag? Is Algeria an American colony now? I don't think so. I think it's its own country. I don't think it's a French colony either. I think it's its own country. Although I think they might be. I can't remember. I think they might use the French Afro dollar, whatever you call it. Okay, now ICE has been stepping up its efforts in Chicago, but protesters have not let that happen silently. This was earlier this week, CBS News from 5 days ago.
In Chicago today, a protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown. A large group of Catholic clergy led what they call a people's mass outside the Great Lakes Naval Base. Now, the base will also be used by ICE agents as a staging area for deportations. Immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez shared what he learned after spending a day with ICE agents in Chicago.
All right, well, stay safe.
ICE agents gathered in a parking lot in the early morning. Their plan was to arrest 2 men who they say are in the U.S. illegally and have serious criminal histories. At the first location, they discovered their target was not living there. During the second attempted arrest, no one opened the door.
Police.
Marcus Charles leads ICE's deportation branch.
The community leaders in Chicago in these sanctuary areas.
Fuck this guy.
Facility near Chicago, following Friday's fatal shooting of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. Officials say Villegas Gonzalez tried to evade arrest, injuring an officer. ICE says Villegas Gonzalez was in the U.S. illegally and had a history of reckless driving.
This is a test of our justice system. Will ICE follow the law, or will they keep operating like a secret political police?
Tension between protesters and Homeland Security agents escalated Friday. Chicago area minister Quincy Worthington is calling on all sides to de-escalate.
It feels like the tensions right
now. Okay, let's go to a protest from 6 days ago. Here's status coup news on the streets.
The city, I believe, is fighting not just for the people of Chicago. We are fighting for people, this whole country. The whole country needs to be protected from tyranny and dictatorship. That is what we're fighting for. Not for me, not for you, but for every single person in the United States who believes in freedom and the freedom of speech and due process.
You want to see what real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like?
You ever heard a story like this in America?
You're looking at it.
Congratulations for always being somewhere where mainstream media is not.
Flint, Michigan.
See you in Nevada.
Thanks to people like you, we can get the truth. Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people. You are the man. I'm glad you're here.
For as low as 16 cents a day, you'll keep us on the ground, covering the important stories the corporate media covers up.
For Status Coup, I'm JT Siskowski on the ground here in Chicago, where you can hear and see behind me that protests are taking over the streets here in downtown Chicago as it means to push back against the Trump administration for its authoritarian assertions of ICE raids here in the city and the threats of deploying the National Guard. I've been talking to Chicagoans here on the ground in this crowd about why they're out here, if they have the energy to continue to resist who is the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States, as long as it takes to be able to send a clear message to this administration that their presence is not welcome in the city of Chicago, and to try and win public support over to their side.
We Americans would not be able to live without immigrants, without
This is a great sign right here. We prefer crushed ice. Well played, ma'am. Well played. Some fantastic sign making, if I've ever seen it before. It's even got a little hue, a little blue hue to the back of the sign. really adding to the effect, if you ask me.
It's not welcome in the city of Chicago, and to try and win public support over to their side.
We Americans would not be able to live without immigrants, without having people do things for us, because we do not know how to take care of ourselves. And that is the truth. I come from, my mother was here undocumented. She was here for like 20-something years undocumented. And with that, her children, her 3 boys that she had, my older brothers, they all served for the Marines and the Army. And that was after they served that she decided to go ahead and get her citizenship and become an American citizen.
I was born here, but when the Supreme Court says you can be profiled based upon how you look, how you dress, I wear a lot of Mexico shirts. I am very proud of my heritage, so I'm very often wearing things that, to somebody that doesn't know, oh, is this man American or is he Mexican? The reality is I'm both, but I have this stupid piece of paper that says I have a right to be here. But according to the Supreme Court, that's not enough anymore.
All right, so this demonstration is now on the move through the streets of Chicago along Michigan Avenue near the lakefront. I've got all my gear here in my backpack, and we will be quite mobile, so you'll be able to get a real sense for what these demonstrations are like right now here on the streets of Chicago as ICE descends on the neighborhoods here in this city, and these demonstrators prepare for the potential occupation of Chicago by the National Guard. So words that I heard to describe these demonstrations from these protesters and from organizers was solidarity, was power, was unity, and you really feel it when you are in the middle of this crowd. So of course these demonstrations are in response to the Trump administration just announcing Operation Midway Blitz, which is the Department of Homeland Security saying that it is going to ramp up ICE operations here in the city. Trump is singling out Chicago because it exists in the minds of many Americans as a high crime city, something to be feared rather than celebrated, a cultural melting pot.
No, I never feel like my safety's in threat. I walk my dog, I take the public transportation to work, to the Cubs game. I go for runs by the lakefront trail. Other people are walking their dogs. I see kids walking around everywhere. It's a city, so obviously there's going to be some level of crime, and you have to be careful and keep your guard up in certain ways like you would need to for any city. But Chicago is a great place with great people, and I'm proud to be a Chicago.
There you have it. Chicago turning out, protesting Donald Trump's fascist crackdown. Now, protesters have been out all this week, clashing with ICE agents. This is from 13 hours ago, ABC 7 Chicago.
Tanya and Troll, that probably happened within the past 15 minutes or so. These demonstrators who are and were lining this driveway into the parking lot here at the Broadview ICE processing facility. There was a van trying to exit the parking lot. The demonstrators who were on federal property wouldn't move, so we saw a number of ICE agents, federal ICE agents, come out in their tactical equipment, try to get the demonstrators to move. That didn't happen. So what we saw was at least one demonstrator being taken away. You can see video right here that we captured on our cell phones being taken away into the ICE processing facility right here behind us. Obviously, that upset a number of the demonstrators out here. We heard one person scream after it happened. And now this has sort of become the contentious, really, moment of the morning, I would say. You have a lot of demonstrators now yelling at these ICE agents that they're going to have 10,000 more people out here now because this demonstrator was taken into custody. Now, these demonstrators say they're going to be out here every week as Operation.
Yeah, and I hope they do. I hope they do come out in force because of this. This is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. They think they're the police. They're not. They don't just get to randomly grab people because they don't like what they're doing. They have one job and one job only. That's immigration enforcement. They don't get to enforce public disorderly conduct or anything like that. If you, I mean, it's like, I mean, you know, I mean, they're just protesting to begin with. But the point is like, none of this is not within their jurisdiction. But they keep playing this game. They keep acting like a police force. Keep picking up people. American citizens. Here's a live stream. Fox 32 Chicago, 10 hours ago. Broadview ICE protests persists with several clashes. They love how they always say clashes. Like I catch myself saying it, like clashes, as if it's the ICE, as if it's, you know, ICE is just defending themselves and protesters are just attacking them. They're clashing with. Don't you see these rioters, these terrible rioters who are just trying to, you know, ensure that the law is properly enforced and the Constitution isn't subverted. Who are just using their constitutionally protected right to congregate, to gather, and to speak their minds. But it's a clash. Oh, they're clashing. How dare they? Look at these violent people standing here with American flags. America! Fuck yeah! They must hate America. That's why I see at least 3 American flags. America haters. That's why they hold it. It's like, I hate America so much, I just hold the flag out in disgust. I wave it angrily. Okay. We got more coverage of this. This is from 8 hours ago. Video shows ICE protesters being dragged on the ground by ICE agents in Chicago. Just want to remind everybody that we have 47 minutes left to complete the goal, and we are 5 of 5.
Well, look at this video to our
Even
monitors. Some breaking news at this hour.
lie.
Chaotic clash. This involves ICE agents you're seeing here and protesters just outside of Chicago. CBS News Chicago had one of the first crews on the scene in the middle of all of this. Maritza Perlman is outside that facility right now with an update.
The protesters have been out here since about 5 this morning. Now, the crowd has grown significantly smaller, but in the past few minutes or so, we have seen some of these protesters start to approach the gates. That's where those ICE agents are inside there. One of those protesters ringing the bell consistently here. Now, at this point, we know at least 2 people have been taken into custody by those ICE agents. They were both protesters. ICE agents have been on the roof of the building here, and at one point fired pepper balls, rubber bullets, and smoke grenades at the crowd below. This happened after protesters were trying to block a car that one of their fellow protesters was taken away in, and that is when things really started to turn aggressive here this morning. Some sort of chemical agent we believe to be tear gas was deployed into that same crowd. We want to show you now. Take a look at how the morning progressed here.
What I love about this ICE facility is that they've boarded up all the windows so you can't see anything that's happening inside. It gives real gulag vibes, you know? Real concentration camp vibes when you do that, where you're like, we the government don't want any of the citizens to see what's happening in here. It's like one of those political camps that Bashar al-Assad allegedly had in Syria. Just a terrifying, just characterless building with no visibility to the people, even though it's being paid for with tax dollars, resides in a U.S. city and state. It's just so fucking creepy. Look at them clashing. Look at the protesters clashing. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, it's never the protesters clashing. The protesters were minding their own fucking business, protesting as they were, using their constitutional rights, standing there minding their fucking business, and then then ICE agents clashed with protesters, attacked protesters, rushed out onto out onto the street, grabbing them, physically assaulting them, and dragging them into an ICE facility. Once again, let's not forget that they have absolutely zero jurisdiction over any U.S. citizens. But do they care? No. It's fine. What, the DOJ is going to go after ICE agents?
Give me a joke.
Give me another good one. I think the United States needs its own internal Nuremberg trials. When and if Democrats ever take back power. Just, I mean, they're already, going full McCarthyist on us. It was the... Oh, gosh. This whole fucking thing is just fucking insane. All right, let's leave Chicago. Go to New York, where dozens were arrested, including multiple elected officials, outside of an ICE holding facility in Lower Manhattan earlier today.
New York State Public Advocate Jumaane Williams is among the city and state elected officials arrested during an ICE protest Thursday at 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan.
They were protesting the treatment of detainees being held there. Christina Fan, live in Lower Manhattan with more this morning. Christina?
Chris and Mary, good morning. The ICE holding facility inside this building behind us has been a major source of controversy over the last few months. Yesterday, a group of local lawmakers came here and they say they wanted to check to see if ICE agents were following a federal judge's recent ruling to improve conditions inside when they were detained. Here you can see a group of demonstrators sitting in front of a driveway of 26 Federal Plaza as police moved in to make arrests. The NYPD says a total of 66 people were taken in and issued summonses. Among those arrested, Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, City Comptroller Brad Lander, 3 state senators, and 8 state assembly members. Earlier this week, a U.S. District Court granted a preliminary injunction.
What is fucking insane is that Eric Adams could put a stop to this right now. Is the NYPD is who's doing the arresting in this case. They're arresting sitting government officials, elected officials, who are doing their jobs, attempting to get into this facility to oversee that this judge's order is being adhered to by ICE. And rather than, I don't know, getting the police to open up this building for officials, Eric Adams sends the NYPD on them.
This is ridiculous!
Of totalitarianism.
Would improve conditions for people detained at the facility. The order prohibits ICE from detaining people in spaces of less than 50 square feet, requires ICE to improve access to hygiene products, and ensures detainees can make confidential calls to their lawyers within 24 hours of being detained. A group of protesters say they went up to the 10th floor to check on conditions, but were hauled away before they got the chance.
Happening is an imposing fear and literally kidnapping our neighbors, people who have nothing to do very often with anything to do with criminality.
We're at a time where people in our communities are being scapegoated in order to continue to shift the balance of power, and people are less safe because of it.
In a statement, a spokesperson
Yeah, I don't get what ICE had to say. They have no justification for not allowing them in. NYPD has no justification for arresting these people.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
We're living in a complete and total state of totalitarianism, okay? And it's bad. It's very not good. All right, let's go here. Reuters, 13 hours ago. How Washington residents are responding to Trump's ICE crackdown.
It serves no point. It makes no one safer. I've never felt unsafe living in DC. I've lived here for 25 years. But what is unsafe is taking our neighbors off the street with no explanation and no reason.
Nobody's taking it. Can you just please just step back? Let us do our job. You're more than welcome to videotape all you want. But just please step back. But we are doing our job. You don't know what my job is, okay?
No one should be going through that, no matter if you're black, white, Latino. It's just not something that should be happening to anyone.
I need a shelter, and I will do that. So we have two items for your attention today, sir. A major focus of your administration has been shifting the conversation and shifting the policy dynamics around the issue of immigration, closing the border, preventing illegal immigration, but also, as is the case with the executive order in front of you, opening new pathways for truly extraordinary people to come contribute to America instead of taking away from it. So this executive order is entitled the Gold Card. It will set up a new pathway, a new visa pathway for foreigners of extraordinary ability.
Extraordinary ability.
In the United States for a payment.
Extraordinary. I love how they assume that if you have $1 million that you just have extraordinary abilities. Well, does. I think that is this administration. That is exactly who they are. You think that money makes you extraordinary. You got $1 million, you're extraordinary. Get on in here.
$1 million to the U.S. Treasury, or if a corporation is sponsoring them, $2 million by that corporation, and that will give them access to expedited visa treatment as part of this new Gold Card program.
Immediately, if not sooner. That people, they go to the best schools and they do great and they get great marks, and then they're thrown out of the country. You're not allowed to stay. This way, a corporation will be able, sort of like a signing bonus in baseball or football, a corporation will be able to get them to stay in the country, and I think it's going to be tremendously successful. Howard, would you say a few words about that?
Sure. So historically, the employment-based green card program let in 281,000 people a year, and those people, on average, earned $66,000 a year on average, and they were 5 times more likely to go on assistance programs of the government. So we were taking in the bottom quartile, below the average American. It was illogical. The only country in the world that was taking in the bottom quartile. So what we are doing now is we are going to stop doing that. We're going to only take extraordinary people at the very top instead of
Oh, okay, I get it, Howard. So we're going to get rid of all the people who are doing the low-paying jobs. Okay. Jobs you claim that made it so that these people were taking public assistance. And instead, we're going to get Americans to do those low-paying jobs. Okay, so we're going to get all the Americans to do all the lowest-paying jobs, and then we're going to bring in the most rich, the richest, most talented international people. Then we're going to bring them, and we're going to give them the best jobs, and that's how we're going to make America better. Okay, Howard. I guess that it makes America great. All right, let's go from listening to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to listening to some people who talk a little bit more sense about the economy. Specifically, Bernie Sanders, who, along with Perfect Union, went to West Virginia, deep in Trump country, to try and convince some Trump voters that democratic socialism is actually the way.
Oh, that's my son. Hey, what's going on? They're having a video shot here, and it's about Bernie Sanders coming to town, and they know that we're all Trump supporters.
What happens when you put Bernie Sanders in a room full of Trump voters?
I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed.
It's complicated. But then again, so is West Virginia.
This is West Virginia.
A state that voted blue for almost 80 years straight until it flipped hard to become the second reddest state in the country.
This is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really? It's easy to assume that West Virginia will be red forever, but I'm not so sure. I live here, and I talk to a lot of Trump voters about floods that leveled their homes, power bills that climb every year, and you'd be surprised how many of them sound like Bernie Sanders.
The billionaires, they don't need a tax break.
They're trying to give all the billionaires and rich people breaks. That's the opposite of what you should be doing.
So when I heard that Bernie was rolling through, I wanted to know, can a democratic socialist from Vermont, who's not even running for president, connect in the heart of Trump country?
All right, where should I sit? I'm in the middle here.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if he did?
You started with Trump, and then now you're a whole volunteer.
A whole volunteer for Bernie Sanders. He's just ultra-liberal. He's a socialist.
I'm sorry to get everybody in trouble here.
China!
And me? I got to drive him around in my truck and find out.
Senator, welcome back to West Virginia. I know it's not your first time here.
No, it is not. Been here several times, and I must tell you, I love the state, actually. It's a beautiful state, and I very much enjoy the people, very down-to-earth, working-class people. You know, we campaigned here very vigorously.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Yes.
And we had to take on Hillary Clinton and Joe Manchin and the whole Democratic Party establishment. We went to places where politicians don't usually go, including McDowell County, down in the southern part of the state.
Bernie Sanders, who joins me now.
We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. What do you think? Do you think we should join other countries and guarantee health care as a right of all?
Yeah, I think every American citizen should have health care.
We ended up winning West Virginia. We won every single county in the state.
In 2016, Bernie didn't just win West Virginia. He shocked everybody who thought they had this place figured out.
We've won a big victory in West Virginia.
But that was just a Democratic primary in 2016. The real question is, how does Bernie's message land with Trump voters in 2025?
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you come back to me. Sound good? All right, talk about health care here in Mingo County. What's the story? I see a hand woman right here. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is Sheila Rose, and I ended up back in Mingo County where I grew up after a chronic illness paralyzed me about 4 years ago. I've come a long way since then, But anytime I need to see a specialist, it's a 2-hour trip. Anytime I need a referral to a new specialist, it's a 6-month wait. There is no way to stay healthy in Mingo County.
Mingo County is in the southern coal fields of West Virginia. For generations, people here dug the coal that lit America's cities and kept the factories running. Now, the coal jobs are mostly gone. And what's left is poverty on a scale that rivals anywhere in the United States.
It's crying at the grocery store, choosing between paying a bill or having food in the cabinet or the refrigerator. It affects your health, and then you don't have health care. Child care is ridiculously expensive, so it's very stressful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mingo County, like the rest of the state, went big for Donald Trump. So we followed up with some of his voters over biscuits and coffee to find out what that's all about.
Here, you can't watch this whole thing. It's like 20 minutes long. Let's go towards the end of this thing. Look who it is. Chuck Schumer. We will win.
The Democrats shifted their strategy. They left the coal towns and the haulers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio.
This one sentence tells you literally everything about where the Democratic Party is today and why we are here. Why we are where we are. So I just want to play that one more time.
Suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can
people like Chuck Schumer, for the last 2-3 decades, have abandoned the working class, the blue-collar people that used to vote Democrat in places like West Virginia, in Ohio, in Indiana, in all of these swing states that have gone more red and more red every single election. And that, like, this delusional way of thinking that people like fucking Chuck Schumer, Democrats like him, have had, has not played out. What it's done is lost Democrats more elections than it's won in the 21st century. Okay? It's just a fact. And it is massively problematic. And they're continuing to hold on to that strategy. They held on to it straight through 2024. They lost that and then continued to try and like double and triple down on it after the fact and said we didn't go Republican enough. We didn't appeal enough to those people that haven't been voting with us already, and we're going to continue to ignore the working class, the people who we abandoned 30 years ago, and this is why we are where we are. The sentence sums it up so clearly.
Strategy. They left the coal towns and the haulers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
The whole valley here was Democrat.
It's incredible. 3 out of the 4 states that he just listed, Democrats
years and years,
lost.
and here the last
3 out of the 4 states that he just listed, Democrats lost in the 2024 election. Pennsylvania, Indiana, Ohio. Wait, did we lose Wisconsin too? Oh, no, he said Illinois. He said whatever it is. Like 4 or 5, actually. He said Wisconsin. 4 or 5. Pennsylvania, Illinois. I'm sorry, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Indiana, Ohio. Lost all 4 of those. The only one that we won, Illinois. It's incredible. It's incredible. These people are so fucking ineffective and cannot see the error. They're literally incapable of seeing the error of the ways because of how much money they're making. They refuse to see the error of their ways because the more that they err, the more money that they make. They just continue to suck up more and more money from big dollar donors.
5 or 6 years, it has evolved into a red.
West Virginia's turn from deep blue to solid red happened fast, all while hospitals struggled to stay open, classrooms emptied out, and opioids were pumped into these hills. Then came Trump, who promised to turn back the clock.
Coal is coming back. Clean coal is coming back. 100%.
Donald Trump says he's going to bring back jobs to Appalachia, to the coal mining areas.
Yeah, they may do it.
You can see President Trump's bringing in all kind of industry. There's going to be jobs up the kazoo.
Look, why is Trump president? It's not complicated, in my view.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party was about protecting the status quo and tinkering around the edges.
Yeah.
You know, we promise you we're not going to do anything bold. We're very bipartisan. We're going to work with the business community. We love billionaires. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? And Trump comes along and says the system is broken.
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why I alone can fix it.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's right. The system is broken. Now, his solutions only make it worse.
Trump, for all his promises, has not brought the coal industry back. But with the big beautiful bill, his signature piece of legislation, he made his mark on West Virginia. It's estimated that more than 50,000 West Virginians will be cut from Medicaid. At least 7 hospitals in the state are at risk of shutting down, and as many as 84,000 people will lose access to food assistance because of this bill.
So in this bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill, why do you think they cut Medicaid? To save government money so that, what?
They can give tax to their donors.
Exactly. It's not only $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, it's a huge tax break to large corporations as well.
So why do they need to have a tax break?
All right.
I
now
could use
you're
a tax
asking
break.
me,
I mean, I'm being real. I know I pay like 26% taxes. Like, I could use that money.
look, these people on top are not nice people. They want more and more. They don't have $1 million. That's chump change.
Yeah.
And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in some case.
When you live here, it feels like a poor country.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I mean, when you say we're the wealthiest, like you said that several times yesterday, and I was like, is it true though? Because like,
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
In aggregate, that's what, look, if we're sitting here and I'm worth $1 billion and all of you are broke, you add it all together, you divide it, we're very wealthy, right? We're all worth $100 million. But I got $1 billion and you got nothing. That's America. And if I say that I think the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, are you going to think I'm a communist and a terrible person?
China. Listen, if you talk the way that you did, and you're so reasonable, like they've painted you in a bad light, and it actually makes me very angry because, you know, you see things and you believe it. I'll just be honest, I haven't really seen you talk before. I haven't really I don't follow politics that much. And so the last couple days before this, I started watching some of your speeches and I started watching your interviews, and I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed in the media, right?
Yeah, shocking. This woman in West Virginia, like many others, being propagandized by things like Fox News. And not just Fox News. Honestly, people like CNN have engaged in this sort of shit, talking about Bernie like he's some radical authoritarian. He just wants people to have health care and to have a decent way of life in America, the richest country on the planet. You know, I just want people to be starving in the streets. Stuff like that. Very simple stuff, if you ask me. All right, well, I think this is going to be the last video of the half of the second half. Just to remind everybody, we have less than 20 minutes to complete the goal. We're at 5 of 10, halfway through. So close. We were so close, but now it's honestly feeling further and further away. We could still complete it. We could still ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet week-ending report content, which we all so deserve. It's been a crazy week, and how else are we to break down what happened without these week-ending reports? Can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, let's talk about Democrats a little bit more. Messaging, things like that. And also fart huffing. That's right. The Ezra Klein podcast, where fake intellectualism thrives.
There's really two sort of major projects that we feel that people have to work on. At least I think, and that we try and do in the context of this show, which is, to push back against the rising authoritarianism, to pressure and expose the failure of the Democratic leadership and, the support structure around a lot of that Democratic leadership thought, and show how wrong they are, and in many instances, hope to push them out of the leadership, et cetera. Came across, gosh, I actually watched some of this, and it was painful to watch Ross Dothout and Ezra Klein have a conversation. They're both smart people when they want to be. And then there are other times where their smartness is, how do I walk a certain a line here and appeal to the constituencies that I want to?
Yeah, a bit of a rebrand from him that is been taking place over the entire calendar year of 2025. Ezra Klein, who I
don't think it's a rebrand. Yeah, I think
but to the layman, people they think he's a liberal, okay, because he's positioned himself as such. He has NPR voice. He's got a beard or something. I don't really get it, but that's what he's been associated with the Democratic Party. But he's actually trying to stake out the new center, which is the whole abundance effort, including this fluff piece about Charlie Kirk's life, including...
That didn't cite anything from Charlie Kirk himself.
No words of his, including his conversation with Ben Shapiro, that is, I think Shapiro is looking to find new allies, given the Daily Wire's financial situation and the fact that the right is becoming increasingly anti-Israel, especially online, the young Republicans, not the older ones. So I think that there's a very, very lucrative market, and it's always people around 40 years old when they're like, all right, it's time for me. I've been doing this for a while, whatever. I mean, in 10 years, if I'm doing this, you can call me out on it. I've been doing this for a while, but it's time for me to cash in. And the easiest way to cash in is to be a liberal that's on the center now and having conversations with Ben Shapiro and all that stuff.
He's cashed in a long time ago. I mean, he made a ton of money selling Vox and
Paul Ryan.
There's always more.
Yes, but he was, this is the thing that people forget this. He was a champion of Paul Ryan. I disagree with Paul Ryan, but he's a serious individual. Paul Ryan was never a serious individual. It was always a joke. And so this is a role.
Give me a joke.
Klein has had. I don't think Klein is going through a rebrand. I think.
Yeah, the fact that he laundered Paul Ryan back then, it's fucking hilarious. That anybody's ever taken Paul Ryan seriously, I find to be fascinating. Truly hilarious to me. Christopher Tablante with a sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 7 of 10. 7 of 10. Wow, getting us much closer to completing the goal. I'm so mad at Tyler because I probably shouldn't use uwu or owo for the rest of the year. I'm improvising with kitty emote. I think that's a kitty. It's hard to tell, actually. I think it's a kitty. Yes, Tyler Robinson has ruined Uwu and Owo for at least a year, one would think. But with the way the news cycle is going, I mean, maybe by next month you'll be good. I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say for sure. By this time next year, we will have all forgotten Charlie Kirk. So much will have happened. None of us will even remember who that is.
Happening is that the ground is shifting underneath him. He is staying exactly where he has been, which is always to give credence for certain sort of like center right economic policies, or centrist, however you want to describe it. But the ground is shifting underneath him, and I think that is
we knew
what's
that's who he was. The average person, he's now making overtures publicly to appeal
at
to
that time. Listen, at that time, he was also publicly praising Paul Ryan. And it just didn't have the reaction. The ground is shifted, and he doesn't really realize it, and he's caught. And here is a clip of him and Ezra Klein.
I think they're saying the same thing in a way, and like it's just like that people didn't notice it, but it's because the ground has shifted, right? Like Emma's right and Sam is right. Like Emma's right, the people didn't notice it, but the reason that the people didn't notice it is that the ground was in a different place than it is now, right? And that people are punishing this kind of centrist garbage more than they were 5-10 years ago. People still believed in this sort of enlightened centrist politic, if you will. Some still disillusioned, whatever. I think people get it.
Him and Ross Douthat. And Ezra is talking about like this moment in Democrat. And then what happens, there were two things I found fascinating about this. One is, this is the argument that I was having with Ezra Klein, that I wanted to have with him, not the specifics of the housing situation in San Francisco, which, he had written a couple essays on. Because I don't know about the housing situation in San Francisco. I wanted to have the more general conversation of like what is impacting our politics. And listen to the way he frames this. This is fascinating.
As a book, and it created so much energy, which is more than I thought it was going to create.
Go back a little bit so that we can hear him say like, go back just a hair here, because he's basically talking about like why abundance as a book made such a splash. And we should be clear, it did very, very well. We should also be clear that Tech Money put $120 million into branding stuff abundance.
Abundance Fest.
This is
they
ridiculous.
had a festival. It wasn't a grassroots. It didn't come out of like the grassroots. It was
Yeah, that is the least grassroots possible thing you could do, is spend $100 million on marketing and branding. I mean, that is the most manufactured possible strategy you could take, I think. Let's just pour an ungodly amount of money into this message that we desperately want to push.
down funded by rich guys. That's the problem here.
And I'm sure his book was both helped by that, but also helped encourage that type of investment. And so, all credit due. But let's not pretend that this was some type of popular sort of like coalescing around these ideas. I'm sorry, that is not the case, but go ahead.
After you lose an election like that, if you tell yourself it's existential and you lose, then it's not even clear how you return to sort of normal political alarm in that environment.
I think there's that. I think the loss of 2024 shattered the Democratic Party's confidence in its own politics. Yeah. And I just don't think that the new leadership, the new ideas have yet emerged. I mean, one of the reasons I think
keep it up there.
They've absolutely
understand. Like, he didn't define exactly what politics were shattered.
And then there was
like to us, what we see is like Chuck Schumer's politics, like Harris's politics of avoiding engaging in the things, the politics that came out of the DNC convention and lasted through the campaign, as opposed to the politics of Tim Walz, right? I mean, that's what we think lost. But
yeah, exactly. Do people think that Emma gets interrupted a lot by Sam? I feel like Sam has always been an interrupter, right? Like, even back when Michael was the co-host. Like, I feel like Sam was constantly interrupting Michael. I feel like that's just Sam's way of conversing. You know, he's a very dynamic talker. And I feel like he just kind of jumps in whenever. He's, you know, just playing... what do you call it? Double Dutch, you know, just playing double Dutch with the conversation all the time. But I think if Emma does want to be interrupted less, what she's got to do is she's got to do more impressions, you know, because that's one thing. I feel like the one thing that Michael didn't get interrupted doing was, you know, you pull out a Obama impression, you know, Mandela, whatever, what have you. I think that always gave him more mic time, you know, because Sam's always appreciated the sort of comedic element of that.
He's not saying anything specific. It's just a like democratic, and I think he maintains this vagueness so that at different times in the course of the conversation that he's having, and I don't mean just in this specific one, he's able to shift as to what that is. All right, go ahead.
It's what a salesman would do.
Did as well as it did as a book. And it created so much energy, which is more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side, a liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking and power, right? It's a problem that...
Pause it for a second. Pause it. Just think about this. He is conflating... He's saying on the policy side, there's a liberal version of policy making and a populist vision of policy making and power. Like, there's a lot of things. Things are he's keeping things very nebulous here by saying, wait, are you talking about a theory of change? Are you talking about an assessment of power? Or are you just saying how we go about making policy? Because
it's not very fucking granular.
Well, yeah, he's being vague on purpose because he wants to jam some stuff together. Go ahead.
The government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity.
No, go back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I gotta agree with them on this one. You know, I think vagueness is sort of the opposite of granularity. You know, I'm not a literature degree haver like Matt Leck, but I think I know my words enough. I'm fairly certain that vague is different, very different, almost the polar opposite of granular.
I think Abundance did as well as it did as a book, and it created so much energy, which is more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side, a liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking and power, right? It's a problem that the government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity, the state capacity is weakened, or it's a problem just that we have oligarchy and corporate power. And if you could smash that oligarchy and smash the corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promise people, right? Then there's a split on...
Why does this guy look like he's smelling like a fart? Or like some very stinky cheese? Like that is the face that he seems to be giving this whole... Like, look at this man's face. What is it? What is that smell I am smelling right now?
National corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promised people, right? Then there's a split on politics.
Pause it right there. Okay. You understand that's the same thing. You understand that's the same thing. Like, in one hand, he's saying, do we have a limited number of, well, it's the same thing because he's not being specific about something. Government does not exist in a vacuum. Government's ability to do things does not exist in a vacuum. Government power and capacity does not exist in a vacuum. We certainly have the shovels. We have the money, access to the money. We have the tanks. We have whatever it is we need. But something's inhibiting it. But he just says, is it a story of limited government capacity, or is it a story of like oligarchs are working on government? Well, that's the same thing. What he's not answering is, what is the limiting factor in his ideology? And he's not mentioning it because, of course, it's unions, it's environmentalists, it's poor people demanding like no asthma in these buildings and whatnot.
Help! I'm being repressed!
It really isn't a question of whether state has capacity or not capacity, to the extent that in the populist version, the story goes that state capacity is limited because of wealthy interests that inhibit the government's capacity. Now, he pretends like they just are interested in a voodoo thing, but in his story, there are other sort of like inhibitors of government capacity. But continue.
And I just want to add, like, that the what he's saying there about how we filled a void with abundance, the book that we know had, and the festival that came with it that had significant financial backing, is a deliberate way to steer the conversation from what has actually filled the void of an anemic Democratic Party leadership, of a party leadership that no one respects or listens to. And that has been the things like the Fight Oligarchy tour, and folks like Zoran Mamdani's campaign, and even a guy like Chris Van Hollen.
Emma is 100% right about that. Yeah, when he claims that the nothing has filled the void, nothing has filled the void that he and corporate donors can get excited about. Because it's all tax the rich. It's all tax the rich and provide people with public services. And that's not a message that people like Ezra Klein and these abundance folks can get behind. Look, how are we supposed to have abundance if billionaires if billionaires are forced to be less abundant in their lives than they were yesterday? Well, that's a failure of abundance then, okay? Oh, we can't have that. All right, we can't have regular people having slightly more abundance. Like a lot more abundance, while billionaires have just a tiny fraction less abundance and continue to live incredibly gilded fucking lives. Okay, people, we have to take a galactic intermission. We have 53 seconds until the goal comes to a close, with 7 of 10 having been completed, but 3 still sitting outstanding. Don't forget that you can contribute both to the galactic deficit and the YouTube goal by going over to Cash App or PayPal. Send a couple of bucks on there, or becoming a galactic patron. Just an idea, just throwing it out into the void. I'm going to count it down. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bah. Well, that's unfortunate. Thankfully, I am feeling generous today. Very unusual for me to feel generous. Of course, I'm joking. I do this, I think, every time that we don't complete a goal. Don't count on that every time, but just saying. I think it does happen more often than it doesn't. And I'm fine with that. I'm just going to restart this goal here. Let's do an hour. I'm going to give chat an hour to complete the rest of the goal, which is really, it's only 3 of 10. It's $15. Split up between 40 people watching right now. That's like, what is that? 30 cents per person? 30 or 40 cents per person. Can't do the math right now. All right, the final countdown initiated. 1 hour. No, what have I done? Okay, it says 0. It says 0 of 10. That is unintentional. We only need 3, but I'm not redoing it. I'm not redoing it. I think you all know. You all know where we're at. We're at 7 of 10. Okay, quick break. Be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you do not miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App or PayPal if you'd rather your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to get yourself over onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. The link is in the chat and in my YouTube bio, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. That's right, you could be sitting poolside at the Galactic hangout sesh, perhaps at the bar, the lake, or the street. That's right. Your avatar could be populating one of the screens that you just saw with your eyes. But that's not all. You could get a shout out at the end of every stream. That's right, your name could be seen here amongst the stars, the producers of the Galactic podcast. That's not it, though. Secret Discord channel for patrons only inside of the broader Galactic Discord server. Secret content also exists on Patreon. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. muted. All right, everybody. We are back. Time for the third half of the stream. Hold on. I am trying to make a snack right now. The only thing I have to eat on the space station is protein powder. So I am shaking a shake right now. Sorry to offend your ears with the sounds of shaking. I must at least give myself some number of calories in the day, or I'm just gonna waste away and die. And I've not had money for buying actual groceries as of late. Okay, that's good. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, in the third half, we're going to start off talking economics, the economy, and what the Trump economy looks like for regular people right now, especially as it relates to banking services. As the CFPB under Donald Trump is seemingly just not regulating or pursuing anyone for any sort of wrongdoing.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Michigan, Ms. Tlaib is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. You know, we're talking about all of this, and all I keep thinking about is how paralyzed the CFPB is right now. I mean, this is where the 911 for consumer fraud is. I mean, romance fraud is up. I have this huge fraud right now. You got to check this out, Chairman, where they say, oh, you didn't respond to the jury response. Did you hear about this one? To jury duty, and your warrant's out for your arrest, and they get these calls. I had one constituent lose $11,000 on that one. They're getting so sophisticated, because you're right, they even have a website with .org. Like, so, not .gov, but .org, like, so it looks real. It almost looks exactly like, and the number that they call them from is the same county number. All of that to say is CFPB was doing an incredible job, and it's being paralyzed right now. Why? Because it goes after banks that cover up the scams. Let's be honest.
Illegal.
Let's be frank here. Everybody keeps thinking about that, but think about it. I don't know why they don't want to like help and aid in regards to this. I mean, to see them in March, you know, CFPB under the current administration dropped a case against digital payment app. What's that? Zelle, a joint venture between Wells Fargo, Chase, Bank of America, delivering a de facto pardon to the company for failing to protect its, users from fraud. We're almost giving them like, hey, well, that's not our fault. We can't. Oh, well. I mean, that doesn't make it. There should be a sense of responsibility on the consumer to be protected if these big banks are,
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like we like need an agency for that. What would we call an agency just theoretically? Hypothetically, what would we call an agency that's sole purpose was to protect consumers? I don't know, maybe something like the Consumer Financial Bureau of Protection, something like that.
On the consumer to be protected, that doesn't make it. There should be a sense of responsibility on the consumer to be protected if these big banks are, again. Having their consumers, use their service. It doesn't make any sense to me. One of the things, and this is to all the witnesses, if banks fail to fulfill their obligations under the Electronic Funds Transfer Act, some protections in there, requiring them to investigate customer complaints of fraud. If those banks willfully ignore hundreds of millions of dollars in consumer losses, would you agree that at that moment, they're not going to be held accountable and they're not going to even actually proceed unless we force them to. I feel like people think they're just going to do the right thing. And I'm like, no, CFP made them do it. And so what I continue to see, I don't care if it's the loan services for the student loans, I don't care if it was the folks targeting the veterans, and some of this stuff never gets headlines. It never gets in the headlines. So I would love to hear from all of you. I mean, you saw this case get dropped, and be honest. Be honest. Do you think them dropping that case exposed all of our consumers right now?
So I'll jump in real quick. So the EFTA, one of the brilliant things about that statute is that it actually has a private enforcement.
She's talking about for my residents, Electronic Funds Transfer Act. I just want them to know, when they see that, they don't know that there's protections in there. They
Right.
just think it's something to do with transfer of money.
So it does have private enforcement with really strong remedies if it's violated, including punitive damages and treble damages. However, not everybody can afford a lawyer.
That's right.
And one of the brilliant things about the CFPB is it acted on behalf of all of those who can't
I said that to
afford
people. The elder law clinic can't take the case. I'm serious, Chairman. They didn't take the case. They can't do any. I send them to CFPB, and sometimes CFPB just calls or sends the letter and inquiry, gets it fixed like that.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen.
And I
Immediately, if not sooner.
I just want to, respond to something that one of the witnesses talked about, which is about private entities that are able to help protect consumers. Now, that is all well and good, and I love that, but there are low-income consumers who can't afford those services, and that's the importance of government agencies.
I mean, what do you all think, other than, Ms. Carla here, what do you all think about them dropping the case? You think that was a great idea?
I mean, think about that for a second, right? Because what this means is, right, is that in order for you to receive reasonable protection under the law from financial crimes, you have to be rich. You have to have enough wealth to be able to protect yourself even after having suffered a financial loss. All right, like after already being hit by a scam and losing a bunch of money, you have to have enough money, aside from the money that you've lost, to be able to pay for a lawyer to get protection, rather than just having this agency that's its sole purpose is to just handle these cases for literally everybody. It's fucking insane. It's insane. Protection for the rich and then anarchy for the poor. And one thing that's going to hit consumers at some point, we'll talk about at some point, the timeliness of it in a second, but the Federal Reserve on Wednesday announced that after 10, 11 months, I think, something like that, without having changed interest rates, are going to be lowering interest rates once again, this time by 1/4 point. What that will have in terms of implications for the future, we will get to in a moment. Let's just start off here. Before we even get to the Federal Reserve meeting, let's see what Donald Trump had to say about the independence of the Federal Reserve.
There is big trouble. Who do you believe the Federal Reserve is an independent body? What do you think about the independence?
Oh, it should be, but I think they should listen to smart people like me. I think I have a better instinct than him. If you look, all the economists got it wrong. I got it right, along with one other people out of 100.
Should the Federal Reserve be independent? Yes, but they should listen to me, the president. Just the most contradictory sentence that could be said. It's the reverse of independent. That would literally be dependent. The whole idea of independent is that they aren't dictated to by any other body of government. But Donald Trump just doesn't understand how words work or how the government works. All right, let's go here. CNN 2 days ago, Federal Reserve cuts rates for the first time this year.
Major breaking economic news. The Federal Reserve announcing its decision on whether to make its first interest rate cut this year, and it's happening after months of pressure from President Trump. Let's go straight to CNN's Matt Egan. He is live for us at the Federal Reserve headquarters here in Washington. Tell us about this decision, Matt.
Yeah, Brianna, the Fed just delivered an interest rate cut, and it is the quarter-point cut that was widely expected. Now, this is a big deal because it is the first interest rate cut of the second Trump administration, and it's sending a clear message that Federal Reserve officials are more worried about the slumping job market than they are about stubborn inflation. They're acting now to try to shore up the job market before this trouble turns into something worse. And they're signaling this concern in their new statement that they just put out by inserting some new language that I'll read to you now. Fed officials say that job gains have slowed and the unemployment rate has edged up but remains low. Fed officials also say that they have judged that downside risks to employment have risen. Now, at the same time, this statement also says that inflation has moved up and remains somewhat elevated, which just gets...
This tells you where the Federal Reserve stands right now. I don't think that they chose to do this based upon what Donald Trump has been saying. I think what this really truly says is the Federal Reserve, after the latest revisions, for the first revision and then the second revision that came in over the whole year, that figure was, I think, alarming enough to the Federal Reserve that they are now significantly more concerned about the job market than about inflation, even though inflation is going up and it's not going to be good. If we keep going in the direction we're headed, it's not going to get any better. But they are most concerned about the job market, and I think they're probably right about that determination. But this will have negative impacts on inflation. And it's not even a guarantee that this is going to lower interest rates or create jobs. This is the thing about all of it, right? Is that much of what the Federal Reserve does is it's all kind of theoretical. Like, none of it is a guarantee. It's not like the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates and all of a sudden 100,000 jobs pop up somewhere, right? Like, it's like macroeconomic theory that they're doing all this based upon. They're like, okay, well, it's basically trickle down economics. This is what they're going off of. They're saying, look, if we make borrowing less expensive by lowering the federal funds rate, the federal funds rate is what banks and institutions pay when they borrow money directly from the Federal Reserve, which of course no regular people are doing. It's just big institutions that are borrowing money directly from the Fed. When's the last time you asked the Federal Reserve for money?
Give me a joke.
And so in theory, if these institutions are able to acquire capital for less money, right, for less interest, then they will most likely pass on the savings to consumers. And in this case, it's like big businesses, right? Like the banks come and take money from the Federal Reserve. They loan whatever. Say they loan they get like $10 billion loan. J.P. Morgan takes out $10 billion from the Federal Reserve. They can capitalize on that with fractional reserve banking, first off, by loaning out, much more than what is actually on the books. They can loan out is it $100 billion on the 10? I can't remember the exact. I think fractional reserve, I think it's 10 to 1. So they could loan out $100 billion on that 10 billion, right? But in theory, if the interest rate they're paying on that 10 billion is lower, then they could pass on the savings to the consumer. And with that extra money, these businesses will be more likely to hire more workers. But it's not a guarantee. And unfortunately, ever since the announcement, interest rates have actually gone up. 30-year bonds have actually gone up. The mortgage rates, which are based on 30-year bonds, have gone up. which means there's other factors at play here that are keeping those interest rates from actually going down. And we've been talking about these factors for a while now. It's loss of faith in the federal government, just the U.S. government in general, to be able to pay back its debts with the sort of chaos that's been happening here, fiscally and otherwise. You know, some tiny fraction of it has to do with BRICS, but it's really not that much of a factor in my estimation. And from the things that I've seen, it's just not there yet. I mean, that's their intention. That's what BRICS wants to have happen, is to create a different, what do you call it? God damn it. Alternative to the U.S. dollar hegemony. But this is the problem with all of this is right now. You know, we have a government that's increasing the debt, right, to pay for tax cuts for billionaires or wannabe trillionaires like Elon Musk, and that's decreasing confidence in the United States government. The U.S. government debt was downgraded earlier by who was it? Moody's. It's all heading in the wrong fucking direction right now. And one thing that's absolutely affecting the jobs market is, in fact, artificial intelligence. It's not just me saying it, it's also Jerome Powell.
Mr. Chairman, Neil Irwin with Axios. There's been some debate lately on whether AI is already starting to affect the labor market in terms of lower labor demand, higher productivity by contrast. Do you buy that? And if that is true, does that have implications for the monetary policy setting?
So there's great uncertainty around that. I think my view, which is also a bit of a guess, but widely shared, I think, is that you are seeing some effects, but it's not the main thing driving it. And so particular focus on young people coming out of college. And yeah, there may be something there. It may be that companies or other institutions that have been hiring younger people right out of college are able to use AI more than they had in the past. That may be part of the story.
There you go. There's Jerome Powell, Chairman of the Federal Reserve, saying what I've been saying, is that I think that to some degree, even though it hasn't been, it's not completely pervasive, it hasn't taken over all jobs in any way, shape, or form yet. There are, in fact, people who are rolling this out in different places where they think that they can fill entry-level positions or other sorts of menial tasks that were filled by human beings with AI, and that is having a downward and negative effect on the jobs market. Now, this next story is very troubling. This is our last North American news story. This one's from Canada. Oh, Canada. You know, I love you. All right, we're neighbors. I want us to be friends. But with polls like this, I get the sense that our relationship is fraught. Global news 11 hours ago. 6 in 10 Canadians say their trust in Americans is broken.
As Prime Minister Mark Carney visits Mexico amid ongoing tensions with the United States, new polling shows more than half of Canadians say their trust of Americans is broken.
Canadians feel that their relationship with the United States has changed in a fundamental way, and not just with Donald Trump. Now, that's really interesting because what it does is suggest that, short-term political outcomes in the United States are not going to be enough to solve this.
Ipsos polling done exclusively for Global News finds 60% of Canadians agree they can never trust Americans the same way again.
It's rough.
And while trade negotiations continue, 71%.
That's rough, Canada, and I get it. I get it. You know, in a way I feel personally responsible. Even though I didn't vote for Trump. I get it. You know, it's easy to look at us and say, look, it's their fault. And, you know, it kind of is. Kind of is. But this makes me sad to think that 6 in 10 Canadians think that they can no longer trust us, all of us Americans. It's very depressing to me. Because our relationship is incredibly important.
Believe the economic disputes with the U.S. will continue for years. By comparison, less than half of Canadians think Prime Minister Mark Carney will succeed in making a trade deal with the U.S.
They feel that the right person is doing the negotiating on our behalf, but they're really not looking at the group and the individual that we're negotiating, the country.
Yep, it would seem Canada has lost all faith in America. Not shocking. We have broken Canada's trust. And regaining that trust is going to be difficult. Like in any relationship, and oftentimes rebuilding trust after a earth-shattering event can be very difficult in all relationships, whether with countries or, you know, in regular human relationships. Sometimes it's difficult to move past that. And I get it. I get it, Canada. But I do hope that we can be friends. I really do. All right, let's move on to talking about the environment. And one event that happened this fateful week. The death of Robert Redford. Hollywood icon, actor, director, filmmaker, and environmental activist. Passed away on Wednesday. Let's go to Democracy Now! To talk about his legacy. Whoops.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Yeah. We end today's show with the late Robert Redford. In his own words, the legendary Oscar-winning director, actor, and activist died at his home in Sundance, Utah at the age of 89 Tuesday. In addition to being a Hollywood icon, Robert Redford was a longtime environmental activist who served for 50 years as a trustee of the Natural Resources Defense Council. He was also the creator of the Sundance Film Festival, where I would often interview him over the last decade. This is part of an interview we did in 2015 in Park City.
I think the
Okay, we watched this yesterday. I just wanted to remember Robert Redford here one more time. So let's go to the very end of this thing.
But it looked like it was going to be at the expense of some of those other films that were more about the humanistic side of cinema, stories about America, American way of life, complex stories. And so in my mind, I thought that was very valuable. I thought that's a wonderful use of film. You can have the big blockbusters. You can have, with technology coming along, creating more special effects possibilities. You knew that they were going to use that, and that's great. But I felt it was going to be at the expense of giving up those other kinds of films, so that's what led to Sundance. I thought, well, what if we can start a development process where young artists can have a voice, but we can help them develop their skills so they can at least get their films made. That was the lab that started in 1980. Then, once that happened and we started a development process at Sundance, suddenly realized that we were helping them develop their skills so they could get their films made, but there was nowhere to go because the mainstream had not allowed any space for them. And that led to the idea of a festival. So originally it was just an idea that maybe we can have a community of filmmakers coming together and share each other's work. And maybe if we're lucky, somebody will come, somebody else will come.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never...
There you have it. Sundance started with just a bunch of people hanging out, looking to create a space for underappreciated voices in cinema. A loss. Certainly a loss. The guy, I mean, could have done all sorts of things. He made tons of money. But you know, focused on, you know, good, important things, like environmental issues. Not something that all super rich people do. So I think he was very involved in philanthropy as well, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's go here now to CBS San Diego from Thursday, as San Diego fire officials are warning that we're entering peak wildfire season.
That's right. And that news conference is happening in this building behind me. Now, we talk a lot about wildfire season, but over the next several weeks, that's when a lot of the ingredients for a major wildfire start coming together.
Historically, we have seen Santa Anas as early as September, but they really start to increase in October and November and even December, like we saw last year. Now, normally we see enough rainfall by the time we get into November and December to start lessening our wildfire risk, but we have to watch that closely because, as all of us remember, last year those rains never showed up.
And that was meteorologist Brian D'Agostino, who is the VP of Wildfire and Climate Science at SDG&E. And he says 2025 has been an active year for fires. Now, here in San Diego, we've had a lot of brush fires. We just had the Cochise fire in Lakeside last week that destroyed a handful of homes. But unfortunately, we haven't had any really large wildfires here locally like what they've seen up in Los Angeles. Now, the concern is that we're heading into peak wildfire season. The vegetation out there is very, very dry. And as you heard him mention, September, October, November, that's when Santa Anas typically kick in. And that is when we've historically had some really devastating fires, such as the Cedar Fire back in 2003 and also the Witch Creek Fire in 2007. So he says, you know, we cannot let our guard down. So that is really the message today. Back out here live, make sure that defensible.
There you have it. You stay safe, San Diego. As the next few months are going to be the driest months, windiest months, most likely months to have potential wildfires. Let's hope that I don't see another LA fires type situation this year. That would be fucked up. That would be tragic. Okay, let's go to LA. Talk about what happened in the burn scar in the San Bernardino County mountains. Here's NBC LA from yesterday, showing a massive mudslide which buried vehicles after rains hit the San Bernardino Mountains earlier this week. It's like literally just like a foot and a half of pure... What the fuck was that? What was that? Was that just a rush of water? I could not quite tell what I was looking at there. Jesus Christ. Rocks or something must have just started avalanching down. That is terrifying. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now that's it for American environmental news today. But I did want to do this before we moved on to talking about some of the environmental events on the rest of the planet. I want to talk about a man who sometimes is propped up as being you know, a philanthropist, a good guy. He's just trying to make America better, And no, I'm not talking about Kid Rock. I'm talking about Bill Gates, billionaire. Who's gotten himself involved in all sorts of things. From education to food insecurity to the environment. Bill Gates, as a billionaire, thinks that he can solve anything. And he's often props himself up as being sort of like a liberal guy. But here's a fact. Bill Gates is playing both sides of the climate crisis. While he invests in green technology, he's also spending millions, billions of dollars investing in oil production. A dream that still is not really scalable. Just another thing that they can try and sell carbon credits on. Getting money under their management and all this. It's just disgusting. But yeah, they apparently, even though they claimed that they were going to divest from oil and gas, they didn't. They actually bought more stock. So that seems contrary to the goals that Bill Gates claims he wants to achieve, like getting us to a renewable energy future, which we all agree is incredibly important and is why we cannot trust billionaires and the free markets to get us there. It needs to be done from a top-down level with the government facilitating this stuff. Because billionaires are going to billionaire. They're going to keep trying to make as much money as they can. It's like, what's Bill Gates going to do tomorrow? He's what, like a 75-year-old dude with more money than God? He's not going to go and start working a regular job. He just gets his money to work for him. Okay, all right. Let's see. What did I do? Where was I? Where did we leave off? Ah, yes, Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Let's, go across the pond, all the way across the pond. A lot of bonds, as it turns out, all the way to Asia. Talk about what has been going on there, specifically in the South Asian region, Pakistan, India, both still dealing with floods all week. We have been talking about this for weeks now, but India and Pakistan's monsoon season has dragged on unexpectedly for at this point it's like 3 or 4 weeks past its like usual end date, and this increased amount of rain in these regions is causing a great deal of problems for people there. Millions of people displaced, millions of acres of farmland that was literally about to be harvested. This is literally the time. September is when this region, this fertile region of Pakistan and of India, which are basically, there's a Punjab region. There's one in both Pakistan and India. And it's an incredibly fertile region where much of the agricultural sector from these two countries exists. And all of it is underwater, has been underwater now for weeks, and is destroying the crops, displacing the people. And I don't think we're even really quite seeing the effects of this yet. Right now, it's still in the middle of disaster mode. But at some point, serious hunger and starvation may very well come for people in India if something isn't done about this. As well as a serious homeless crisis, because so many people are displaced from their homes right now.
Now let's turn to Pakistan, and rescuers have told the BBC that they are struggling to respond to a growing flood emergency in the province of Punjab. Multiple rescue boats have capsized in the past week, and in some instances, all of those on board have drowned. Our correspondent there, Azadeh Mashiri, reports from one of the worst affected areas in the district of Multan.
Once a village, now an island. In this area alone, dozens of them are submerged. We board a rescue boat with Mohammed Arif. He's heard his own village in Jalalpur Pirwala is flooded.
People have been stuck for the past 6 days. There's no food.
But there's so much water, he can't find it. He tries to gather information. But it's these minarets that guide him home. Once we arrive, many are desperate to leave. But there isn't enough space for everyone. Some choose to stay and protect their belongings. Others are forced to leave family behind, overwhelming them. Once taken to safety, people are starving. Give me, this young girl begs, desperate for a loaf of bread. Even a
Just terrible. God damn it, it's lagging again, isn't it? Well, that may be a sign. Is it lagging that bad? And a goal not completed. You know, we haven't completed a single goal all week. It's making me kind of sad. Making me sad. For multiple reasons. One, because I know that it means that next month we're going to have some problems financially. But also because it means that we don't finish the streams. I want to finish the streams, not going to lie. But without completing the goals, I mean, I'm making less than federal minimum wage over here. And we have somehow gotten 5 hours into this stream. Goal ending. Well, I guess we have 6 minutes left, technically, on the goal. The fact is, we're having serious problems with the computer right now. I'm thinking I'm gonna I should just reset the computer. Maybe I'll like do a quick test stream. Hopefully it's just the fact that I didn't reset. Because the fact is we haven't had any problems for like weeks now. Having this sort of just pop up out of the blue is very frustrating to me. You know, I'll give us a little bit more time. I'll do a quick break. And by the end of the break, that's when I'll call it. Because technically, we still have 6 minutes left on the goal countdown timer. All right, chat. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, subscriptions, all good ways to contribute to the goal. Contribute to the production of this stream, which you are hopefully enjoying with your eyes and ears. just want to say thank you to our Rumor for the sweet, sweet super sticker, offering me some coffee, some much needed go juice to continue the stream. Getting us to 8 of 10, but still short, unfortunately. 2 super chats. 4 super stickers. 4 memberships. Or Cash App or PayPal donations of a similar or equal value. But guess what? I'm not giving up. It's the week ending report. The week is over. We gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about this week that we've just gone through, and I'm not just gonna give up. Not yet. Not while I still have breath in this body of mine. Although I do really, really, really badly want to start the stream over, to like restart my computer. Because I do feel like there's some aspects of this that I can tell are just lagging. Like my mouth is lagging real bad. I don't know why that's going down. That's bugging me a whole bunch. All right, let's continue for a little while longer talking about the environment. Let's go here to India. Cloudbursts in Uttarakhand, Dehradun, triggers massive floods. Heavy rain alert issued. First post 3 days ago. Jesus Christ. Some of these scenes are freaking insane. Truly wild. Oh, and there's the latency over here. Takes like 30 seconds and then it just pops up and I have no idea why. It's honestly super annoying. Definitely an inconvenience. Because it looks perfectly good for like a half a minute and then all of a sudden just loses its shit. You're back. Christopher Tablante back. Puppy demanding attention.
How rude.
I love how they're using like James Bond music for this shit. This is like a straight up James Bond ripoff. Holy fuck. Wow. Look how powerful that is. That is wild. This entire hill just gone. Used to be a bridge there. Nope. Sorry. That is a crevasse now. Like, am I wrong? Like, I feel like I'm playing N64 right now. GoldenEye time. Like, this is full on the GoldenEye theme from 007, from the N64 007 game. That game has a special place in my heart. Okay. There you have it. Floods not ceasing whatsoever in Pakistan or India this week, causing vast devastation, mass evacuations and displacements, untold amount of damage to the agricultural sector there. But they were not the only place in Asia to experience flooding. Japan, Tokyo specifically, hit by heavy rains, which led to some streets, subways being submerged underwater, shutting down of certain transportation services, among other things. This is in Tokyo, where they have prepared for a very long time for all of this. Here's the Weather Channel. 6 days ago.
Wait, what
is this? Oh shit. I forgot about this. This was in India. This is a man clinging to a electricity pole for dear life in the middle of one of these flooding events. That shit is wild.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Did I miss these two? Like, somehow my brain is broken. I said Tokyo 2 videos ago, and this is India still. What happened? How did this happen? I'm just not looking. it was just too many shorts in a row. It just totally threw me off. Okay. Whatever. This is in Dehradun. You can see that there's a street right there. One would assume there's a bridge or something. And that this was not at all. You can see how it's carved the shoreline. It was completely submerged all these trees. You can see where originally there was water. Here's a bridge that's still kind of standing. Even though the road leading to it's completely gone. This whole area is just completely devastated. All of this infrastructure just completely wiped out. Roads and bridges washed away. Okay, now let's go to Tokyo. Wait, why does it keep cycling back and forth between these two videos? We just watched this 2 seconds ago. What in the fuck is going on? Nearly 5 inches of rain fell in 1 hour in Tokyo. Flash floods filled streets and stopped flights and trains. More than 7,000 homes lost power. So yeah, this flood happened over the, like, I think it was Sunday, Monday. Yeah, you can see this water is so deep, it's almost over the tire, the back tire of this van. Means it's well over a foot.
Japan faced widespread disruption and flooding on September 11th and 12th, 2025, as a stalled seasonal front unleashed torrential downpours across eastern and central regions. The two-day event brought transportation paralysis, emergency evacuations, and mounting damage to homes and infrastructure, with the heaviest impacts concentrated in Yokkaichi City, Mie Prefecture, where record-breaking rainfall triggered one of the most severe urban floods in recent years.
A wild amount of rain. It's a wild amount of rain. We've seen these sorts of intense rain events where just incredible sums of rain come down in a very short period of time. Right? And 5 inches doesn't sound like a lot. It's like, oh, okay, 5, I could walk through that. Sure. Yeah, in theory, but the problem is that the rain congregates in particular areas. You know, the way in which elevation functions when rain is coming down like this creates these massive floods. These massive floods that devastate infrastructure, create massive problems for people.
The storm's first major impacts were felt in the Tokyo metropolitan area on Thursday. Torrential rainfall overwhelmed drainage systems in low-lying districts, causing flash floods that poured into subway entrances and underground shopping areas. Several railway lines, including sections of the Tokyo Metro, were temporarily suspended, stranding thousands of commuters. The situation escalated dramatically on September 12th in Yokkaichi City, located in central Japan's Mie Prefecture. According to the Japan Meteorological Agency, the city
Fucking
recorded
waves.
between 100.
Look at the waves that are being created from the traffic trying to go through the water. That was wild. It was super weird watching a wave. Just a wave form, like a wake. That was trippy. Now, the fact is Japan has prepared for this kind of thing, specifically in Tokyo, which is what is so shocking about how much damage is seemingly being done by this flood, and like how it seems that the water has nowhere to go. That's one of the big problems with all this. You know, the water has nowhere to go. You know, 5 inches turns into a foot and a half.
20 and 123 millimeters of rainfall within a single hour. The downpour quickly overwhelmed Yokkaichi's drainage infrastructure, particularly near the industrial port zones where petrochemical facilities are concentrated.
マニュアルだとマジで進まんこれ。いや、しょうがない。こっちの方がちょっと浅いから。
Streets in multiple districts were submerged under knee-to-waist-high water.
Knee-to-waist-high water. That sounds good. Now, like I said, Japan's been preparing, specifically in Tokyo, like this for years. They've been spending billions and billions of dollars on those preparations, and they still weren't enough. I present to you Tokyo's underground flooding tunnels. This underground temple was built to protect Tokyo from flooding. The funnel funnels away and redirects excess water from storms and typhoons. This tank is 30 meters in diameter and 70 meters deep. To give you an idea, this is so big that we could put a space shuttle or the Statue of Liberty inside it. Completed in 2006, the chamber cost at least 230 billion yen, or $2.2 billion to build. The facility swings into action around 7 times a year. It is believed to have saved at least 120 billion yen, or $1.1 billion in damages. When comparing before and after this reservoir was created, the number of houses damaged by floods after heavy rain decreased by 90%. So yeah, just imagine that. What we just got done looking at was, in theory, a 90% decrease from what could have possibly happened. Imagine that. Could have been 10 times as bad. I just wanted to remind everyone of that. When I saw this flood, I was like, holy shit, really? In Tokyo? They built that thing 4 years ago, or 4 or 5 years ago. And it's been paying off every year since. But to think that what we just witnessed was somehow it paying off with everything completely flooded is shocking to think of what it would look like if that did not exist. they didn't have some fucking giant underground man-made canyon for extra water. I mean, the thing looks like it's out of Halo or something. Look! It's like the massive scale of the build is truly incredible. Just want to remind everybody that even though the goal is over, we didn't actually complete it. We got to 8 of 10, which is sadly not 10 of 10. It puts us in a position where this stream might end suddenly, without us having gone through all of the content that I have prepared for the week ending report. And nobody wants that. Okay. Now, earlier this week, I think it was actually over. I'm trying to think now. I think it might have been. I think it was actually last Friday, but we haven't had a chance. We haven't had a chance, and I figured, fuck it, let's do this one today. Why not? I don't have any other space news for today. Let's go to the Congressional oversight, whatever this was, this meeting, this hearing, where experts, quote unquote, came to testify about unidentified aerial phenomenon, also known as UFOs, among other things like alien technology. This man had some incredible claims about the military-industrial complex and where it is they've gotten their technology from. Thankfully, we have Anna Paulina Luna for this important
I now recognize Mr. Knapp for his opening statement.
Investigation.
Good morning, Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member, Ms. Crockett, and members of the task force. And Dina Titus, I just knew we were going to get you involved in this topic at one point. Great to see you here. I'm George Knapp, Chief Investigative Reporter at KLAS TV in Las Vegas. I began my pursuit of this weird mystery way back in 1987, and for 38 years, I've always approached this as a news story. It's not a matter of faith or belief. To me, it's a story, and it's an important one. I'm proud to be here alongside these witnesses today, men who have seen strange things and stepped forward to tell the world about it. Whistleblowers and witnesses who step up are routinely insulted, belittled, or worse. They risk their reputations, their careers, their clearances, their livelihoods, and sometimes much more than that, even their freedom. I know that one of the goals of the task force here is to figure out ways to protect whistleblowers and witnesses, and it's a tall order because so many of the things that happen to witnesses like these are extra legal. They're carried out by persons unknown, as Mr. Dave Grush, sitting up at the top of the room, knows all too well, including events in recent days that have happened to him. I want to share a couple of things that I've learned along the way on this long journey, and I submitted most of that in written form because I estimate that my statement here today would take about 4.5 hours, so I'm going to try to jump over and touch on the more important salient points. I submitted a detailed written statement for the record, and we'll go into a lot of that here, but the public has been told over and over since the late 40s, there's nothing to worry about here. These mysterious craft seen by millions of people in the skies, in the oceans, over the land, are not real. They're not a threat. The witnesses are wrong. They're crackpots. Don't believe it. That changed for me. What got me hooked is the paper trail. Documents that were squeezed out of the U.S. government after the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, became the law of the land. And those documents paint a much different picture than what the public, the press, and Congress have been told over many years. The documents from military and intelligence personnel behind closed doors admit that, quote, these things are real. They're not fictitious. They can fly in formation. They're evasive, and they outperform any aircraft known to exist, including ours. The public, of course, as I said, has been told something much different. Back in 1989, I reported about a guy named Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked at a facility dubbed S4 out in the Nevada desert, very near to Area 51. He said he was part of a reverse engineering program. He said there are alien craft that will be taken apart to figure out how they operated out there. And that was a pretty tall order. I had clearly taken a dive into the deep end of the pool there. But in the years since then, I've interviewed dozens of other people, and I've detailed what their testimony has been in the written statement. They include Senator Harry Reid, Senator Howard Cannon, also of Nevada, a guy named Al O'Donnell, who was the first general manager of EG&G in Nevada, which managed the Nevada test site, which blew up hundreds of nuclear weapons. There's a guy named Dr. James Lakatsky, who was a career scientist with the Defense Intelligence Agency.
So many
who
guys.
Was the
He's
guy
got
who
so many. This
initiated
guy's
a
got the
program
most
called
guys.
OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program.
This guy's got so many guys. I love that about this testimony. It's like the whole time he's just like, I got a guy, I got a guy, I got a guy, I got a guy, I got a guy. I know this guy, he does things. I don't know if you know this guy, Dr. Lakatsky. He's a guy. He does doctory things in a place at a time of a certain sort.
Is, as far as we know, the largest acknowledged UFO program ever funded by the U.S. government, which put together an amazing pile of information that members of this committee and the world, most of which they have never seen. The DIA still hasn't released 95% of what was prepared by that program at a cost of millions and millions of dollars. The one name I do want to bring up in this session, though, is Robert Bigelow. So looking into the idea of crash retrievals and reverse engineering,
Thank God.
while
This guy's got more guys.
program was active,
Can't forget about Robert Bigelow.
The DIA's contractor, Robert Bigelow.
Can't forget John Patatsky, but Robert Bigelow. I mean, and all the other ones. All these guys. So many guys, Mr. Knapp. Mr. Knapp's got a knapsack full of guys.
While OSAP, that program, was active, the DIA's contractor, Robert Bigelow of Las Vegas, made a bold attempt to acquire physical proof of UFO crashes. It's been widely reported and suspected that Lockheed Martin is one of the contractors, the defense contractors, that has held this stuff, stored it away in secrecy, and tried to figure out how it works. I have confirmed on the record that Robert Bigelow and a trusted colleague from OSAP met with and negotiated with senior executives at Lockheed Martin and hammered out a deal wherein Bigelow's company, Bass, would receive a quantity of unusual material that had been stashed away and protected at a facility in California. That material was not made here. I want to move on now to the...
Dun, 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 dun. My God. Lockheed Martin has access to an unusual material. Not made, quote unquote, here. Where here is, I do not know. It could be the planet Earth. Could be the United States. Could be Las Vegas. I don't know. Shocking, though. Big deal done. Lockheed Martin. Do they have alien technology over there at Lockheed Martin? Who knows? What was that material that's so suspicious? Also unclear. But that guy's got a bunch of guys who know some things about a bunch of stuff that we all should have a lot of questions about, probably. Supposedly. The material was made in space China.
China!
Okay. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Space China. By the way, Sasha G, thank you so much for the sweet, sweet super sticker. Look at that. Look at that pair party. That pair knows how to party. Really. That gets us to 9 of 10. We are on super secret ultra probationary extended hours final countdown mode on the goal, by the way, as we are 5.5 hours in. Abandoned making new goals, 1 away from completing it. Stream could end at any time. You could save us from that horrible fate with a donation anywhere. YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. In the amount of $5. That would save us. It's Wakandan vibranium. Could be. It could be the vibranium. Could be kryptonite. It could be it could be all sorts of things. Could be those crystals from Rick and Morty. Could be, I mean, there's so many precious materials of from other planets we could go through. But do we have the time to list them all? I don't think so. I think that'd be irresponsible. That'd be a waste of our sweet galactic time, of which we are losing that time by the moment, by the second, as I continue talking. Let's go to the Earth news now. Wait, how are we doing on time? Do we need to take another break? Because I'm going to take another break at 6 hours. Where are we at right now? 5:37. Okay, not yet. Venezuela. Let's go there, where we are going to go once again. 2 weeks in a row, United States.
These Venezuelans are learning how to assemble
strikes. 2 weeks in a row, or was it 3 weeks? I can't remember how many weeks ago it was. Whatever. Two strikes, same month. United States, international waters, blowing up small civilian-style vessels. It's giving zero evidence for claims of drug smuggling. What appears to be a clear violation of international law. I guess violations, as this is now the second time.
These Venezuelans are learning how to assemble, aim and shoot their weapons in order to defend their country. They're heeding the call of their president, Nicolas Maduro.
We're here today giving our best as Venezuelans, staying united in fraternity and standing shoulder to shoulder for what may happen in the coming days.
The threat, U.S. imperialism, according to Venezuela's government. Tensions between the South American country and the U.S. have significantly escalated recently. Washington ordered the biggest naval buildup in the Caribbean in years, targeting drug traffickers. Nicolas Maduro himself is accused of running a drug trafficking network. Venezuela sees the US's actions as an invasion.
We are preparing ourselves, whereas they, the United States, are pressuring, conducting a brutal psychological operations exercise. We're here at maximum readiness.
The weapons training took place the same day a US destroyer intercepted, boarded and occupied a Venezuelan fishing boat carrying 9 fishermen for 8 hours. The country's foreign minister demanded that the United States stop such actions, which put peace and security at risk in the region.
Well, there you have it. People in Venezuela very disturbed by the United States' decision to basically enact a naval blockade on the country. I mean, that is effectively what is happening right now, right? This is like Israel is doing a blockade on Gaza. The United States is effectively doing at least a naval blockade, right? We're not like blasting aircraft out of the sky yet, but they're under naval blockade. The United States, we have 7 different Navy vessels in the Caribbean Sea, just with impunity blasting boats out of the fucking ocean without providing any cause, without trying to arrest anybody, just killing, just extrajudicial killings at sea. United States truly leaning into just being full-on pirates of the planet. Yes, the peace president. The president of peace.
Venezuela is accusing the United States of violating its territorial waters.
Illegal.
The country's foreign minister claims a U.S. warship intercepted and boarded a fishing vessel on Friday. According to a government statement, the illegal occupation continued for 8 hours. The incident adds to tensions between the two countries after the U.S. military struck a boat that it claims was carrying drugs from Venezuela.
Una embarcación de pesca atunera venezolana, Carmen Rosa, esta que vemos acá, una embarcación palangrera que hace faena en el mar Caribe venezolano, autorizada por nuestro Ministerio de
Venezuela.
A Venezuelan tuna fishing vessel, the Carmen Rosa, one we see here, a longline vessel that works the Venezuelan Caribbean Sea, authorized by our Ministry of Fisheries. With 9 humble fishermen on board, was in a hostile manner boarded by a unit of the United States Navy, a military unit, a frigate, a missile destroyer, the one we see here, the missile destroyer Jason Dunham, hull number DDG-109, equipped with significant weaponry, missiles, personnel, military troops and soldiers and officers carrying long guns, war weapons. The Venezuelan government demands that the United States immediately ceases these actions that put the security and peace in the Caribbean at risk.
Illegal.
Look at that. The United States going after fishing vessels. This is the behavior of a petulant warlord. This is not how the United States is supposed to act. It's fucking insane. And the fact that there's so much stuff going on, almost every single one of these stories should be like the story for the month. You know, it should like dominate the headlines. And yet, like, there's been 2 of these goddamn things. Meanwhile, we've talked about 10,000 things in the last month because the fucking dictator in chief has been there's been an onslaught of, diktats and executive orders and decrees from on high, and and it's like never-ending corruption, and it's like none of these stories get the actual attention that they deserve. That's one of the things about my job that I find most difficult to navigate. Is like actually ensuring that we spend the adequate amount of time on each one of these fucking things. Because, like, really, like, think about this for 1 second. This is the second time now that the President of the United States has authorized strikes on vessels in the in international waters without providing any evidence for why we're doing it, and is essentially turned the Navy into an arm of the Drug Enforcement Administration doing searches on boats in the fucking Caribbean. A guy with, desires for more territory, things like Greenland, Panama. Like, this is the act of fucking, like, this is, Donald Trump is, the Orange Napoleon. All right. CNN 4 days ago.
He was asked about his announcement that the U.S. military hit
exploded, hit with a missile, presumably, a boat allegedly being used by Venezuelan drug cartels. Illegal. This is the second one in recent weeks. The president posting this video appearing to show the moment that the U.S. military hit this boat. CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand is here with me. Natasha, this is now the second such strike by the U.S. on an alleged drug cartel vessel. Tell us more.
We really don't know a whole lot. Just like the first strike, we don't know, for example, what kind of munition was used. We don't know for sure how the U.S. was able to get the intelligence about who was actually on this boat and whether they could know for sure who was operating that boat and whether they were, in fact, even members of a drug cartel. There is a lot that still needs to be disclosed about these military operations against these boats that are in the Caribbean, because
that is the big problem with what we're talking about here, right? Aside from the insane decision to use the fucking Navy as like the international police of the seas, you know, just randomly boarding boats. This part is even more problematic because we're not even attempting to just prevent, like, to actually, like, all right, like, if you assume the claim is true, which I have a lot of skepticism around, but if you were just to grant the claim that every single one of these boats is just filled with drugs, even the one with 11 people on it, right? Somehow filled with drugs, even though they have 11 people on board. Like, why not just stop them? You have a literal, you have a navy. You have 7 boats in the area. You have a fucking destroyer, right? You have a goddamn battle. You have like multiple battleships in the Caribbean Ocean. And rather than just, you know, stopping the boat, you just blast it. You just blast it. You know, and 11 people to go along with that, commit a bunch of fucking like war crimes, basically. You know, like why? Why not just? I mean, if it's true, right? If it's true that it's filled with drugs, why not stop it? Why not stop it and seize the illegal drugs and put these guys on trial if they were doing that? But no, we're not doing that. We're just blasting people. We're just extrajudicially murdering people in the middle of the ocean without providing any evidence to the claims that we're making about who's on the ships. Like, it's a massive violation of international law.
Even when they were briefing Congress last week, the Department of Defense, they were not able to definitively tell lawmakers and staffers that the targets of these operations were definitively members of that drug cartel that the president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Aragua. The whole argument that the administration is making here is that because these are alleged members of that drug cartel and because they were designated as foreign terrorist organizations, the president therefore has the authority to carry out operations against them. But we don't know, even from President Trump's tweet today or his post on Truth Social.
Yeah, but this is the problem with this whole, like, the use of the term terrorist to justify all of these military operations that the United States has gone on. And I mean, this week should be a reminder of why that's so problematic, not just with this, but with the fact that they've been claiming that all leftists are terrorists. Anybody who's criticized Donald Trump as a terrorist or called Trump a fascist or called Charlie Kirk a fascist, oh, you're a terrorist. Immediately jail.
Right to jail, right away.
The term terrorist has just been used to justify all of these sorts of what is basically wars without having to go through Congress to actually have them use the War Powers Act. You can fit 1,000 pounds on a 20-foot boat easily, yeah. And when you got a 20-foot boat filled with 11 people, who all probably weigh more than 150 pounds, average human being. What's that? How many is that? How many pounds is that? Oh, that's 1,500 pounds. That's weird. So how much more weight you got on there to fit drugs on there? Do the math for me. Negative 500 pounds.
It's science.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. On Monday, President Trump announced the U.S. bombed another boat in international waters near Venezuela, this time killing 3 people. He claimed the targeted boat was carrying drugs from Venezuela, posted video of a speedboat erupting in flames from an apparent airstrike. 2 weeks ago, the U.S. bombed another boat in the region, killing 11 people. Trump also claimed that boat was carrying drugs, though some have speculated the passengers, 11 people on board, may simply have been migrants. In a third incident, the U.S. Navy recently raided a fishing boat in Venezuelan waters. Personnel from a U.S. warship reportedly boarded the boat, then detained 9 fishermen for 8 hours. The escalating U.S. military action against Venezuela comes after President Trump signed a secret direct.
I gotta say, I love this guy in chat right now, this no reply guy. You're fucking hilarious, pal. You're just circumventing the argument that's being made by talking about how drugs are bad. Oh, drugs are bad, okay? And so that actually makes everything that Trump is doing okay. Makes it okay. As long as we can agree that drugs are bad, then literally anybody can kill anybody that they want. Just because drugs exist. Because that's what you're doing. That's the argument that's being made. Okay? You're like, oh, because drugs are a scourge on society, Donald Trump, the United States government, should be able to murder anybody that they want without having to prove anything. Okay? Because the drugs exist and because they're bad, right? Like, even if I grant you all these arguments that you're making about drugs, like, and legalization in Oregon or whatever else, that doesn't justify what's happening in the Caribbean Sea. You fucking idiot. Okay? Just think about it, stupid. All right? Just because the drugs exist doesn't mean you get to blast any boat without actually giving justification for it. Okay? You know, you can't, like think about it in any other context. Like, just because drugs exist, do you get to murder everybody on your block because you saw somebody selling drugs down on the corner? Does that justify that for you to go on a rampage and blast everybody on the street? Like, I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to figure out what do you think is justified in this? Do you think that is okay? Because that's what you're calling for. You're like, oh, because drugs exist and they're bad, like you have to murder everybody that is even like potentially related to drugs. Even if we don't prove it ever, even if we never have come up with any evidence for them having ever committed a single crime, having been involved in the drug trade whatsoever, it doesn't matter because the drugs exist, okay? Like, that's the kind of dumb, baby-brained argument that you are making right now. Okay, stupid? Think about it for, like, literally 10 seconds.
Approving the Pentagon's use of military force in Latin America, supposedly to target drug cartels. On Monday, War Secretary Pete Hegseth issued a warning to drug cartels, writing on X, quote, "We will track them, kill them, dismantle their networks throughout our hemisphere at the times and places of our choosing," Hegseth wrote. In recent weeks, the U.S. has sent multiple warships to the Caribbean. The U.S. military has also been carrying out military exercises in Puerto Rico. Last week, Hegseth and Air Force General Dan Kane, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, made a surprise visit to Puerto Rico. Trump has also ordered the deployment of 10 F-35 fighter jets to Puerto Rico. We go now to California, where we're joined by Miguel Tinker-Salas, Emeritus Professor of History at Pomona College in Claremont, California, the author of the...
Look, idiot. Mr. No Reply. I'm literally a retired drug trafficker. I had federal felonies for manufacturing controlled substance possession with intent to distribute and traffic in controlled substances. I'm speaking from experience. None of you have ever trafficked drugs. Like, this is some next level idiocy that you're fucking doing, okay? Just because you are a drug trafficker doesn't mean everybody on a boat is a drug trafficker, okay? Doesn't mean you just get to blast anybody in the ocean just because drug traffickers exist. You know, and not everybody, who's coming into this country, into the United States, is a drug trafficker, right? And just because drug traffickers do exist, who do come into the country, doesn't mean that you get to treat everybody like a drug trafficker. Because they're not all drug traffickers. You're just continuing to make the same dumb fucking argument. I mean, look, I'm an expert. I know that they exist. I know the drugs exist. It's like we all know. We know. Everybody in the chat knows that the drugs exist. Okay? And that doesn't justify what's happening. You have to be a real fucking moron or have drank gallons worth of cultist Kool-Aid to think what you're thinking right now is justifiable. Or you're just a full-on sociopath with no ability to like empathize with other human beings and see their inherent human rights.
Legacy, oil, culture, and society in Venezuela, as well as the book Venezuela, What Everyone Needs to Know. Professor Miguel Tinker Salas, welcome back to Democracy Now! What does everyone need to know about one attack after another on Venezuelan boats, at this point killing, 11 people in the last few weeks?
Well, we have a very clear example of political theater and attempted provocation.
Like for instance, I just want to point this out. Because I just made the argument like everybody on a boat isn't a drug trafficker, and it's especially so the case in the Caribbean, a place where a lot of people travel on boats more than they do in the United States, where most people are landlocked, right? With all these islands in this area, there's a ton of boat travel. There's multiple like boat festivals that I think happen in like the next couple of months, like in the Caribbean. Are all those people drug traffickers when this boat festivals happen? Or is it going to justify the Navy to just go and just start blasting them out of the water? They're boats in the water. They might be drug traffickers, so we might as well just blast them. Find out later whether or not there was drugs.
An ongoing effort at regime change, and the strategy of trying to use the military to interdict drug trafficking, which has failed incredibly in Mexico, Colombia, everywhere else the U.S. has applied it. So if we...
Dude, you are such a meme of yourself. You are such a fucking meme of yourself. So you're okay with all the deaths that come with the drugs, but not okay with the deaths that come from the other side? Dude, listen to yourself. You are such a fucking moron. Yeah, I'm okay with all the deaths. I hope everybody dies. That's why I'm objecting to people dying. Right? You fucking idiot. No, of course that's not what I'm saying. And you're just not getting it. You're just too fucking stupid, incapable of like just the most basic philosophizing, right? And like seeing outside of yourself. Like you're like, it's fine. I don't care if a bunch of innocent people die. You're like, I don't care if a bunch of innocent people get murdered by the U.S. government, so long as I can imagine in my little skull that drugs aren't making it into the United States, right? When drugs are going to continue making it into the United States, they're going to continue to be legally shipped into the United States. Opioids are going to continue to flow into this country legally through the ports of entry. They're going to pay taxes, and then they're going to, at some point, some of those are going to make it onto the streets. Maybe the United States should just start blasting shipping container vessels going across the ocean. What do you think about that, genius?
In the context of what's going on right now, undermining...
Exactly, you don't care. Okay, so you are just a regime change. Okay, thank God. At least you accept the fact that you know that you are a troll. Okay. Well, hey, as long as you're going to be real about it and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm just a troll. I don't actually care if the boats had drugs or not. I just support murder. Like, I make arguments, but I don't actually I don't make arguments from a place of sanity or of any sort of genuine stance. Okay? I'm an unprincipled asshole who's just here to troll. I don't care. I support murder. I support murder. I'm a lover of murder. Okay? I don't need to know that the right people were murdered. I just need to know it's being done by the US government so I can feel better about myself and my little existence, that it's somehow predicated upon the need for others to suffer. It's pathetic. You're a sad human being.
To actually engage with Venezuela and exchange oil, as we saw with the Chevron license, and others led by Marco Rubio, who are taking us back to the Cold War and violent regime change in Latin America.
And Miguel, could you talk about particularly the role of Rubio in this? Because obviously, with two top posts, as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, he is a very influential person in the Trump administration. Obviously, this doubling of the reward for Maduro and the accusations by the U.S. government that he's the head of the so-called cartel de los soles, it reminds us all of what happened with Noriega decades ago as in Panama.
Well, it also reminds me of Iraq, and again, the whole notion of weapons of mass destruction that weren't there. In Venezuela, the use of cartel de los soles can actually be traced back to 1993 and the role the CIA played in trafficking over a ton of cocaine from Venezuela with several Venezuelan generals before Chavez into the U.S. as an effort to try to track Colombian cartels, which was a complete failure. And again, it reminds us that Marco Rubio plays a fundamental role because he also represents, in large part, the Venezuelan opposition in South Florida. And here we have a case of someone like Ahmed Chalabi in the case of Iraq, informing in U.S. policy, indicating that there's going to be pressure or an explosion in Venezuela if Trump does these actions.
Joe 4771 with the sweet, sweet super sticker. Look at that pair laugh. Apparently that pair found something funny. Much appreciated, Joe 47-771. You know what that does? That completes the goal. It only took us 6 hours, but we've done it. Great job. That's right, everybody. We completed the galactic content goal, ensuring that we get all of the sweet, sweet content here today on the Galactic Stream. That's right. With your powers combined, we've succeeded. Ah, gosh. Took a lot of effort. A lot of effort on your part. But we have succeeded, and it really does bring warmth to my heart to witness this confetti falling to the ground listfully, celebrating our great achievement. It really is great. Be able to take a moment and admire our own epicness, our own achievements in life, both on Earth and in space. All right, everybody. That's going to end the confetti party today. But do not fret, that's not the end of confetti forever. We could, in fact, get confetti later on another stream. I mean, I could get crazy with it. I could start another goal right now. I'm not going to do that because that's ridiculous. But we could, in theory. But right now, what we're going to do is take another break because we're at 6 hours. We've gone through 3 official full halves. And therefore, a galactic intermission is required. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back in the 4th half with more discussions of Earth politics, landing, I think, in the UK next, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there might be a couple stories in between that and Venezuela, now that I think about it. But we will have a whole bunch of things to talk about in the 4th half of the stream after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you get the latest notifications from GNN, ensuring that you do not miss a single show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. But that's not all. We got Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer. Every dollar you donate go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, 10 cents a day could get you an avatar, a shout-out, secret content, and a secret channel inside of the Galactic Discord server. All great benefits when you think about it. Anyway, everyone enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means that it is time for us to get back to the stream immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So you better get back in your seats, otherwise you are going to miss the beginning of the fourth half. The fourth half I was worried that we would never get to. Concerned that we'd get through 3 full halves without having completed the goal and that it would end. But thankfully, the very end of the third half, we completed the goal, which means that we've got a hell of a lot more content to get through here. Space fams, I'm just looking at it right now. We've still got one thing left to discuss in South America. A number of different things in Europe, United Kingdom, France, Denmark, and Greenland. Of course, we're going to have to talk the Middle East as well. And then I think we're going to have a fifth half as well today, from what I can tell. Okay, my goddamn stream software is really bugging me today. It is bad. Okay, but the fact is every time I look back at the like at the actual feed from the stream, it doesn't look that laggy. There's been a couple of times where it does look laggy and it bugs the fuck out of me, but most times when I look over, it's actually fine. We're definitely losing some frames. Yeah, we ended the third half talking about Venezuela, getting into a strange discussion with a weird troll. But, you know, not shocking that once again the right are doing bad faith arguments. Dude started off by being like, oh, but what about all the drugs? I know so much about drugs, and you actually just want people to die from drugs. Went from that to being like, actually, I just don't give a shit if there are drugs on the boats getting blown up. I just like the bombings. I just like watching these boats getting blown up. That actually improves my life somehow, which I found to be a fascinating argument. Let's go now right over to Brazil. Talk about what's been going on over there this week. People have been celebrating in the streets. For what reason? Well, the reason is that coup doer Jair Bolsonaro has been both found guilty of doing that coup and sentenced for those crimes.
Illegal.
People are gathered here in downtown São Paulo to celebrate Bolsonaro's trial. The former president was convicted this week to 27 years in jail. And these people here, many from social movement and from leftist party, are celebrating what they say is a historic day and the first time Brazil is bringing people to court for a coup d'etat.
Well, there you have it. Just a quick clip. People celebrating in the streets over the conviction and sentencing of Jair Bolsonaro, who is going to be spending some time in prison, it would seem. Not only will he be banned from running in future elections. I should read. There was a piece I read. I can't remember. I should have this all memorized. Okay, yeah, here. Former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, has been sentenced to 27 years and 3 months in prison after being found guilty of plotting a military coup. A panel of 5 Supreme Court justices handed down the sentence just hours after they convicted the former leader. They ruled he was guilty of leading a conspiracy aimed at keeping him in power after he lost the 2022 election to his left-wing rival, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. There you have it. 3 decades in jail for Jair Bolsonaro. How Donald Trump is going to handle that, this should be fascinating. I'm sure that won't at all be consequential for our foreign policy. Of course, I kid. It almost definitely will have some effect on our foreign policy as it relates to Brazil, even though it definitely shouldn't. All right, let's go to Greenland, where a joint military training drill led by Danish forces has been testing capabilities in the cold island nation of Greenland. Reuters from yesterday. Danish-led joint training exercises.
We are freezing, the light is changing, it's cold, it's wet, and the terrain is tough. So we are measuring now if the troops are capable to execute the same task in this environment.
burna luftvärnsvapen, alternativa flygföretag. Med en omgång.
Okay, well, there we go. The Denmark deciding it necessary to hold joint military training drills in Greenland amidst the United States' creepy-ass interest in the territory. I love how we were promised that Donald Trump was going to bring great peace, great everlasting peace to the planet, and he would be receiving the Nobel Peace Prize any minute now. And he's just causing our own allies to be so concerned about our activities that they're running military drills in preparation for an invasion. It's fucking wild. When you add it all up, it really tells it's a real picture right now. We're threatening Greenland to the point that Denmark thinks that they need to do military drills, threatening Panama, literally blasting ships out of the ocean in Venezuela, basically greenlighting and actively participating in an ethnic cleansing in Gaza now, in a way that I didn't think was possible. And it's like, I mean, this is where we are right now. Great peacemaker. You're going to be so sick of peace, you're going to be asking for more wars. All right. Why are people in chat talking about vintage tobacco products? Cloves? Really? Really, that's what we're doing? 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 Really, that's Are we 15? Just kidding. You're allowed to enjoy them. Not illegal. Unless you are 15, in which fact that...
Illegal.
Illegal. All right. Let's go to the United Kingdom, where a horrifying gathering took place earlier this week. Aerial footage from the Guardian News YouTube channel showing the scale of the horrifying Unite the Kingdom rally created by Tommy Robinson, horrifying racist scumbag. Look at the crowd. Look at the, oh my gosh, look at the sea of racists. You think it's only illegal to supply? Okay, that's a distinction that I don't feel necessary for me to make. Mostly because I was just concerned that I just wanted to make it clear I wasn't promoting teenagers engaging in the consumption of tobacco products. It's bad, don't do it, they'll stunt your growth. Okay, let's keep this going. All right, at this horrifying rally of hundreds of thousands, or at least 100,000, the number was 100. I think the number that I heard was like 110,000 people was estimated to be at this horrifying rally in London, led by racist scumbag Tommy Robinson. But another racist scumbag made an appearance. Iluma.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect. The people who ordinarily wouldn't get involved in politics, who just want to live their lives, they're quiet, they just go about their business. My message is, if this continues, that violence is going to come to you. You will have no choice. You're in a fundamental situation here where whether you...
This is the richest man on the planet speaking at a political rally with thousands of people saying that at some point you may have to take violent measures. You're going to have to engage in violence. He's telling this to right-wing extremists, people who already have violent tendencies.
You're in a fundamental situation here where whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth.
Wow. This is insanely inflammatory language. This is insanely inflammatory language. This is Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet, calling for violence. When you add up all three of those statements, at some point violence is coming for you. So you're going to have to resort to violence. And you are being left with this choice. And I'm sorry, hold on. I got to hear that one more time.
Or you die.
Right. You fight or you die. Violence is coming for you, so you're going to have to take to violence at some point. You fight or you die.
Violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth.
It's insane. This sick psychopath is throwing gasoline on what is already a very problematic fire in the United Kingdom. And it's disturbing to me. I don't even live in the UK, but I'm terrified for what this means for the country. The way that Elon Musk seems to be taking a interest in politics there, since he's been sort of exiled from American politics for the moment. But the other things happened in the United Kingdom this week. Donald Trump showing up, welcomed by an interesting artistic display at Windsor Castle. Here's Led by Donkeys from 2 days ago, welcoming Supreme Leader Trump.
This is Windsor Castle, home of the British royal family, where Donald Trump is staying during his state visit. And this is a film about Trump's relationship with the world's most famous pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein. Their friendship goes back to at least 1992, when the two of them are filmed laughing together. Trump can be seen making friendly conversation with Epstein in between clips of Trump smiling and dancing with a group of young women at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The following year, they attend a cafe opening together. And a month after that, Trump invites Epstein to his wedding. In 1995, a young woman called Maria Farmer is working for Epstein in Manhattan. Late one night, she says, Epstein unexpectedly calls her to his offices, and she arrives in running shorts. Donald Trump then turns up, wearing a business suit, and starts to hover over her. Ms. Farmer feels scared as Trump stares at her bare legs. Then Epstein enters the room, and she recalls him saying to Trump, "No, she's not here for you." The two men then leave the room, and Ms. Farmer says she heard Trump commenting that he thought Ms. Farmer was 16 years old. She says she later reported the incident to the authorities. Trump denies he was ever in Epstein's office. 1993 to 1997, Trump takes at least 8 flights on Epstein's private jet, according to flight logs released by the U.S. Department of Justice. The plane is later dubbed the Lolita Express, a reference to the character in the Nabokov novel by the same name, a 12-year-old child who is sexually abused by an older man. 1997. Trump and Epstein are seen together at 2 Victoria's Secret parties and are photographed together at Mar-a-Lago. The same year, Trump gifts a book to Epstein with the dedication, "To Jeff, you are the greatest, Donald." 2000. A 16-year-old girl, Virginia Giuffre, is working in the spa at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. There, she is recruited by Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, to work as a personal masseuse for Epstein. The teenager will soon become, in her words, a teen sex slave, and will endure years of sexual abuse.
I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand.
25 years later, Trump will acknowledge he was aware that young women were being recruited from Mar-a-Lago by Epstein.
Were some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And
they were young.
It was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Trump is then asked if one of them was Virginia Giuffre.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
2 years later, after Giuffre was recruited from his club by Epstein and Maxwell, Trump tells New York Magazine he thinks that Epstein is a, quote, terrific guy, and that they have known each other for 15 years. He's a lot of fun to be with, Trump says. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. 2003. Trump draws.
Don't be creepy.
Honestly, I love the Led by Donkeys page. The artwork that they do with these projectors is honestly it's not only incredible, it seems to be getting better and better. And I think this might be one of their best jobs. Like how they calculated this, like how it does this wraparound effect on Windsor Castle. It's perfect. It's incredible. It really is great. They did get arrested. All right, don't spoil it. Okay, yeah, they got arrested.
Illegal.
But worth it. Yeah, exactly. Worth it, I think. Sometimes you gotta take a risk for your art.
In a book made for Epstein's 50th birthday. The drawing depicts a woman's breasts and is accompanied by text written by Trump to Epstein that includes the line, quote, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey," end quote. Trump signs off by saying, quote, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." A Donald signature is written in the place of pubic hair. 22 years later, Trump will begin legal action against the Wall Street Journal over their reporting of the drawing, claiming it doesn't exist. Epstein's estate then releases the drawing to Congress. Another entry in the birthday book contains a photo of Epstein holding a novelty check bearing Donald Trump's signature, along with a note suggesting Epstein, quote-unquote, sold Trump, a woman, for $22,500. It's unclear if the photo and accompanying note is a joke or not. 2004. The two men fall out, and their close relationship ends. The reason for their estrangement? They both tried to buy the same Palm Beach mansion. 2005. Police in Palm Beach begin investigating Epstein after a 14-year-old child reports he molested her at his mansion. 2008. Epstein pleads guilty to state charges in Florida, including procuring a child for prostitution and solicitation of prostitution.
I did
the
everything right
plea
and they
deal, agreed by
indicted
U.S.
me.
Attorney Alex Acosta, includes a non-prosecution agreement giving Epstein immunity from possible federal charges. He is sentenced to just 18 months in jail. Under the plea deal, Epstein is allowed to be out of jail from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 days a week and has his own driver to take him to and from his office. 2010. In a legal deposition, Epstein is asked about his relationship with Donald Trump.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
By the way, this was around about the time that Prince Andrew was photographed walking with Epstein in Central Park. 2016. According to award-winning CBS News producer Ira Rosen, Maxwell confirms to him that Epstein secretly taped his famous friends, including Trump and Bill Clinton. February 2017. Donald Trump, now President of the United States, nominates Alex Acosta, the man behind Epstein's sweetheart plea deal, to be his Secretary of Labor. August 2017. Epstein conducts a series of taped interviews with the journalist Michael Wolff, research for a potential book Wolff hopes to write. In the interviews, Epstein claims Trump first slept with Melania on the Lolita Express and also says he was Trump's closest friend for a decade.
So how do you know this? That was closest friend.
July 2019. Epstein is arrested in New York on federal sex trafficking charges.
Illegal.
The truth about his decades-long history of child abuse is finally being widely reported. A month later, he's found dead in his jail cell. The authorities declare his death a suicide. 2020. Maxwell is charged with federal crimes for helping recruit underage girls for Epstein and participating in the abuse herself.
I mean, this
Trump
woman
is
is
asked
dangerous,
about the
ladies and
charges
gentlemen.
and replies,
I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well.
2024.
What now?
Asked about whether he would release the so-called Epstein files, information about Epstein's crimes, and potentially his famous accomplices, Trump seems unsure.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah,
Would you declassify JFK files?
yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
2025. Trump is now president again, and his administration blocks release of the Epstein files. It is soon
I love how in that quote, Donald Trump basically, I mean, he is part of the world that he's calling phony, right? Like, he and Jeffrey Epstein were close friends, right? And he's like, that very phony world that I was from. Well, don't want to believe those nasty, phony people in the world that I was very much a big part of.
President again, and his administration blocks release of the Epstein files. It is soon revealed that his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, told Trump in May that his name is in the files before authorizing the release of a handful of transcripts only. Trump's one-time personal lawyer, now Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, then meets Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for 9 hours. Amid speculation of a quid pro quo to protect Trump, days later, Maxwell is moved to a low-security prison famous for its comfortable conditions and known as Club Fed. This is what we know. The President of the United States was a longtime close friend of America's most notorious child sex trafficker. He's alleged to be mentioned numerous times in the files arising from the investigation into that child sex trafficker. And now he is back in office. The U.S. federal government appears to be doing all it can to prevent the American public from learning fully about the president's relationship with the country's most notorious child sex trafficker. Now that president, Donald Trump, is sleeping here in Windsor Castle.
And like someone mentioned in chat earlier, yes, apparently at least one of the people from the Led by Donkeys crew got arrested for projecting this image onto the hallowed and sacred bricks of Windsor Castle. I don't know what the charges are exactly. Accurately depicting in an artistic manner the very creepy relationship of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Seems like a sort of long-winded and very specific legal statute to exist. Okay, let's go here. People were protesting that dinner that Donald Trump made it to on his little state visit to the UK. Here's Navarra Media.
If we drill, baby, drill! How many help? I'm being repressed. We're all here because we back Donald Trump. What we know about Donald Trump is that he's here to do the bold policies. He's here to take the steps where other people refuse to tread. And he's here in our country to spread those ideas here. And what do those ideas mean? Well, they mean by 2050, 4 billion people succumbing to the climate crisis. They mean the war in Gaza. They mean a huge, terrible, absolutely catastrophic, cascading collapse of impacts that beyond our wildest imagination. Fires, floods, globally, to affect us all and kill billions in their wake. We should not be here to support this president. He only leads us down a path of fascism and climate collapse. It is clear that this man is a madman.
She's absolutely right. Something about the accent really drives it home too. It is clear that this man is a madman. He is in fact a madman. She's right. Yes. We here back in the United States don't have a president. We have the Mad King. The Mad King Trump. Now, of course, the protesters were repressed by a bunch of angry British men.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Who dragged them out of there, forcing them to stop saying those uncomfortable words in front of these very important, powerful people. How dare you do that? In front of a painting like that? How dare you?
How rude!
I mean, look at that paint. That painting is bigger than you, ma'am. Okay, how dare you be so rude in front of such a A glorious, majestic painting of great extravagance. By the way, anybody know who that dick is? I'm trying to remember who this is. I can't think of who this would be. Anybody got guesses on this? This guy with this 10 foot tall fucking painting in the biggest gold frame I think I've ever seen. I'm fairly certain they dragged this out of the dungeon just for Donald Trump so he could be like, "Oh my God, that's the biggest gold painting I've ever seen." Like, there's no way they didn't. They literally were like, look, everyone, we must prepare for Donald Trump's arrival, and the only way we all know to do that is, of course, to drag out all of the most gold, the most gilded possible things, of which we have many. Now, while they were entertaining and brown-nosing the President of the United States and the United Kingdom this week, things were not getting better for the people in the United Kingdom, specifically the regular people, the working class, as inflation continues to be incredibly hot.
So hot right now.
So hot right now. Nearly 4%. According to the latest numbers, here's Reuters from 2 days ago. UK inflation holds at 3.8%, highest of any advanced economy on the planet. Where's my... There it is.
British inflation held at 3.8% in August, according to official figures. That's the highest of any major advanced economy, and leads investors to believe the Bank of England is unlikely to cut interest rates again this year. Inflation for consumer services slowed to 4.7% from 5% in July, the Office for National Statistics said on Wednesday. The figures showed petrol prices and the cost of hotels and restaurants were the biggest contributors to August inflation. That was offset by a slower rise in transport costs, particularly airfares, which have been volatile in recent months. Prices for food and non-alcoholic drinks were over 5% higher in August compared to a year ago. Core inflation, which excludes energy, food, and tobacco prices, fell to 3.6% from 3.8%.
Well, goddamn, United Kingdom. Things just continuing to get more and more expensive, making it even more difficult for people to survive. Not great. Probably not good for the numbers on Labour's government. And from what I can tell, people found Keir Starmer's sort of obsequious palling about with Donald Trump to not be all that great either. Keir Starmer doesn't really seem to be able to do anything right, not gonna lie. Okay, let's quickly go to France. We covered this yesterday as well. Or at least we covered France yesterday. We covered the protests. We covered England to some degree yesterday as well. But this is the week-ending report, and we must somehow break down for ourselves what's happened over this week. As any other week, chaotic and filled with too many news stories to keep track of. It's one of the great things about the week-ending reports, in my estimation. It helps me. I know that much. I don't know if it helps everybody else, but it helps me sort of to digest everything, sort of like get a grasp on what we saw happen throughout the week. The fact is, like, a week goes by and like I start forgetting shit. I'm like, oh wait, oh my god, I forgot about that. How did I forget about that? Because we go through so many goddamn things. Oh shit, before we go to France, I almost forgot. We talked inflation just now. in the United Kingdom. But let's quickly talk about monetary policy, talk about what the Bank of England has signaled that they are going to be doing. Not only, like was mentioned in that Reuters video before it, are interest rates going to be kept on hold, most likely through the rest of the year. The Bank of England is looking to unwind its assets on its books, things like bonds, maybe going up for sale, which will put more upwards in pressure on interest rates rather than downward pressure.
The Bank of England kept rates unchanged on Thursday. It said it was slowing the pace of its quantitative tightening programme and skewing sales away from long-dated gilts to minimise the impact on turbulent bond markets. Policymakers voted 7-2 to slow the annual pace at which it unloads the gilts. The slowdown is the first since the bank started in 2022 to unwind its gilt holdings. The Bank of England bought over $1.1 trillion of British government bonds between 2009 and 2021 to boost the economy. Uniquely among major central banks, it's been selling bonds outright as well as letting them mature. That's something critics say contributed to 30-year gilt yields rising to a 27-year high this month. The Bank of England maintained its forecast that inflation would peak at 4% this month.
There you have it. All of this is going to mean interest rates remaining higher in the UK for longer. And with prices already high and continuing to get higher, it's only going to spell one thing: cost of living going up for people in the United Kingdom.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Okay, let's quickly go to France, talk about the demonstrations that have been going on there, that were going on there over the last couple of days. In the wake of the announcement of the new prime minister, loyalist to Emmanuel Macron, the seventh prime minister in Emmanuel Macron's presidency, French people took to the streets to protest against the austerity policies which Emmanuel Macron's government has been enacting or attempting to enact. We're going to try and breeze through this since we did this yesterday already.
Teachers, train drivers, pharmacists and hospital staff, all among the millions of workers here in France expected to strike today as part of a day of protests against looming budget cuts. Unions calling for more spending on public services, for the scrapping of France's unpopular change to state pensions, and for more tax on the wealthy instead. The social unrest, right as President Emmanuel Macron and his newly appointed Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu try to navigate a political crisis here and try as well to bring the public finances under control. Well, let's hear them from hospital staff, all among the millions.
It is so hard to keep up with who the Prime Minister of France is at any given time. There's because of the fact that in the last 9 years, however, how long has Emmanuel Macron been? 8 years? I can't remember. It's been a minute. It's been in the last 8 years, there's been a new prime minister every single goddamn year. How are you supposed to keep up with that as a foreigner?
That's too much, man!
It's too much for this spaceman.
Arrondissement of Paris, 23 out of 74 schools are closed today due to strikes. Now the students have gathered outside this school, the Lycée Ravel next to me, which is not closed due to strikes, but the entrance has been blocked by pupils, and pupils from neighbouring schools have joined in support also. We've also seen elected officials from the France Unbowed, Communist and Green parties out in support of the students. The protest was also joined earlier this morning, a roadblock of striking RATP transport workers at the local bus depot, which was quickly dispersed by law enforcement. Now we are told that 1 in 3 teachers nationwide is on strike. That's causing major disruption to schools, but students I've spoken to are not displeased.
It's Macron, though, right? What do you mean? Macron, he's the president, but the prime minister, right? There's two different leaders, right? And while the prime minister has changed 7 times in the last 8 or whatever, however many years that Emmanuel Macron has been president, he has remained, and I think still has like another year and a half on his term or something like that. I forget the exact name of the French system of government. It's like is it parliamentary republic? I forget how that plays out. Whatever it is. Okay, a couple more vids, and then we're gonna move on to other things. Specifically the Middle East. By the way, how much do we have left to get through here? After that, Middle East. Got Middle East, then Russia. Middle East and Russia. Oh, and then Nepal. Russia, Middle East, Russia, Nepal. A couple other Asian stories there at the end. Okay, alright. Which means... let me think. 7 hours in. How long is it going to take to get through that? Sorry, I'm doing math. I'm trying to do math over here. Figure out how long this or that. I think... Oh, Jesus. That one's throwing me off. Yeah, I'll probably do part of the Middle East in this half. That makes more sense, rather than taking a break. All right, staying with France, with these protests, let's go here to global news from yesterday. Start a revolution. Workers in France protest budget cuts and call for a wealth tax.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Workers across France took to the streets today to protest funding cuts for public services. Thousands of people participated in a nationwide strike called by the country's trade unions. The stoppage impacted transportation services, educational institutions, and the healthcare sector. The government says the cuts are aimed at bringing down France's massive budget deficit. They were proposed by the country's outgoing prime minister and caused him to lose a confidence vote last week.
Parce qu'il faut que le gouvernement y comprenne qu'il y en a marre de l'austérité et que réellement il y a des mesures à prendre effectivement pour sauver la France, mais ce ne sont pas celles qu'il faut prendre sur les travailleurs.
There are real measures that need to be taken to help workers, but these austerity measures are just hurting the workers. The government needs to get involved. Cut unnecessary expenses and actually shore up the social infrastructure here. Tax the wealthy like they need to be. France is becoming a more and more unequal society. Like America. Not as bad, but they're heading in the wrong direction. They certainly have been in recent years. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Overall, the population rejects the policies being implemented, the destruction of our social protection, the increase in budgets, and the inadequacy of funding for public services. Today, what we came to say is that we are determined we know that we are in a position of power, that never has a prime minister been so weak, that never has a president been so weak. We see the wealthiest and the big bosses under pressure, restless, and we are finally talking about real issues, meaning the wealth that they steal from us. So we are not ready to go home. We have to strike while the iron is hot. There we go. French protesters unwilling to give up fighting for equality in their country. And hundreds were arrested, apparently, nationwide. It wasn't just in the big city centers where people were protesting. It was, in fact, we saw a report yesterday suggesting that basically the entire, like all of France, there was protests from Paris all the way to the smallest country village. French demonstrations and police clashes during violent protests. Oh, that was the protesters who are violent. Right, New York Post. By the way, just to preface this clip, like this is a clip of people being arrested. 309 people, according to the New York Post here, were arrested. But this is the New York Post, so it's going to have a certain leaning to it. At least the the subtitles are going to have a particular bent. French journalist Luc Offray captured dramatic footage. The intense clashes took place on Boulevard Voltaire and at Place de la Nation in central Paris. French citizens were protesting a range of topics, including the rising cost of living, budget cuts, and lack of funding for school and hospital staff.
Illegal.
What was that guy arrested for? Throwing a water bottle? An empty water? That dude hugged a water bottle and then got arrested for it. An empty one. An empty water bottle. The least dangerous thing perhaps on the planet. Illegal.
Illegal.
A day. Throwing a water bottle. Wantonly with disregard. Craven bottle throwing. Not allowed. All right. Now, it's been a very busy week in the Middle East, to say the very least. Little Marco Rubio made a trip to Israel after they decided to strike the sovereign nation of Qatar without telling the United States ahead of time. Here's BBC News from Monday. See, I almost forgot about that happening. This is why we need the weekending report.
We start in Israel, where the American Secretary of State Marco Rubio has arrived as anger in the Middle East grows.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Tuesday, which targeted the Hamas leadership in Doha. Marco Rubio's Tuesday visit was scheduled well before Israel's attack in Qatar, which killed several lower-ranking members of Hamas, but which the group claims its leadership survived. He has made clear
I love
the
how
US was not happy
BBC is
with the
doing
Israeli
like
action.
straight up propaganda for Israel. Like, oh, they did a strike in Qatar, but they were targeting Hamas, of course. Oh, okay, no further questions, BBC. Just happened to have this came up for me when I heard that. Did anybody else die? Oh, they did. Oh, okay. Who died? Oh, a Qatari official, and I think a civilian. Oh, okay. That sounds illegal.
Illegal.
And even if they, if they hadn't, just randomly striking, just shooting a missile at Qatar, it's also going to be illegal, I'm fairly certain.
And says he wants to know what impact the strike will have on efforts to free the hostages in Gaza. Qatar has reacted furiously and, following emergency summit in the UN this week, has now convened a meeting of Gulf leaders on Monday to discuss possible reprisals. Our correspondent in Jerusalem, Wira Davis, told us more about what we can expect from Marco Rubio's visit.
Yeah, I don't need to know what to expect from Marco Rubio's visit. I'm fairly certain, that he got scrambled to the Middle East, to Israel, to ask Israel in person, what the fuck, man? Like, what in the fuck? I thought we were doing peace. Because we can't, Trump can't just truth that one. He can't just tweet it. You gotta send the Secretary of State over there to be like, hey, you're like our ally. And you didn't tell us you're going to strike a nation where we happen to have a massive military base? People who are supposed to be our allies who just gave us a plane. A multi-$100 million plane. Who Donald Trump is trying to be friends with. You're fucking it up. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Is it the largest base in the region? I thought the one in Iraq was the largest one. Like, I know that what's it called? CENTCOM, Central Command is there. But I could have sworn that the base in Israel, like, by size, was bigger. I mean, in Iraq. Did I say Israel? In Iraq is bigger. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. All right, let's go to the West Bank, where Israel has been demolishing as many buildings as possible since they're running out of buildings to demolish in Gaza. And it's causing a lot of problems for the people, shockingly.
Mohanad Dwekat is more than just a principal. At the Sawiya Lubban Secondary School in the occupied West Bank, he leads students under siege. Pupils here face near daily attacks by Israeli soldiers and illegal settlers. And this year, Israeli lawmaker Zvi Sukkot has called for the school to be wiped out, labeling the students terrorists. Built in 1944, before Israel's creation, the school sits along the key north-south highway in the occupied West Bank, now also used by settlers. Its location has turned it into a target of attacks.
My greatest concern is always the safety of the students. Even during the summer break, I worry about how I will protect them when the school year starts. As teachers, we station ourselves along the main road to the school gates to ensure students get inside safely. When they leave, we walk with them for over 2 kilometers to make sure they reach safely.
The school serves hundreds of students across 3 different villages. It has suffered from decades of Israeli attacks and restrictions.
The Israeli occupation always targets this school. A student whose house is right in front of this gate must walk 5 kilometers to get inside.
Well, Israel continuing to make things a living hell on the ground in the West Bank. as it is their intention to annex the entire territory right now. I mean, we cannot forget that for a second, that Israel is absolutely in the process of annexing the entire territory of the West Bank. At the same time, this month, I think in 2 days, the multiple Western nations are supposed to recognize a Palestinian state. What are the borders of that state? Is one question I keep asking myself. Let's go here. This is from 5 days ago as well. To Gaza, where Al-Mawasi refugee camp continues to get more and more crowded by the day. Why would that be? Oh, it's because Israel continues to force displaced people into Al-Mawasi.
We do have Tess Ingram once again, and she's a UNICEF spokesperson. We were talking to her, but we got interrupted earlier. Excuse me. She's in Al-Mawasi, and you were describing the apocalyptic scenes that you're witnessing where you are, and indeed relating a story of just how bad things are with women being forced to give birth on the side of a road.
That's right, Rashid. The internet was interrupted here as I was explaining that, and there was also sounds of a loud bombardment. As we continue to say, nowhere in the Gaza Strip is safe, including this so-called humanitarian zone, Al-Mawasi, which, as I described, is becoming more and more crowded by the day. We're seeing people set up on the shoulders of roads and in really desperate conditions. There was one mother I met, Sarah, who described leaving Gaza City under evacuation orders. She was pregnant, she went into labour and in Sheikh Radwan and gave birth on the side of the road while trying to find help while evacuation orders were being issued for that area. She and her family, she has 5 children, moved to Al-Nusra, where again we know evacuation orders followed them. And so they were forced south here to Al-Mawasi, where I met them in a borrowed tent with very little supplies, nothing for the baby that she needs, like formula or like nappies, clothes, and for food and water for her other children. And she's just one of so many examples of families who've come here and now are struggling to access the basics that they need to survive.
Yep, it's a literal hellscape in Gaza right now, a human-created hellscape, which could be easily undone. Although undoing it becomes harder and harder as the suffering continues, people continue to die. Impossible to undo the deaths, I know that much. And, you know, the suffering, you know, also to some degree in terms of people's mental health. It'll be a very difficult road for a lot of people who have endured this suffering to, in the future. I mean, right now, I keep thinking, like why talk about that right now when that's not a conversation to be had? Because this thing isn't over. Israel's continuing to do what they're doing. This thing is anything but over. We keep hearing about ceasefires, but no, there is no ceasefire. Because Israel refuses to. It's the one and only reason why there has not been a tangible ceasefire, a lasting ceasefire, a full exchange of hostages, an end to the fucking genocide, an end to the starvation. It's all fucking Israel. They are the ones who are enacting all of this. You have to be living in a fucking alternate reality to think anything else. I mean, this next video is fucking disturbing. 5 days ago, once again, this is raw footage of airstrikes. You'll notice something immediately. People. Right next to the fucking building.
Illegal.
It's fucking disgusting. It's just disgusting. This is clearly a civilian area. That is clearly an apartment building. Civilian infrastructure. It's just this building is surrounded by human beings, and they just blast it. No consideration for human life. Okay, let me think. I think I'll go through the next couple of days. I'll get us up to 1 day ago. I tried to put this all in order chronologically. At least to some degree, I tried. Yeah, okay, let's go here. 5 days ago, Palestinians unable to evacuate as Israel continues to strike residential buildings in Gaza. Oh, we already saw this one. Right, yeah. So people were not able to evacuate. I meant to take this one out. But yeah, people were not able to evacuate. No kidding. Look at it. There's just, the entire street is filled with people. They completely they just did not care. They completely ignored it. Okay, let's go here. Marco Rubio, Associated Press. 4 days ago, Hamas can no longer continue to exist as an armed element. Big tough man, little Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
America has no better ally than Israel. It's obvious that Israel has no better ally than America. You stand with us in the face of terror, in the face of the incredible, I would almost say, Middle Ages lies that are directed against us.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having
the
that
rising
thought.
anti-Semitism in the world, and the really the weak governments that are putting pressures on us because they collapse under the pressure of Islamist minorities.
Wow.
And incredible vilification.
Every single hostage, both living and deceased, needs to be home immediately. Hamas can no longer.
Benjamin Netanyahu just said that Muslims across the world are basically subversive elements within every country that they reside in. Wow, that was some wildly racist talk right there, Benjamin. Wildly racist.
Continue to exist as an armed element that threatens the peace and security, not just of Israel, but of the world, and that the people of Gaza deserve a better future, one that cannot begin until Hamas is eliminated and until...
Oh, okay. So I guess we didn't go there to wag our finger at Israel. We came to show them support in attacking Qatar, our supposed ally, and reiterate that they can do whatever they want so long as they claim that they're killing Hamas leaders and members, or trying to do it at least. Who cares who else they kill? No big deal. You do you, Israel. Where was I? Okay, yeah, let's go here now. Global news, 3 days ago now, Israeli officials and residents reject the United Nations finding of genocidal intent. Palestinians say it came too late. Yeah, it's not just Palestinians, it's everyone else. It's not just Palestinians. This is nonsense.
The Commission of Inquiry report published today is part of Hamas' fake genocide campaign. This is simply an echo of the jihadist propaganda. The report is what Hamas wants you to think, and it is a complete
Did he just say
lie.
the globalist propaganda?
I think the word
I just
genocide
hear an
is a very
Israeli
big
say
word. We've seen it
globalist
used
propaganda.
upon...
I'm sorry. I gotta hear that one more time. What was that? What the fuck did you just say to me?
Genocide campaign. This is simply an echo of the jihadist propaganda.
The what?
The report is what Hamas
The
wants.
jihadist?
And it is a
jihadist? Is that jihadist? Is he trying to say jihadist propaganda? Oh, I see. The jihadists. Ah. Those nasty jihadists in the rubble with their propaganda campaigns.
complete lie.
I think the word genocide is a very big word. We've seen it used upon Jews in the Holocaust for what happened back in there. And I think saying that to what's happening in Gaza right now is completely a disassociative and a wrong saying. Because what's happening in Gaza currently isn't a genocide. Nobody's trying to get rid of the Palestinians. We're actively trying to get rid of Hamas, which are only doing worse to the Palestinians. I don't think that we're committing a genocide,
they're just
but I
being
wouldn't
good guys.
defend my actions.
We're just
country
helping
by all
Palestine.
means.
We're just helping Palestine
We
get
have
rid of
done some
Hamas.
stuff that can be very controversial.
I mean,
but
sure.
I think that everything that we have done is to protect.
Oh my god,
our
this woman is a dumb fucking bitch. Oh my god. Oh, we're just helping Palestinians get rid of Hamas. They didn't ask us to help. They didn't ask us for help with getting rid of Hamas, but we're doing it in an incredibly generous way by killing all of these people. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people. We're just being generous, philanthropic individuals.
and to protect ourselves.
באופן כללי, המצב הוא מאוד מאוד מסובך, שאי אפשר פשוט להגיד ג'נוסייד, כי אין פה אנשים שפשוט אומרים בוא נשמיד את העם הפלסטיני. אני חושבת שזו מלחמה שהיא קיומית וצודקת.
These people are disgusting. I think that it is just an existential war because of, first of all, there are 48 of our hostages that are still there. Okay, you go fuck yourself. You go right ahead and fuck yourself, ma'am. That anybody is still justifying this to themselves is fucking mind-boggling to me. I literally cannot imagine being that deluded and thinking, oh, this is still fine. Everything is still fine. No big deal, everything fine. Very nice.
Let's turn to Claire Sanfilippo, emergency coordinator for the charity Doctors Without Borders, which has teams in the Palestinian territories. Thanks for speaking with us here on France 24.
Thanks for having me.
Have you been able to speak with staff this Tuesday?
Absolutely. We talk to staff every single day and various times a day, given how volatile the situation is. And what we're witnessing is a deadly escalation in the Gaza Strip and specifically in Gaza City, which still hosts close to 1 million people. So what colleagues tell us is that, they're subjected to relentless bombing by the Israeli forces. And every day there's been an increased number of airstrikes during the last week. Every day Palestinians are injured and every day Palestinians are killed.
Your teams are present how far north?
So we currently have a team continuing to work in Gaza City, and obviously.
Okay, that's the part that I needed. But yeah, Israel has been continuing a relentless bombing campaign on people living in tent camps with no ability to defend themselves, who have done nothing wrong, who are literally starving, all because of Israel's blockade. It's just it's a campaign of just pure cruelty. But let's talk more about that incitement of genocide that the UN inquiry found Benjamin Netanyahu had in fact done.
Illegal.
TRT World, 2 days ago.
The families of hostages protest outside Netanyahu's home. They say they will not be moved till the Prime Minister fulfills the will of the people, the immediate return of all the hostages and the end of the war.
Immediately, if not sooner.
army person, and every person who wears uniform has to take off his uniform and disobey all the orders that they get from the governments. This government is a government that doesn't have the support of the people.
But it seems denouncing the military assault in Gaza as genocide is a step too far for some Israelis.
I do believe that there are some actions in Gaza that are not humanly or not all right, but I don't believe
of hostages protest out.
Yeah, you have to be in complete denial to be like, yeah, not a genocide. It's just a few bad apples, couple bad things happened. Everything else, no big deal. It's disgusting. Now, in the last few days, Israel's final solution for Gaza City has been coming to fruition with the full-on ground assault of the city. Here's TRT World once again from 2 days ago. How has this atrocity made it 2 fucking years? You know, it's you know, do you realize how many days it is until October 7th?
More unbearable misery in Gaza City as
like,
relatives mourn the loss of children.
It is 2 weeks and 3 days away from the 2nd anniversary of October 7th. It's unbelievable. And that anybody after 2 years of this can still be like living in this fucking fantasy world. It's just beyond the pale.
In the latest Israeli airstrikes. And with those strikes already a part of daily life, now come vehicles of war rumbling into the city. Israel says some 350,000 Palestinians have left Gaza City, but as they head south toward Deir al-Balah, they arrive to overcrowded tent camps.
I am displaced because of the bombing and
Like, just think about that. Like, think about the difference between these 2 pictures for a second, okay? You have fully functional armored vehicles filled with armored troops, guns, who knows what else. Tanks are coming too. These are just a couple of Humvees, but they got fucking tanks and planes and fucking UAVs, you know, drones flying all over the place. And then you go here. A bunch of people who have been displaced dozens of times in the last 2 years, all on sordid, broken down vehicles filled with everything that they can fit onto them, and every person that they can fit onto them, in a goddamn caravan. Like why? I mean, even like I try and play devil's advocate so much to try and like not both sides things, but like to see the whole fucking picture on shit. I literally cannot come up with a fucking explanation for why you would need to do a ground assault in Gaza City. The only reason is, of course, to take the territory, which is something, you know, Israel doesn't want to just say out loud quite yet, even though Donald Trump, they basically have the backing of the United States to do so. I think they're just afraid of actually just saying what they're doing. They're just taking it. They're just taking Gaza. They're continuing to force people into a smaller and smaller concentration camp, surrounded by military, being starved to death, until they come up with a plan for them, or until they all die. This is genuinely what I think they're doing. You know, they I think they've done I mean, like Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli government, have made a calculation here that they can, in fact, with the blessing of the Trump government, do whatever they want right now, and this is their moment. They're incredibly unpopular, and they're only going to continue to get more unpopular. So they are, like I said, final solutioning this thing. They are trying to wrap this up in a way that where they have all of the territory in totality, and that all of these people are just gone. However they go, it doesn't matter whether they die or they leave. Israel doesn't give a shit at this point. Just they did. I mean, not that they, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you could say that they ever gave a shit in the last 2 years. But the point is in terms of the public-facing image, I don't think that they're at all even close to trying to, you know, to hide much of any of it at this point, because they know that the Trump administration is going to back them up. And who's going to challenge the Trump administration? All right, this is the last video before we're going to take a break. The rest of the Gaza stuff is from the last day. CNN 2 days ago, Gaza aid worker, quote, "We are seeing an unprecedented humanitarian disaster that could easily be avoided," unquote.
I don't want reality.
Been saying it and saying just so many times I've said it. Completely avoidable human-caused disaster.
Well, the European Commission is proposing new trade sanctions targeting Israel over its ongoing campaign in Gaza. Now, if approved by the member states, the bloc's free trade agreement with Israel would be partially suspended. Now, Israel would lose its preferential access to the EU market and be subjected to increased tariffs. Sanctions would also apply to far-right Israeli ministers. Well, meantime, on the ground, these are the scenes from central Gaza. A caravan of people heading down the coast after fleeing Gaza City. Tens of thousands are heeding the Israeli military's warning to leave, with Israel's announced offensive to take control of the city and root out Hamas militants now in its second day. But many of the estimated 1 million Palestinians who've been living in Gaza City remain there. The IDF says it expects the operation to take several months. Well, Hania Al-Jamal is an aid worker for Gaza. She is joining us from Deir al-Bala. Thank you, Hania, for joining us today. And I want our viewers just to see some of the video that we've been sent of Palestinians fleeing south, so they will be watching that as you and I speak. This is the one road south, of course, packed with people. Just describe the difficulties for those who are on the move to move safely, if you will.
Well, first of all, we need to keep one thing utterly and abundantly clear. It's that the move that is safe, that is out of the question. People are moving under severe bombardment campaign that is forcing them to leave Gaza. So the idea of having a quote unquote safe exit from Gaza City is not available. As you mentioned, there's only one route that is available for civilians to use, which is the coastal route. You can imagine the kind of congestion that would take place once the IDF made or deemed Gaza City an evacuation zone with its over 1 million population living there. So the situation is incredibly difficult. As of the 22nd of August, Gaza City was declared a famine zone with abundant proof for that. So this hunger-stricken city with over 1 million people living in it in makeshift shelters have been under incredibly difficult bombardment campaign that have exacerbated on the 15th of this month and have been forced to move under incredibly difficult circumstances. We're talking.
Oh my God, I hate this woman. The fucking interviewer here at CNN just kept it. Like, I watched this earlier. It pissed me off so much, and it's pissing me off again right now. I can't finish it. It is pissing me off so much. She, like, interrupts her over and over and over again. This woman's trying to describe human suffering that is happening on the ground right now as they're literally talking, and she's interrupting her. This is the most rudest fucking thing I've ever seen. It's just nonsense. It's just fucking nonsense. Okay, I'm fine. That's it's fine. Okay, everybody. We're going to wrap up the fourth half right there. A little early on the fourth half. I'm just doing the math in my head as I go along here, and I think this is a good spot for us to take a break. I could be wrong. Who knows? Sometimes I make mistakes on this. But we're going to wrap it up fourth half. We'll come back in the fifth half with more that's been happening in the last day with relation to Gaza, including a video of Owen Jones, who apparently went to Palestine. Although he's not in Gaza. I'm sorry. He's in West Bank, I believe. But either way, he literally left the UK to go to Palestine. We got a bunch of other stuff to talk about in the Middle East as well, with relation to Qatar, Yemen, and then a bunch of stuff in Asia, as well as with Eastern Europe. We gotta track back up there, talk about Russia, Ukraine, and some of the latest developments in the last 12 hours with relation to the planes in Estonia, in an EU country, another one. All right, everybody, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you do not miss a single spacecast from GNN. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by space fams like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support that helps keep the stream alive. Things like super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than getting siphoned off to increase the profits of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the very low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, space fams? All right, everyone, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. what that beeping sound means? It means, of course, that it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss it. It being the fifth half. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 frickin' halves this stream. So many halves. Okay. Let's go here. AP Archive 16 hours ago. Freedom Flotilla departs Tunisia for Gaza after multiple attacks and weather delays.
This pain is a pain for revolution, for evolution of human race. It's the pain that we have the chance right now.
By the way, I see somebody mentioning things about being authorized in the Discord. If you are in the Discord and you are listening to this right now, and you find that nothing is happening in the Discord, that might be due to the fact that you haven't accepted the rules in the Discord. The only way to get given access to the server is to go to the rules channel, one of the only available channels to people who are new to the server, and to click on the emote associated with accepting the rules. And once you've done that, the bot will give you the roles to allow you access to the rest of the server. Otherwise, nothing's going to be going on in there for you.
For evolution of human race. It's the pain that we have the chance right now to evolve all together as humans, together. There's no one that can do it alone. So we need to remember that also with this stool, with this flotilla, that it is not a one-person job. We have to stick together and we have to work together. And we're not scared. The purpose, just remember, the purpose of attacks like this is to deflate the energy of the people and to distract people and to shake them. And what it actually does is that it brings people together.
Okay, let's talk more about the Samud flotilla. A quasi-star celebrity, if you will, joined the flotilla. Mandela's grandson, that's right, the grandson of Nelson Mandela, joined the flotilla carrying aid to Gaza. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
For Gaza, the Global Samud is the latest flotilla to embark on the journey with the aim of delivering aid to those in the enclave. With 48 boats having joined in so far, it's the largest to have set off for Gaza. Organisers say that 2 of its boats were targeted by drone attacks last week after a stop in Tunisia from where it left on Monday. And among the several hundred people on board is the grandson of South Africa's anti-apartheid icon Nelson Mandela. Speaking to France 24 on Wednesday, Mandla Mandela said that his country's past was intertwined with the Palestinian struggle.
We drew immense inspiration from the Palestinians during our darkest days in the fight for our liberation. And many, like my grandfather, were inspired by the Palestinians. We have been able to turn the tide and the propaganda that has been perpetuated by apartheid Israel and its partners in the West. In this regard, we are witnessing major protests in every town and in every city across the globe.
The global summit has passed Italy and is aiming to reach Gaza in the coming days.
There we have it. I think I have one more video on the flotilla before we move on to other topics. Novara Media with an update from the flotilla. That's right. One Novara Media reporter is on the flotilla, one of the boats. I found this to be fascinating and kind of awesome. Novara Media reporter on the fucking flotilla.
Good afternoon from the Global Summit Flotilla. This is the third time I've recorded this video diary update, which gives you an idea of how quickly information is changing and how difficult it is to get a sense of all of the moving parts. Where are we? We're just off the southeastern tip of Sicily, and I am very happy. The good news is that all of our boats, Barcelona, Tunis, and Italian boats, have all met for the first time, bringing the total of boats to, I think, 42. The bad news is that because of a storm last night, we were initially separated from some of the Barcelona boats, which have now caught up. But in the course of that delay, some of the Italian boats, 4 to be precise, or at least we think at the time of recording 4, have decided that they're going to go ahead at 8 p.m. this evening. So a decision has been taken that from here on, if a boat or boats can't make it through the storm, they will be left behind. There's a real renewed sense of urgency about getting to Gaza and opening a humanitarian corridor and delivering that aid, partly because of the general condition, but also because of the intensifying violence in northern Gaza and in Gaza City in particular. So 4 Italian boats, 4 from the Italian fleet, are going to go ahead, and those of us that have made it to the southeast tip, just south of Syracuse in Sicily, are going to leave tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the rest of the Italian fleet.
Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome if you ask me. I'm still really glad that these guys are doing this.
As soon as there's
Whoopsies,
any...
don't do that. Stop.
This is the third time I've recorded this.
Hey, stop that. Okay, yeah, just stoked. Stoked by the fact that this is such a big effort right now. 42. That's almost 4 dozen boats all heading towards Gaza. And hopefully this leads to the breaking of the blockade. And I think it's incredible to see people like the grandson of Nelson Mandela, Kieran from Novara. You know, of course, Greta's still there. And with people like that, you got to think that hopefully, you know, perhaps naively, but optimistic, that this may somehow work. I don't know. Just as I'm saying it, I'm losing faith already.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Either way, I'm glad that it's happening. And I think we have to applaud their efforts. Okay, let's go here. See what this horrifying man had to say. Bezalel Smotrich, I believe is this guy's name. The far-right Israeli Minister of Finance. He's got a fascinating real estate opportunity for you people. Can you imagine what it is?
Illegal.
The U.S. President and the British Prime Minister acknowledged their differences on the issue of the recognition of a Palestinian state.
At their news conference earlier, both leaders said they want to end the war in Gaza and acknowledge the brutality of the Hamas attack on October 7th, 2023. Keir Starmer said he plans to recognize a Palestinian state within the context of an overall plan for peace. President Trump focused on the release of hostages.
I want an end. I want the hostages released. And I think it's going to be okay. But it has been a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years. But this has been for decades and decades. But we want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back.
On the ground, Israeli tanks appear to be stationed on the edge of Gaza City 2 days after Israel's military announced its ground incursion into the city had begun.
Reuters is reporting that internet and phone lines have been cut across Gaza. This as Israel continues.
Okay, I'm sorry. We don't need all of this goddamn CNN segment. I just wanted this one part. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Okay.
Israel's far-right finance minister could fuel tensions as well.
Bezalel Smotrich says negotiations are currently underway to divide Gaza and describes the battered enclave as, quote, a real estate bonanza. Listen to Smotrich describe the plan in his own words.
I admit, I didn't expect this. Just so you know, it's not funny. There is a business plan. Listen to me carefully. There's a business plan set by the most professional people there is, and is on President Trump's table, and how this thing turns into a real estate bonanza. I'm not kidding, it pays off. I have started negotiations with the Americans. I say this not jokingly now, because I also demand. We paid a lot of money for this war, so we need to divide how we make a percentage on the land marketing later in Gaza. And now, no kidding, we've done the demolition phase, which is always the first phase of urban renewal. Now we need to build. It's much cheaper.
We've already done the demolition phase. Now's the time to rebuild. This is a massive real estate opportunity in Gaza. We've spent an incredible amount of money, American money, on the war, the genocide. And so, I guess the Israeli government's going to take some sort of real estate tax. This is fucking horror. This is a fucking horror show. This guy's discussing outwardly fucking war crime. And while they want to paint him as right wing, it would seem that the rest of the government is pretty much on board for it. I'm not seeing a lot of pushback from Benjamin Netanyahu on that. He hasn't released some statement saying, "Oh, I condemn Bezalel Smotrich for saying that we're going to sell property in Gaza." Nope, nothing even close to that. It's truly sick. Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday. Gaza hit by telecom's blackout as Israeli tanks advance. Where are the condemnations for this literal call for a full-on fucking war crime? Bezalel Smotrich just saying all the quiet parts out loud simultaneously. Where's the condemnations? We were forced to condemn Hamas. We have been for 2 years now, for October 7th. But why don't we ever have the opposite of that with any of the things that Israel does? Why don't we have the media up in arms over any of the things that are happening? Demanding all people defending Israel condemn what people like that are saying.
Residents of Gaza City said on Thursday they'd spotted Israeli tanks advance in 2 areas that were gateways to the city's center. Internet and phone lines were cut off across the Gaza Strip, a sign that ground operations would escalate. Israeli forces control Gaza City's eastern suburbs and in recent days have been pounding the neighborhoods of Sheikh Radwan and Tel Al-Hawa. From there, they would be positioned to advance on central and western areas where most of the population is sheltering. Bassam Al-Qanu is a displaced Palestinian from Jabalia.
Our children don't sleep at night because of the shelling and the bombardment, and we are at the beach. Boats are shelling, planes are striking, and tanks are shelling. We are scared, but what can we do?
Gaza's health ministry said on Thursday at least 79 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes or gunfire across the Gaza Strip in the past 24 hours. The Palestinian telecommunications company said in a statement that its services had been cut off, quote, due to the ongoing aggression and the targeting of the main network routes. The Israeli army did not respond to a request for comment on the blackout. In a statement to the media, the military said troops were expanding their operations in Gaza City, dismantling what it called, quote, terror infrastructure and, quote, eliminating terrorists. Israel says it wants to smash the Palestinian militant group Hamas in its strongholds and free hostages still being held in Gaza. Its latest major offensive after 2 years of devastation.
How is this guy going to do terrorism? Huh? He doesn't even look like he can walk. He's so skinny. I don't think he'd even pick up a gun. Kidding me? This guy's no soldier. He's a victim. He's a starvation. He's a starving human. All right, one last one. Here with Palestine. Owen Jones posted this video to his channel 16 hours ago entitled simply, Owen Jones Goes to Palestine.
What you talking about?
So, I'm in Palestine, probably wondering how I got in. So the Israeli authorities, as it turns out, they've revoked my visa and had a bit of hassle coming in. I'll tell you about that later. In the meantime, I'm here with this incredible Palestinian Christian organisation called Sabeel. And what they're doing is taking an incredible group of people, a delegation around the West Bank, occupied West Bank, obviously illegally occupied West Bank, occupied by the Israeli state, and Jerusalem. And we're here to learn about the experiences of Palestinians who suffer apartheid, their brothers and sisters, of course, suffering genocide, as far away from here as Milton Keynes is from London. And what we're doing is learning about the historic injustices, obviously the Nakba, which, as we're told, never ended in 1948, the displacement, the mass discrimination, you know, just the utter horror and injustice that Palestinians put up with every day. So, I'm going to start by talking to the wonderful Omar from Sabeel about where we are right now.
This village is called Lifta village. One among many Palestinian villages, over 531 villages that have been depopulated in 1948. The indigenous people, the Palestinian people, our people, were forced by gunpoint or for fear for their lives. They were driven out to either other countries or just less than few miles away from here.
Zionist paramilitaries attacked Lifta, so they killed people.
I mean, the logic of it, the intention was not to kill people. In Zionist ideology, that you need to create a Jewish state. To create a Jewish state in a country that is already filled with population. At that time, almost 1 million Palestinians lived in it. You needed to drive them out. So that was the solution, whether it was using violence, massacres, or actually just by fear. Palestinians were driven out so that they can make space for the new refugees that were coming from Europe, fleeing Nazi Germany or a destroyed Europe after World War II.
And what happened to the people of Lifta?
They continue to exist, having ruins, being surrounded by ruins. I mean, these are the dead stones. There's a living community. The people of Lifta continue to have their weddings together. They continue to share their stories.
But where did they live? Where did they go afterwards?
They live everywhere, physically. But in their mind, they still live here. Lifta is not empty. The people are still living here. Nakba means catastrophe. We lost 2/3 of historical Palestine. 2/3 of our people became refugees. We lost our books. We lost our culture. We lost everything. But we haven't lost our stories. We're still here. We still share them. And we still believe in international law and in the conscience of the international community that they will stop being an obstacle for us to go back, to come.
Yes, indeed. Now, we might watch more of this later this weekend. It's super long. It's like 35 minutes. I mean, he went to Palestine. You make a long video when you go to Palestine. And I mean, let's be real. Owen Jones is always doing long videos. But for the sake of brevity here on the weekending report, seeing as we're already 8 hours in, I'm going to keep this moving. I wonder if Owen ever saw the drawing Sandy did. Huh, good question. I do not know. Okay, now this I found fascinating. This next one's actually from earlier in the week. We're about to transition to talking about Qatar real quick, because some other things have come out since the strike Israel did on, I think it was Sunday, whatever day it was. Now, Marco Rubio had this to say while in Israel. I found this to be utterly fascinating. 4 days ago, Marco Rubio urges Qatar to keep helping Gaza.
What now?
We are focused on what happens now, what happens next, what role can Qatar play possibly in reaching an outcome here that leads not just to the end of this hostilities, not just to the release of all of the hostages, both living and deceased, not just the disarmament and elimination of Hamas, but also a better future for the people of Gaza, which isn't possible as long as Hamas exists, which isn't possible as long as 48 hostages are being held.
Right. I fucking love that, though. Like literally 2 days before this, Israel literally blew up a building in the capital city of Qatar. And Marco Rubio comes out here with the fucking prime minister of Israel, like, saying, hey, Qatar, look, I know, he doesn't even mention the actual bombing, but it's just the strike. He's just like, look, I really think that it'd be, great if Qatar could still play a important role in all of this. It's like, what? They were in the middle of playing an important role in all of this. They were in the middle of discussing negotiations with Hamas officials. That's why Hamas officials were there. I'm beside myself right now. Like, the claim, it is mind-boggling. I mean, like, the most nonsensical thing ever said. Qatar could do more. Qatar, could you do more, Qatar? You're not doing enough. Could you help bring about the peace faster? It's like, dude, we were in the middle of that. And then your buddy standing right next to you blew up the building where we were trying to get the peace happening. And it's our fault? And we're not doing it? We were okay. Okay. That makes sense. Never mind. No further questions. All right, let's go here. Al Jazeera English from yesterday. GCC Secretary General addresses media as defense ministers meet after Doha attack. I always forget exactly what GCC stands for, but it's like the coalition of like Gulf countries or something.
I'm going to interrupt Natasha there, bring you here to Doha. Defense ministers from the Gulf Cooperation Council countries are meeting here in Doha following Israel's attack on Hamas officials in Qatar. This is the Secretary General of the GCC, Jassim Mohammed Abdullahi. Let's listen in.
In the GCC Council's extraordinary meeting in September 2025 in Doha, directed that the GCC Joint Defense Council would hold an emergency meeting in Doha to assess and evaluate the defense position of the GCC countries and evaluate the situation in light of the Israeli attack against the state of Qatar, and direct the joint military leadership to take necessary steps to activate joint defense mechanisms. The Joint Defense Council held its extraordinary meeting on Thursday in Doha, presided by His Excellency Sheikh Saud Al Thani, and head of the Joint Defense Council. In its extraordinary session, attended by the Ministers of Defense of the GCC countries. Their Highness and Excellencies, members of the Joint Defense Council, has deliberated the attack on Israel and the egregious violation of Qatar's sovereignty, and they have condemned in the strongest of terms such an attack, and such an aggressive attack is a violation, egregious violation of the UN Charter and international law. And
yes, indeed. There's the GCC Defense Minister speaking. Sorry, the GCC Secretary General speaking. After GCC defense ministers met in Doha after this attack, strongly condemning Israel's blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter.
Illegal.
Now, let's go down a little southwest there to Yemen, where, according to Drop Site News, who are the only people I've seen cover this story, a strike done by Israel may very well be the most deadly attack on journalists recorded in modern history. Supposedly 32 journalists, all dying simultaneously in one Israeli strike. Drop Site News yesterday.
And Sharif, the one country, as we were mentioning, the Geneva Conventions literally has it in it that all signatories to it are obligated to prevent genocide, to intervene to prevent genocide. The only country doing it is the Houthi-led government in Yemen. Can you talk a little bit about the strike that we witnessed recently on journalists in Yemen and what we know about it so far?
Yeah, I mean, there's actually funeral services held today in Sana'a for as many as 32 Yemeni journalists who were killed in an Israeli airstrike last week. This was a series of strikes that hit several areas in Sana'a, residential areas, a military headquarters, a fuel station, but also a media center housing the headquarters of 2 newspapers. Israeli officials basically admitted to this. They said that they struck a building they referred to as the Houthis' military public relations headquarters. Now, official statements from Ansar Allah have said that 32 journalists were killed. They published photos of them as well.
This is ridiculous!
If that is the case, this would make it one of the deadliest, if not the deadliest, strike on journalists in modern history. And it would continue Israel's unprecedented targeting of journalists in Gaza, where at least over 250 have been killed, including just 3 journalists the other day, by the way, one of which was in Gaza City, and 2, I think.
When will someone other than the Houthis uphold international law on this one, huh? I mean, it's insane. Israel is just systematically targeting journalists in a way that is just unavoidable. Like, you cannot be a serious person and be denying that it's happening. And You know, whether it's Al Jazeera or journalists in Palestine or this particular case or in any of the other targeted attacks that they've done on journalists. Like, I just don't know how anybody can call themselves serious and not accept that this is happening. And if you do accept this is happening, then you have to accept that Israel is doing a systematic targeting of journalists, which is in fact a war crime. Right, and so that means that the government is literally engaging in a campaign of war crimes. And if you can accept that, then you certainly must be able to accept the fact that they're doing a goddamn genocide on top of that.
Areas, but those attacks on Sana'a was only the latest in a series of escalating bombings targeting Yemen. In late August, Israel carried out also a series of coordinated strikes that killed numerous senior members of the Houthi-led government that controls the region, in the northern region, including the prime minister and 9 cabinet members. Now, when we say prime minister, I think these officials are largely just figureheads without any real power. But it was an escalation by Israel to openly talk.
Yeah, it's absolutely an escalation. That is one word for it, for sure. Okay, let's move on from the Yemen situation. I just figured we should hit that up. I mean, that was shocking. But I couldn't believe that the only people who were reporting on the drop site. But I shouldn't be, because drop site seems to be so consistent in their reporting, even though they're a small independent journalistic outlet. That thing has only gotten 1,500 views in a day. Meanwhile, PBD and Tim Pool and all these other people, they put out a video, 500,000 views. It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it's fucked up, you know? Like, and maybe it's more outrageous to me because I'm personally being affected by it, because I'm struggling financially to make ends meet over here month to month. Just praying, that we're gonna be able to pay all the bills as the first comes around, things like that. But like, to see the guys like this, like, I do what I do. Great. Okay. I put effort into it. A lot of time goes into the editing of the scenes and the artwork around here, trying to make it look nice and all this other stuff, making it an immersive experience and compiling and curating news on a day in, day out basis. But these guys are doing actual, like, genuine journalism, right? Like, they're breaking stories. Like, if it weren't for them, I would not know this story happened. You get what I'm saying? And it's like 1,500 views. Like, why? How? Should have 1.5 million. Should have 1.5 billion views. What are we talking about? The largest murder of the largest massacre of fucking journalists in modern history, and we're like nobody knows about it. How's that possible? How is that possible? Someone explain it to me. I do a great job. Well, thank you. I don't know who you are, demonic Loti Azul. I really appreciate that. It's very, very kind words. But I'm not breaking stories, I guess is my point. I might be finding very niche stories. I'm good at that. I mean, I'm curating like a fucking fiend over here. I'll give myself that much credit. I am dialed in as best as I possibly can be. Although every day I ask myself if I can be even more dialed in. I'm just not breaking stories, which is why I always stick to this, that I'm not a journalist. That, I'm a news commentator, I'm a news curator, I'm a talk show host, right? I'm a spacecaster with a very specific focus on politics and current events relating to geopolitics or environmental issues, right? Things like that. But I'm just not breaking stories. Until I'm doing that, I just don't think I can call myself an actual journalist, right? I've lost my place. It's always happened. Okay, let's go all the way, not all the way north. Let's go north to Turkey, as protests have been filling the streets there. As Erdogan continues to crack down on dissent, jailing the opposition leader, Imamoglu. Tens of thousands of people were in the streets of Ankara. On Monday, here's Guardian News with the story. Tens of thousands of people protested against a court case aimed at the main opposition party. CHP leader Özgür Özel said the government was trying to cling to, goddammit. They're not clinging to goddammit. CHP leader said the government was trying to cling to power by undermining democratic norms.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
And suppressing dissent following opposition victories in local elections over the past year. Turkey has detained more than 500 people, including 17 mayors, over the last year in Istanbul.
Right to jail, right away.
Wow, 17 mayors. In 1 year? That's too many mayors. How is that even possible? That's more than one mayor per month. How are you jailing that many mayors?
Right to jail, right away.
And other CHP-run municipalities around the country as part of corrupt investigations. This case is political. The accusations are slander. Our comrades are innocent. What's being done is a coup. A coup against the future president, against the future government. We will resist. We will resist. We will resist.
Hiçbirimiz kurtuluş yok tek başına ya hep beraber.
There you go. People taking to the streets in the thousands to protest the authoritarian crackdown by Recep Erdogan. And they're also calling for snap elections, whether or not those happen. I think we know it's not going to happen. But hey, maybe, dare to dream. All right, let's go here. Since we're in Turkey, we might as well talk NATO. And Trump earlier this week called on NATO countries to immediately stop buying Russian oil.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's TRT World.
A deliberate and provocative show of force by Russia as it carries out joint military exercises on NATO's doorstep. It comes as Romania became the second NATO country to accuse Moscow of violating its airspace. On Saturday, Romanian fighter jets were deployed to track the drones before they disappeared. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said the incursion was no coincidence and called it an obvious expansion of the war by Russia. Earlier this week, Poland shot down Russian drones that crossed into its airspace. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the violation was unacceptable.
The drones were intentionally launched. There's no doubt about the drones were intentionally launched. The question is whether the drones were targeted to go into Poland specifically. If that's the case, that if the evidence leads us there, then obviously that'll be a highly escalatory move.
President Trump has urged NATO countries to stop buying Russian oil and impose hefty tariffs on Moscow's biggest trading partner, China, until the end of the war. Trump says when NATO complies, the US will do the same.
But President Trump has been accused of failing to follow through on repeated threats of tougher sanctions on Moscow.
Yeah, please hold. Okay, alright, I gotta get to tweeting. I gotta get some tweets going here. A letter sent by me, President Donald J. Trump, to all NATO nations and the world. All caps. Quote, I am ready to do major, capital S sanctions on Russia. When all NATO, capital N nations have agreed and started to do the same thing, and when all NATO, capital N nations, all caps, stop buying oil from Russia. As you know, NATO's commitment to all caps win has been far less than 100%. Yes, in fact, NATO's commitment to winning has not been nearly high enough, and the purchase of Russian oil by some has been shocking. It greatly weakens your negotiating position and bargaining power over Russia. Anyway, I am ready to quote-unquote go when you are. Just say when, ? I believe that this, plus NATO, as a group, placing 50% to 100% tariffs, all caps on China.
China!
To be fully withdrawn after the all caps war with Russia and Ukraine is ended, will also be of great help in all caps ending this great and deadly but all caps ridiculous war. China has a strong control and even a grip over Russia, and these powerful tariffs, capital T tariffs, will break that grip. This is not all caps Trump's war. Parentheses, it would never have started if I was president. It is Biden's and Zelensky's all caps war. I am only here to help stop it and save thousands of Russians and Ukrainian lives. Parentheses, 7,118 lives lost last week alone. All caps crazy! ! If NATO does as I say, the all caps war will end quickly, and all of those lives will be saved! ! If not, you are just wasting my time and energy and money and all of that stuff. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Will it move to a lower caps war? Let's hope so. That's the very bare minimum that we can all hope for. Is at least for it to go from an all caps war down to a lower caps war. Okay, if we can just get the capitalization of the word to shift it just a little bit.
Precision of language, please.
If we just get some more precision of language, we'll solve this. We will solve this with grammar. Now, before we go further into Asia, I figured we go to Afghanistan, where Donald Trump has some more news on that earlier this week. I think it was yesterday, or it was either yesterday or Thursday. Friday. I'm sorry. It was either it was Thursday or Wednesday. Donald Trump was in the UK, and said this about Afghanistan.
Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But
he seems so sad.
Yeah, he said, "Let me down. I don't like to see it's death." You know, it does.
Donald Trump seems so sad when he's talking about this. Like, look, I don't even get it. It's like he's losing all these soldiers. Why does he even want to keep it going? I don't get it. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense. It's crazy.
Affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a world war over this thing, you could. This was a thing that would have never happened had I been president. If I were president, it would have never happened. And it didn't happen.
Not
for
my
4
word.
years. People,
Not my word.
Most people agree. It didn't happen.
Many
nor
people
was
say
it close to happening. And I spoke
Everybody's
to
saying
President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. I've said that many times. It was. But he would have never done what he did, except that he didn't respect the leadership of the United States.
Very rude.
They just went through the Afghanistan total disaster for no reason whatsoever. We're going to leave Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength and dignity. And we're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, that one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back.
We're going to get it back.
But one of the reasons we're
going to get the base back.
The base is, as you know, it's an hour away from.
You're going to get that base back. Wait, whoopsies. What did I just do? Go back. What just happened?
That could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons.
China.
So a lot of things are happening.
A lot of things going on. We might get that Bagram air base back. Been talking to the Taliban saying, hey, look, guys, I know that Joe Biden gave you that air base, but we want it back.
I'm staying in the race.
Hope you don't mind. We're going to take it back. Hope that's not at all inconvenient to you at all. I mean, this is wild. Like, why would we do this? Why? Because China exists and Afghanistan happens to be kind of nearby. It's insanity. It's pure insanity. It's pure and utter insanity. Now, it's not just Turkey where opposition is being cracked down upon. All the way in Georgia, opposition leader arrested there this week as well, amid the latest crackdown on pro-EU voices in the country. And this situation has been going on for fucking so long. It's been like a year that this one's been going for.
They want to join the European Union, a dream they feel their government is derailing. In the streets of Tbilisi, protesters mobilised once again on Saturday, further angered by the Georgian Dream Party government and its anti-European measures.
The government is clearly out of the constitutional order. They have violated it multiple times, and it seems that they are determined to stay on the authoritarian path and even go far.
Yeah, they're definitely on the authoritarian path. And the fact is, I mean, this guy's bringing up the Constitution, but Georgia's Constitution kind of sucks. I'm not going to lie. I've spent some time looking into it. And there's like I don't know the exact percentage, but like some large percentage of, it's not a majority, but it's a large enough percentage of assembly, parliament, whatever kind. I can't remember if it's a Congress or a parliament. I think they call it parliament. But in the parliament, I think it's 16 or maybe 18. It's an even number, I think, of assembly members, parliamentarians, whatever you want to call them, are just appointed, picked, not voted on. Just you got a large number of people who are just voting with zero accountability to the people, which seems incredibly sort of anti-democratic, if you ask me.
To finally choke the resilience of Georgian people and turn it into a great mass of obedience.
The European Union has not signalled it has given up on Georgia, but it is threatening to waiver visa-free travel in a bid to deter the government's authoritarian drift. Opposition leaders, rights activists and journalists have recently been arrested. the latest of which was Levin Kapishvili, head of Georgia's main opposition group, the United National Movement. He was accused of bribing members of the security forces and detained on Thursday. Days earlier, he called for a peaceful overthrow at upcoming municipal elections.
Yeah, a peaceful overthrow at elections, otherwise known as voting.
Illegal.
All right, now let's go here to Belarus, which I guess we're kind of going... I put these in the wrong order. I'm just realizing this should have been way back there. How did this get out of this? How did this happen? Whatever. Belarus, here we go. Associated Press, 5 days ago. Russia launches Zircon hypersonic missile in joint drills with Belarus. Doing on time.
3, 2, 1, корабль точки
3, 2, 1, the ship is launching. Yes, sir. Launch. Launch drone. The launch cycle has begun. It seems like every fucking time we do another stream, it's just like a little bit more like military tensions around the world. Just like a little bit worse. Just day by day, just slightly getting like incrementally closer to World War III. It's such a great vibe. I love this timeline. Have I told you before that I love this timeline? It's my favorite. #1 timeline. Alrighty. Well, we are certainly making great progress. I gotta say, people, I doubted whether we would get through all of this earlier today. I mean, at one point, I was concerned that we were going to even complete the goal and get the opportunity to get through all this stuff today. And then at one point during the stream, after we completed the goal, I was like, oh my god, I have so many videos. How are we going to get through all these? But somehow we have gotten through all of them. We're done. Game over. Stream ended. Goodbye.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's not over. But I'm just saying. We've made great progress. You're voting Kanye if he opposes Gavin Newsom in 2028. Good one. That's a good one. I like that. It's funny. That's funny. You're making jokes. You're making funny jokes. All right, let's go here. France 24 observers 4 days ago. How Russia is building airports to launch drones at Ukraine. This is a purpose-built airport for drones. We're going to show you another launch of the Gran.
Drones being launched at a purpose-built airport in Russia for attacks inside Ukraine. The Russian drones are called Geran 2s. They are based on an Iranian design called the Shahed 136. Now, Shahed drones have a range of up to 2,500 kilometers. Propeller-driven and relatively slow-moving, they cost between $20,000 and $50,000 apiece. They're low price, meaning they can be manufactured in massive quantities. Russia has used Shahed drones widely since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. but their use has intensified this year. On the night of September 6th to 7th, Russia launched a record 810 Shahed drones in a single night, according to Ukrainian authorities. Drone expert Spencer.
Okay, so one of the reasons why Russia has been able to launch so many of these drones in recent weeks and months is because they're building small airports that launch these very small, inexpensive drones that can be launched from the back of vehicles, leading for very little, very short runways. Be built very quickly. And regardless of what you think of Russia, a very efficient strategy, a tactic. Because it also, if you can make those runways really small, it makes it really easy to also disguise them potentially. Although with satellite technology these days, it's becoming more and more difficult to do such a thing. Let's keep this moving. Go here. 16 hours ago, Volodymyr Zelensky meets with troops, says that Ukraine has pushed back some of Russia's recent advances.
At an outpost in Donetsk, Ukraine's president led a ceremony to reward those fighting to protect the region and to remember those who've died for it. Volodymyr Zelensky said a recent counter-offensive has reclaimed 160 square kilometers, pushing back a Russian incursion.
We are now conducting one of our counter-offensive operations towards Donetsk in the Pokrovsk and Dobropilya areas, and our guys are performing brilliantly. The fighting is intense, but we've inflicted significant losses on the Russians.
Russia is trying to capture the whole region of Donetsk. In August, its troops made rapid advances near the coal mining town of Dobropilya, as recorded on Deep State map linked to the Ukrainian army. Now, Ukraine says it stunted the advance, reclaiming 7 settlements and inflicting 2,500 casualties on Russian forces. Russia did not comment on this, but President Vladimir Putin spoke of the scale of their deployment across the whole.
Okay. Ukraine claiming to have significantly stunted the advances of Russian troops, something which Russia's been claiming great a great amount of victories over. They're pushing further in the east. Not sure what Ukraine attributes it to, aside from the efforts of troops. It could be that the United States turned intel back on. Hard to say. Okay, let's go here now. The fact that this happened this week is truly amazing to me. Because we literally just got done talking about how 5 days ago, Russian warplanes violated the airspace of a NATO country, specifically Romania. This was on Monday, or was it Sunday night? It was either like Sunday night or Monday morning. And then a second violation of a second NATO EU country happened earlier today in Estonia. In what seems to be an incredibly escalatory series of moves in a short period of time. Here's BBC News. Get us started. This was the first story I found about this one 9 hours ago. NATO intercepts Russian warplanes violating Estonian airspace.
Illegal.
Let's start with that breaking story, the developing story we've seen over the last hour or so, because Estonia's government says 3 Russian military jets entered NATO airspace without permission on Friday morning and stayed there for nearly 12 minutes. In a statement on X, a NATO spokesman said NATO responded immediately and intercepted the Russian jets which had violated Estonian airspace, adding this is yet another example of reckless Russian behaviour and NATO's ability to respond. The Foreign Minister of Estonia said the incident was the most brazen violation yet of its airspace and the 4th this year.
Illegal.
He said Russia was increasingly testing its neighbours' borders with its aggression. The incident comes after a week in which more than 20 drones violated Polish airspace, prompting NATO jets to shoot some down, and a further Russian drone incursion over Romanian territory.
How did I forget about Poland just now? I'm an idiot. How did I forget about that?
Close to the Ukrainian border. So let's get immediate reaction from Vitaly Shevchenko, BBC Monitoring's Russia editor and host of Ukrainecast. And Vitaly, tell us more, because this doesn't appear again to be some sort of mistake. It is there in Estonian airspace for a considerable amount of time, isn't it?
Of course, there will be people who will be asking the question of, could this be an honest mistake? But I would argue that this would be giving Russia too much benefit of the doubt, following a clear pattern that has been emerging over the past weeks. Last week, 10 days ago, at least 19 Russian drones violated Polish airspace. Then another drone entered Romania's airspace. So now we have these 3 Russian MiG-31 jets over Estonia, and that is the pattern that is emerging of.
You know, regardless where you might sit on this, this series of decisions, the Russian military to violate 3 different NATO countries' airspace in the span of a week, is the sort of pattern that, you know, I feel like it's potentially going to be used for justification for a whole litany of potential things that I don't like even thinking, but is real. I mean, this is sort of, you know, this is the kind of thing where we start running into the territory where people start trying to justify, like, but like, oh my God, no, I can't. I don't think I can even, I don't want to even go there right now. Oh God. But this is the sort of pattern that people would use as justification in things like preemptive strikes. Not that I would want to do such a thing, because I don't want this to escalate any further. But yeah, no, this is just disturbing. The fact that this happened in 3 different countries, all in such a short period of time. You know, I think it gets a lot of people thinking a lot of things. These are aerial incursions, smell a lot like Gulf of Tonkin incidents, but you think it's like a psyop? A psyop used for justification?
Russia testing, well, basically how much it can get away with, and frankly, despite all the expressions of concern and statements such as the one we've heard from Kaja Kallas, the EU's foreign policy chief, that the EU stands in full solidarity with Estonia. This doesn't really amount to a reason for Vladimir Putin to fear any sort of consequences following these apparent attempts to violate.
Okay. Let's go. Yeah, this is CNN from shortly after this one dropped.
All right, there's more breaking news we're following. 3 Russian fighter jets have just entered into Estonia's airspace without permission earlier this morning, that according to Estonia's foreign ministry. Officials say the jets stayed in their airspace for some 12 minutes. Estonia borders Russia and is a key member of NATO. Its foreign minister called the move by Moscow unprecedentedly brazen. That's a direct quote. All this comes as U.S. and Western intelligence officials are still trying to determine whether Russia intentionally flew drones over Polish airspace earlier this month. Joining us here in the situation with CNN's Katie Bo-Lillis. Walk us through, Katie Bo, this new reporting on what's going on.
Well, Wolf, we're just over a week from 19 Russian drones entering Polish airspace.
Poland, the key NATO ally as well.
Precisely so. And U.S. and Western intelligence officials are still deeply divided over whether that incursion was accidental or whether it was intentional, perhaps an effort to.
Tonkin was not a psyop. I'm not just to be clear. I'm not claiming that Tonkin was a psyop. I'm just saying that that's what it sounded like was being said here, and I just was trying to clarify as to whether that was what was being claimed. I mean, I think there's like disputing. There's like multiple reports on this situation. They all dispute each other on what happened in that second Gulf of Tonkin incident. So whatever. I just I don't mean for us to get go on this tangent right now.
Western air defenses, right? And part of what makes this so difficult for them to reach an assessment on this is they're really reliant on looking at sort of the technical specifications of the drones that they were able to shoot down in Poland, as well as the flight pattern of these drones while they're in Polish airspace. How were they flying, right? What can they learn from that? And the problem is that most of that information could really be interpreted either way. We heard from some Ukrainian officials who say, look, we've never seen a deviation of this size, 19 drones knocked off target, right? We have also heard from some Western intelligence officials who spoke to us who say, look, these drones are programmed en masse. If you have hundreds of drones in the air at a time, as was the case with this attack, 20 of them run into Ukrainian electronic warfare defenses, jamming essentially.
Yeah, like, this is the thing about it, right? Like, you got 20 drones all flying in the air at one time. Those present a severe and significant threat. But each one of these nations, Poland, Romania, Estonia, have basically had to make a decision every time that something like this happens, whether it be warplanes or drones or whatever else, and ask themselves, how do we respond to this? The longer that we wait, every fucking second that we wait to respond to what is going on here, the more in danger people in the country become, as the further that they can incur into the territory. And it just presents a massive national security risk for each one of these countries. But it's also, there's the flip side of the coin, is if you shoot it out of the air, how does Russia view a NATO country blowing up a plane? It's all, like, so many calculations are probably being made in the moment, on a moment by moment basis, and it just feels like we are hurtling towards World War III with stuff like this happening. 3 incidents all in 1 week is pretty troubling.
Perfectly plausible that 20 of them could have been knocked off their pathway. And so one U.S. military official that I spoke to really put the odds at 50-50 either way. The problem now, of course, is how do you respond if you are NATO, if you don't know whether this was intentional or not? What we did hear from senior officials, both here in the United States and in Europe, is either way, whether it was intentional, whether it was accidental. It suggests a really worrying increase in the tolerance for risk that Russia is willing to take.
If it were accidental, I think this second incident now with Estonia, another NATO ally, and Russian jets flying over and entering that airspace, that would seem to confirm it wasn't accidental.
That's certainly going to be brought to bear on the analysis, and I think you're going to see a lot of certainly European nations who already believed that this.
Okay, hold on. I'm not going to watch this whole CNN fucking clip, but there's one other part that I think I wanted, if I'm not mistaken. Where was it?
And military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel, thanks very much for joining us. So what's your analysis on Poland, now Estonia, two NATO allies? And as we all know, if Russia is involved in engaging militarily against NATO allies, this isn't just against Poland and Estonia, but all NATO allies potentially could be involved.
Yes, absolutely, and that's where the Article 5-like provisions come into play, Wolf. So when you look at the Polish example with those 19 drones, as Katie Bowe was just talking about, I would put the odds actually at more 70-30 or 60-40 that the Russians did this intentionally. Now, it is absolutely possible that there was jamming involved, and the way to determine that is whether or not Ukrainian jamming efforts were underway at that particular moment in time, or even Polish jamming efforts. So if there was nothing like that going on at that time, then you can pretty much determine that this was an intentional effort. When it comes to the Estonian situation with 3 fighter jets, that is an obvious offensive play by the Russians. What they're doing is they're testing the air defenses of the Estonians. They're looking at the way in which the Estonians would respond to an incursion, and the fact that they stayed in Estonian airspace for 12 minutes. That's a very long time, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Small country, doesn't take long to fly from one end to the other.
Yeah, 12 minutes in Estonia in a fighter jet. Those things are moving fast. Super fast. Way faster than like a commercial jet. And, you know, this is the sort of thing that if you were attempting to test the readiness of NATO countries, of their preparedness, of their response times, things like that, this would certainly be the sort of thing you would do. All right, let's go here. BBC News. Russian fighter jets violating Estonian airspace intercepted by NATO.
We begin with Estonia, which has described an incursion by Russian fighter jets into its airspace as unprecedentedly brazen. It says 3 Russian military jets entered the NATO country's airspace without permission on Friday morning and stayed there for nearly 12 minutes. In a statement on X, a NATO spokesperson said, "This is yet another example of reckless Russian behavior and NATO's ability to respond." The incident comes after the violation of Polish airspace by Russian drones and a further Russian drone incursion over Romanian territory close to the Ukrainian border. Well, in the last few hours, the Prime Minister of Estonia has said his country will request NATO Article 4 consultations over that violation of its airspace by the Russian jets. Under Article 4, member countries can bring any issue of concern, especially those related to security, to the North Atlantic Council. That's NATO's main political decision-making body. Poland's Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, also invoked Article 4 consultations just last week. Well, we can speak now to the Estonian Defence Minister, Hanno Pevkur. Thank you very much, Mr. Pevkur, for joining us on BBC News today. What more can you tell us about the encounter over your airspace between those NATO jets and the Russian fighter jets? We're hearing reports in the Estonian media, for example, that the Russian jets had their transponders off, which would make them less visible to radar systems. Can you confirm that?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to the program. To be clarified, this is where these were MiG-31s, which means that they are bombers. But this is just a nuance. When we talk about the transponders, it's not important because on the radars they are visible, and we monitor them long before they entered into the proximity of the Estonian airspace. And then, of course, then when they already entered to Estonian airspace, then we scrambled them with the NATO response. And this is obvious what we need to do. And I'm very grateful for also for the Italian F-35s, who were the ones who went to scramble the Russian jets. And of course, in this situation, the only right thing to do is to push them out from the Estonian airspace.
So how quickly did those NATO jets respond as soon as the Russian planes came into your airspace?
We responded actually already before that when they entered. As I said, we were monitoring them very closely, and also the Finnish fighter jets or the Finnish jets were approaching them, and we were in a very close contact with our allies, not only with Finland but also with Sweden, and we had the situation under the control. But yes, it is unprecedented that for 12 minutes the Russians were in our airspace, but there was a very good coordination among different countries.
Finland apparently involved in some way here, mobilizing its jets as well. This is the closest we've had to a NATO-Russia direct conflict in 3 years. At least from my estimation. I mean, I could be forgetting something. We just seem to be hurtling towards the precipice right now. Now, this came out literally while we were streaming today. A couple of hours ago. This came out. Estonia seeks NATO consultation after Russian jets violate its airspace.
An extremely dangerous provocation. The European Union has condemned Friday's violation of Estonian airspace by 3 Russian fighter jets. Estonia has requested urgent talks with its NATO military alliance allies after the incident. Estonia's defence minister called the 12-minute incursion unprecedented. The Russian aircraft were intercepted by NATO pilots. The Swedish military published these photos of the Russian aircraft taken after they had left the Estonian airspace. Russia's defence ministry denied it had violated Estonia's airspace. It said 3 fighter jets completed a scheduled flight over what it called the neutral waters of the Baltic Sea. The EU's foreign policy chief said Russia was testing the West's resolve and it must not show weakness. President Trump said it could mean big trouble. Joe Inwood has the latest.
On NATO's eastern flank, a ceremony to mark 10 years of the alliance's southeast command centre in Romania, on the day it was once again tested by Russia. It was near the island of Veenlu in the Gulf of Finland that today's incursion took place. Italian jets were scrambled. 3 Russian MiG-31s spent 12 minutes in Estonian airspace before leaving. Now, it was the 4th time this year that something like this has happened in Estonia, although this was the most serious incident. And it comes just days after Russian drones flew over Romania and Poland. Some of them were shot down by NATO jets. The incursion was met with an angry response from Estonia, who invoked NATO's Article 4, calling a consultation with the rest of the alliance.
We had the situation under the control, but yes, it is unprecedented that for 12 minutes the Russians were in our airspace, but there was a very good coordination among different countries.
There are British troops based in Estonia who were recently visited by Prince William. Today, the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, said Britain stands with Estonia, while the EU's top diplomat took a tough line.
We mustn't show no weakness, because weakness is something that invites Russia to do more, and they are increasingly more dangerous, not only to Ukraine but also to all the countries around Russia.
President Trump said waiting to be briefed on exactly what happened, but...
Well, I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't like when that happens. It could be big trouble. But I'll let you know later. They're going to brief me in about an hour.
It all comes just days after Russia held massive military drills. Moscow has always denied trying to provoke NATO, but few in the alliance believe.
Could be bad. Could be very bad. I guess we'll have to find out what the hell that means. That's all we have on this situation. All we know is that Russia has allegedly violated the Romanian, Polish, and Estonian airspace, all three NATO members, in about a week's time, causing great alarm in multiple countries. All right, let's move on from talking NATO, talking about some other stories here in Asia. Specifically, I'd like to talk about Nepal. Actually, before we do that, we've gone like another hour and a half, and I'm like, just realizing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got like 10 more stories. That's good enough for a really short sixth half. And so I think I'm going to do that, or like fifth half 2.0, fifth half 2.0. Let's go with that. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, need a stretch. I've been sitting for too long today. Nine hours. 9 hours straight. We've made it through this, but we still got more things to talk about in Nepal, Thailand, China, Japan, as well as the Philippines and New Zealand. All things have been happening the last week. Okay, quick final break, official final break, and we'll be right back with the final half. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so that you can get the latest notifications for each of these galactic shows. While you're at it, don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And there are, in fact, many ways for you to support the stream. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. I am back, everyone, which means it's time for us to return to the final half of the stream. So get back in your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the last of the content. Okay, everybody. Let's get back to the show. We ended talking about Russia's mysterious incursions into NATO country airspaces this week. Now, let's go to talking about Nepal. Something which we didn't talk that much about while it was ongoing. But in the wake of this event that has occurred in Nepal, we certainly should talk about it at least one more time. And I found this video, which I found sort of incredible. This random YouTuber was apparently I don't know anything about this guy. I didn't look at any of his content, but he just seems like a travel YouTuber, if you ask me. Just the vibes that I got from him felt like travel YouTuber. This video's got 24 million fucking views. The side of Nepal the media won't show you. We hate the cold 10 days ago.
The whole building is burned through! Fuck politician! Fuck everybody!
Doomsday shit. Holy fuck. Why did everybody just run?
People are like doing something.
Hitting each other.
It's not exactly hitting. But they might hit. So we are running. We are still on protest. Better you leave from this way. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Your safety is our concern.
Excuse me. This is insane. I should not be here.
Alright, so I've just parked my bike there, and we're going back to where everybody ran away.
It's the type of stuff that really does make your hair stand on end. I think it's supposed to get bigger today as well, I'm not sure. We'll go ask some questions of some people. Hey brother, how are you? I can't shake your hand, but nice to meet you. What's your name? Can't hear, okay. Run up this way for some reason. Let's go see what's going on. Why are we running this way?
Actually, one man is thrown in the middle of the nowhere, so that's why.
Oh shit! I can't quite believe what I'm witnessing right now. They're all hitting this guy, I think, because he threw a stone. It hit someone else. Tensions are high. That was a gunshot that just went off. That's another gunshot. Look at them pushing that over there. More gunshots in the air. Oh shit, he's just put off some tear gas over this way. Bollocks.
This guy. What in the
Fuck, sorry, dude. There's some more cans being thrown this way. Fucking hell. Wow, that fucking really gets in your eyes. Woo. Shit, man. Fucking hell. Yeah. Fuck me, dude.
Everybody notices the white guy. They're like, oh my god, what is this white guy doing here?
I've never witnessed anything like it. They're chucking the tear gas on the side. My eyes are watering. You can feel it going up your nose. Jesus. It's over there. The smoke's going off. They're throwing it back here. This way, let's go. I'm kind of worried for my bike now.
This is not for social media, this is for corruption.
Yes, I know, I've heard. Yeah. For the kids that were flaunting their wealth or something.
Because people are saying this is for social media, no. Yeah. This is for like corruption. Yeah. Because our like child, like our brother and sister.
Yeah, and just to show you what they're talking about, let me whip this up here real quick. Some of these photos, this shit is wild. But like this is okay, all right. I couldn't find. I'm struggling to actually find. There we go. All right, so one of the photos that has caused a massive uproar is this one. Like this shit is fucking insane. This guy is apparently I think he's the son of one of like the government ministers, and he posed with this. He posed in this photo. Where is it? Let me get a good resolution one. I'm like struggling to find it. Where's it? Give me that one sucks. This is terrible resolution. It's like 140 fucking p. Oh, I see why. It's because it's on goddamn TikTok and I can't see it. It's being fuzzy on purpose. You're being a dick. You're a dick for that. What the fuck? Oh, you're killing me. It's like, it's impossible. Like, it's really hard to see. Because all of these are just... Like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, but like for some sites like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, on Google, it doesn't generate the full resolution preview. So when you do this, you can't really see it. But like if you look here, it's hard to tell. It's hard to read it, that's for sure. Oh, this one's better. This one's better. Okay, there we go. I found one. If you look at it, this kid is protesting. Not protesting, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the protest. This kid is standing next to this Christmas tree created out of boxes of Louis Vuitton products. Like tens of thousands of dollars of Louis Vuitton, one would assume. Perhaps more. I don't actually know for sure what's in these boxes, but Cartier, Gucci over here too. Just, oh, gross. Just so like tone deaf. People struggling and you're like, fuck it.
They just died.
Yeah, they've just been shot.
They're murdered.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to go a little bit further to see where they fired that tear gas off. You can still smell it in the air. Real chemical shit, that. And here's the guy getting stuff out of his eyes. Here, they're firing more tear gas down there, as you can see. Fucking hell.
Did you get in the fire? Bloody hell, man. They've retreated all the way back there. They've created a gap between the protesters over here and the police. They've moved all the way back. Absolutely insane.
Make a video of them. Huh? These are all corrupted police officers.
You think they're corrupt?
This whole system is corrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we want to fuck this whole system.
That's why you're all protesting here.
Yeah.
Well, you've pushed them back here. You were over here, right?
Yeah.
And you pushed forward.
Yeah.
For the first time in my life, I've just experienced tear gas. Welcome to Nepal. This is going to get dangerous real soon. It's time for me to get a little bit backwards. Tear gas.
So yeah,
Tear
I just
gas.
looked at
Tear gas.
this guy's page. Apparently, he is in fact, as I thought, a travel YouTuber. Very much the typical travel YouTuber. Not even a big one. He was getting, you know, some decent views on some. He's been going at it for like 2 years. But oh god, I don't know. They just randomly, like, he's just in this moment and suddenly turns into a fucking journalist. This video got him 27 million views.
Tear gas. Let's start running. You can see, look. Ambulance over there. Tear gas is being thrown back by some guy. He's just fucked his hand up doing that. There's an ambulance there. I think someone might have been hit. What really gets in your eyes, dude?
Instead of putting some like injured people, they are putting this government people or police so that they can attack us or they can save them. So this is the major like problem which we have. Yesterday they did same thing. They just like took political member to save from us, not the victory, not the like injured people. So much like corrupted this.
Well, this is quite literally insane. They have pushed the police all the way back over this way. All the way down. We've just come from there where that Skyland lounge is, and now everyone's up here. The journalists have come into the crowds, it seems, no longer being protected by the riot police. Fires over there, you can see those big plumes of smoke through that tree line. Let's come up here, they're trying to get into this gate. God, look at this. Look at this guy, dude. I can't believe what I'm witnessing right now. There's tear gas right there, again. That plume of smoke in the background, I didn't catch it on camera, but that's a petrol station apparently blown up, a gas tank.
Our government is very corrupt because they kill 20 people yesterday. They are very bad. The KP Salma Oli.
Brother, are you okay?
I'm okay because tear gas affect my eyes and...
I know, I can see it, my friend.
Yes.
I can feel it, my friends, too. They're firing off tear gas over there as well again. Look at the sheer amount of people. Over here, to the left of me, they're putting down all these railings. They're now trying to get into, I don't know, I believe it must be some government office. All the barbed wire being pulled down. The riot police in there.
Oh, damn. Oh my god, that kid almost died just now.
Some guy covering his eyes, getting away from it all.
This guy tried to eat.
That really gets in the back of your throat, in your eyes. It burns the forehead.
That's a good one. That's well played. This guy tried to eat, pray, love, and actually cross genres into Far Cry. Look, sometimes you're just out there, you're trying to do your thing, and the world just happens in front of you. What are you to do? But immerse yourself. It's honestly incredible footage. And it's the fact that this guy just sort of implanted himself into this just out of the blue. Is like just randomly. He's just driving through it on his bike, hops off, and all of a sudden he's like, fuck it.
Smells like wasabi or mustard.
Thank you so much.
And this is what I mean about the humanity. The humanity still remains even though there's chaos. That way. There's blown up stuff, they're ripping off the railings, but still you have people sharing water, laughing, helping each other out.
What is your name?
Wild.
Excuse me, can I have a small bite of yours from?
I'm from England.
So how long it's been you have been here in Nepal?
1 day.
1 day?
Yes.
It's your first time here?
No, it's my second time. I got stuck because I need to ship my bike from Kathmandu to Dubai, and yesterday I arrived in riots.
This question might be a little bit tricky, but how's Nepal treating you right now? How are you feeling here?
The people are wonderful.
I gotta say, it's kind of a diverse crowd here in terms of gender. I'm noticing, like when I first heard about these riots, I assumed it was gonna be all dudes. But then you go through here, and there's like a bunch of women at these protests.
I'm not sure what's quite going on. They've broken into this building right here.
Oh my god, the scenes of this riot have just got real.
What's behind me is hundreds of people breaking through the main gate. There are riot police the other side. And they have pushed all the way from back there. I cannot believe it. Oh, brother. Hello.
Imagine just trying to be a travel vlogger in Central Asia and accidentally becoming a humanitarian journalist. I mean, that's what's insane about this. This guy is literally documenting history from inside of the crowd as it's all happening. And it's wild. It's just insane, which was why when I found this, we had already talked about Nepal. I figured we would kind of, because things had settled down. The last time we talked about Nepal, because this is like, I think I mentioned it, but this is like 9-10 days ago. We stopped talking about this. I think it was like Sunday, like last weekend we stopped talking about this. But then I saw this video during the week. I was like, oh my God, we have to watch this thing. It's insane. And I haven't even watched the whole thing. I figured it'd be more fun to watch the majority of it with you. I just like peeped like little pieces of it. I was like, holy shit.
Honestly, I have no words. I've been told right now that they were firing shots in the air. So it's, I'm thankful that it's no one. But you can see behind me all the plumes of smoke. I've just been standing over here to try and get away from it. And people have just been coming up to me asking me, where are you from? Where are you from? Which football team do you support? while this chaos is going on. I can't quite describe what's going on, man. It's this weird mix of powerful emotions.
Manchester United or Arsenal. I mean, it is kind of hilarious just how welcoming everybody has been. You see, like everybody has just been like stoked to talk to this guy and tell him what's going on.
They're running through everybody. They have done it, yes. You've broken into Parliament.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 1 night in jail.
1 night in jail, they kept you.
Right now we are coming from jail. From custody. And I'm happy by seeing this.
You just got out?
Yeah.
You got freed?
Yeah.
Legally or illegally?
Legally.
Legally.
Thank you,
congratulations to freedom.
Yes, freedom. Freedom.
What is that sound?
From UK.
UK?
Yeah.
Oh.
What just happened in there? Explosions?
That's burning.
Burning?
Yeah.
Gas?
Parliament burning. Yeah.
Parliament burning?
Yeah.
Parliament is burning?
Yeah.
Parliament is burning.
Parliament burning from we people.
Parliament. Yeah. Okay, man.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Safe.
Thanks.
Please be safe.
Okay.
So,
okay.
You heard it. Parliament is burning. Parliament is burned.
यो राष्ट्रको झण्डा हो यो राष्ट्रको झण्डा म एउटा जर्नलिस्ट भएको नाताले पनि देशको नागरिक हो
This is so wild.
I cannot believe my eyes right now. The whole of Parliament is on fire. People are dancing. None of it is left. Look at it. The whole building is burned through.
That's hot.
People holding Nepali flags on some of the fire engines.
He's really catching it all. No, exactly, Blue Tomato. That's the thing. That's why I said we had to watch this week. I was like, dude, when I saw this, I think I saw it like Tuesday or Wednesday. I've been trying to watch it for the last 3 days. We haven't completed a goal until today. And here we are, week-ending report. I think this is certainly a good way to wrap it up. I mean, well, we're not quite done, but I guess my point is this. I mean, this really did catch it all, which is why we're watching so much of this right now. Like, honestly, we might watch the whole thing. I'm enthralled. I haven't watched the whole thing. Like I was saying, like I just hit a bunch of spots, looked really quickly. I was like, dude, this guy's got everything. It's unbelievable. I have to watch this live on stream with people.
Illegal.
What the fuck am I witnessing right now?
This is ridiculous. Fuck politician, fuck Ebioli.
The riot police have left.
That look from him right there. That look from him where he's just like, okay, I guess this is, I guess this is, like, he seems incredibly perplexed how he went from just enjoying his Nepali vacation to being in the middle of a government overthrow.
The army are leaving. The riot police have left. The building behind me is on fire. In front of me, sorry. People are celebrating, smashing everything. You can see Parliament has been destroyed. What is the channel name? We hate the cold. We hate the cold. We hate that cold.
The revolution might actually end up being televised. I know. For so long, the adage was the revolution isn't going to be televised, but now it would seem with the age of the internet, got a chance. Got a chance. Whoopsies. I gotta say, for a bunch of people in the middle of what would appear to be a violent revolution, they all seem very cheery. They all seem very excited to see this vlogger just hanging out. Kind of incredible.
Crazy, man.
Oh, you know, you in the world, there's so many leaders, they are so corrupted, and that young is coming and they will do that.
I heard, brother. I heard.
Nepal government deserves this. Yeah. Actually, they deserve this. You know, we don't want to do this by our own choice. We are doing this because they deserve it. Yes, we can do it. We can Nepal. Youth can do it. This is for Nepal. People can do it, and we will change Nepal.
These are just a bunch of kids. These are all like, they're not kidding when they said the Gen Z revolution. I mean, all of these kids look like they are like 20, maybe some of them are like young mid-20s, but all of them seem like younger than 20. A bunch of them seem like there might be like high schoolers or something.
Get in!
This is crazy. They're waving the army goodbye. The army are gone. He's got riot police gear. Fucking hell, man.
This is insane, right?
Insane.
Police. This is a police vehicle. Police vehicle.
All right, let's just scoot to the very end of the video. Look at that. His bike is still sitting there completely unharmed. Wait, what just happened? I clicked the wrong place. Where was it? Where was I? How many people are out? The streets are like a buzz. Like, it is so, like, it's a din. It's just the streets are filled with people.
How happy I am to see my baby here. Safe and sound. Nothing stolen. All good. Yes, sir.
This is for change.
Yeah.
Political change.
I'm good, man.
Protest against corruption.
Yeah.
Some water.
No, I'm good, man. I'm gonna ride back.
Some water.
No, I'm okay. I've just had some. Thank you, man. Honestly.
So how many days it takes to come from Thailand to here?
6 months.
6 months?
6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where you are planning to go now?
Brother.
What a nice guy.
Aren't I a good
now
guy?
I'm going back to my hotel.
Hotel?
Yeah, I need to.
How long you will stay here in Kathmandu?
He's like, you don't want water? Go fuck yourself. You're taking water.
This is curfew over.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's over.
Okay, we are distributing water.
Yeah, thank you, man. I've got one.
So I'm from Kathmandu Hiking Club.
Kathmandu Hiking Club.
Hiking group.
Okay.
We have 32,000 people in our group.
Oh,
Jesus
lovely,
Christ.
Yeah, every month, every week we are going hike around Kathmandu.
A 32,000 person hiking club. Oh my God. What is the population of Kathmandu? It's only 1 million people. This guy's one popular ass hiker.
Amazing.
And we are doing cleaning campaign.
Yeah.
So nice to talk.
Nice to talk to you too, dude.
Can we talk in social media?
Of course, yeah. I don't have internet. Better you do. I'll follow you back. Stay safe.
I'll keep in contact with you.
Okay, goodbye. Well, what can I say? Only in Nepal can you go to a protest where they burn the entire parliament and you come back and here is your bike. Nothing stolen, nothing taken, and a water bottle given to you. Well, it's back to the hotel. I need to edit this, and it's goodbye from me for now.
Everything looks perfectly normal everywhere else. Like you wouldn't know that anything
this is
was
back
going
at the
on.
hostel. Look at this.
Little
The
orange
pure
Fanta.
calm of it all compared to what we've just witnessed.
Wow. What an insane fucking video. My mind is very boggled. Okay, let's go here to Novara Media from yesterday. Gen Z just brought down the government in Nepal.
In the West, Gen Z are usually associated with a kind of stony realism about their position as workers under capitalism, rejecting an economics that seems to many of them a trap. In South Asia, however, they're quickly becoming a generation of revolutionaries, having overthrown autocratic leaders in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and sparking wide-scale protests in Indonesia. But last week in Nepal, Gen Z brought down an entire government, a democratically elected government, before electing a new interim prime minister via Discord server. Previously, the Chief Justice of Nepal, Sushila Karki, was sworn in as interim prime minister.
A Discord election? That's right up my alley. As a man of Discord.
Of the Himalayan state last Friday, the first woman to lead the Nepalese government and the first elected leader in the world to be installed via an online vote. So what lit this revolutionary match? Nepal has long been in the grip of three parties, with 14 coalition governments in the last 15 years, essentially rotating power between the leaders of each party, three men who just become prime minister one after the other. Corruption was rife and nepotism everywhere. But recently, there emerged a youth movement calling itself Gen Z and organizing online, often using the hashtag NepoBaby and NepoKids, and sharing images of the children of high-ranking officials living lives of, to them, unimaginable luxury. Like this one of Saugat Thapa, the son of Nepali politician Bindu Kumar Thapa, who posed with a Christmas tree made out of luxury brand packages. In Nepal, the median age is 25, so this was no small movement, a youth movement, but a very big one. And when the government announced a near total social media ban at the beginning of this month, clamping down on the use of Facebook, video apps, and WhatsApp, memes turned into action. On September 8th, there was a large but peaceful protest outside Parliament led by the Gen Z movement. Thousands of students and young people turned out, including hundreds of school children in their uniforms. But it's also been suggested that the Gen Z protest was then infiltrated by older and more radical elements who attempted to storm Parliament. An order was given for parliamentary guards to fire on the crowd, with 20 protesters killed, 20 young protesters killed. The next day, there was an outpouring of anger as a result of the massacre of the country's youth. Government buildings in Kathmandu were...
Yeah, started off completely peacefully, no fires. And then 20 people got murdered by the government. And things sort of popped off. Following what certainly has been a trend in Southeastern Asia, we've been following what's been happening in Indonesia with some fervor. Let's go here to the very end of this video, because they got the guy. I think they got the guy to do it, right? Did they got him? They got him to do an interview. The guy who found himself on the ground, whose video we were just watching.
Nepali protesters who went viral during the country's youth protests. There was a young Brit there too. Travel vlogger Harry, whose account across social media is called We Hate the Cold, was traveling by moped from Thailand to the UK. He arrived in Nepal just as the protests were beginning and found himself right in the middle of the story. And he documented all of it. This is from one of his videos.
Country?
From UK.
UK?
Yeah.
Oh.
What just happened in there? Explosions?
That's burning.
Burning?
Yeah.
Gas?
Parliament burning. Yeah.
Parliament burning?
Yeah.
Parliament is burning?
Yeah.
Parliament is burning.
Parliament burning from we people.
Parliament. Yeah. Okay, man.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Safe.
Thanks.
Please be safe.
Okay.
So, you heard it. Parliament is burning. Parliament has burned.
That video has been viewed nearly 30 million times. We Hate the Cold's Harry also joined me earlier today from Kathmandu, and I began asking him what had brought him to Nepal in the first place.
It was on a motorbike trip from Thailand to England, and I had to use an alternative route because the Pakistan border had closed. And to cut a long story short, my embassy didn't want me to go through the Pakistan border, wouldn't write me a letter. Ministry of Home Affairs said yes. So I had to circumvent my way around and go to Kathmandu. And I arrived on the day that 20 people were shot.
That was at the initial stages where I guess there was a kind of peaceful protest outside Parliament, and then there was a kind of attempt by some in the protesters apparently to storm Parliament, and then 20 people were killed. Now, like, from the footage that you've put up on YouTube, which is amazing, you're really like in the thick of the action. How much did you understand of the politics that was going on while you were there?
In all honesty, I knew a very small amount from when I arrived that day prior. I knew it was something to do with corruption, and basically the social media was the last straw. A lot of the Nepalis were very upset that the media was portraying that it was just about social media. My understanding that it was the last straw. But when I arrived, it was I was kind of picking up things as I went along. I was just asking people, what's going on? What's this about? What's that about? And I think you can see that from the video. It's just a very on the fly. Wow, I've ended up here. Let's see what's going on.
One of the things that you're honestly really amazing journalism does, and I think people will be watching these videos for a long time, is it gives a really powerful sense of the scale of these protests. How were you received as basically someone traveling through who started documenting them? How were you received by the protesters? Were you welcomed? Was there hostility? What was the vibe?
People were very welcoming, as Nepali people are. They were just incredibly welcoming towards me. And I found that a bit strange because I thought, you know, it's probably one of the very few countries where that is a possibility for a protest. And they were very open to wanting me to film everything. And yeah, they were, you know, they just wanted me to come with them and see what was going on. They were very protective as well. You know, like, don't go there, it's dangerous. And I said, I want to look. And they said, okay, come with me. So, yeah, very interesting protest experience.
So tell me a bit more about the protest experience. I mean, like, there are scenes of you obviously running away from explosions and, you know, movements by what looks like the military in the background. What was it like?
Why, it's a very difficult thing to explain. It's complete chaos, but within that chaos, there was also a lot of humanity. It's this weird kind of cocktail of emotions that everyone's kind of feeling, but because of the adrenaline, you don't process it. You're just witnessing what's happening in that moment, at that moment. You're very present with it. The way I would explain it to someone who has never, ever experienced this is if you've ever done, I mean, this is much lower scale, but if you've ever done a fighting sport and you've done Muay Thai or you've done boxing or something like that, it's kind of a bit like the first few hits, they scare you. It's kind of want to get out of it. You want to run away, but after that, you're just in.
And how have your videos gone down in Nepal?
I walk down the street and I get stopped everywhere. I cannot walk around without having someone take a selfie or, you know, tell me that what I did was amazing.
He's become an instant celebrity in Nepal. It's hilarious.
For showing what actually happened on the ground. And I may have done it accidentally, but yeah, it's really nice to receive that praise from people.
So obviously your videos have really blown up. They've done really, really well. And it's no wonder because they are actually amazing to watch. What are your plans next? You're going to hang around in Nepal and see a whole like new country be born, or are you going to move on?
Yeah, so today actually answered that question for me. I went to immigration and I was a little bit kind of hesitant whether they would let me extend my visa or anything like that. But I went in, everybody was very excited to see me. I took pictures with people, I extended my visa. And yeah, so I'm here for another 14 days. I do have some plans.
Oh my god. It's like Nepal has like named this guy the unofficial ambassador or something. Like, you want to stay longer? Yeah, get in here, pal. Can we get pictures? Can we take some pictures with you? No one's gonna believe me that I met you. Just wild. Okay, let's just wrap this Nepal discussion up here. Al Jazeera, 22 hours ago. Why did Gen Z bring down the government of Nepal?
It took just 48 hours for mass Gen Z protests in Nepal to bring down the government. Frustration with searing inequality and allegations of entrenched corruption. The youth has had enough. We ask, at what cost? I'm Stephanie Decker, and this is The Stream. At least 70 people killed. Kathmandu, Nepal's capital, was set on fire. Curfews were imposed, soldiers on the streets, a prime minister forced to resign. Why are so many of Nepal's Gen Z angry? And what comes next for the country? Well, to discuss all of this, we are joined by Subina Shrestha. She's an Emmy-nominated journalist and filmmaker, joining us from York. In the UK, we have Birat Bijay Ojha, a Gen Z writer, joining us from Kathmandu, and Sahana Bajracharya, a journalist also joining us from Nepal's capital. Birat, let me start with you. You took to the streets, you were part of these protests. What were you protesting for?
Yeah, so on September 8th, when the protest happened, it was, I think, a culmination of a lot of things, I would say. Obviously, corruption, nepotism, political instability, censorship, and also like the ban on 26 social media apps. So it was a lot of things. And yeah, just to fight, we were just fighting for, holding the government accountable and to end corruption.
Sahana, are you surprised by how quickly things unfolded? Less than 48 hours, the Prime Minister resigned. We all watched as, Kathmandu, its governmental institutions were set on fire. What was your reaction to seeing this?
Not just me, I believe the world is surprised with how things unfolded in Nepal. From online to ground power, this is the reality that we live in. And we must not forget that this generation, this time, the most democratic tool that we all possess is social media. And by just merely mobilizing a campaign on social media, such big of an event has taken place in Nepal, and that has gotten the world's attention. Now, for years, for decades, the political stagnation in the country has frustrated all of Nepal's, not only the ones in Nepal, but our Nepalese diaspora everywhere around the globe. And we almost had no hope whatsoever of when this change might come, because the power that the leaders held for decades, it seemed like they were glued to the chair and were not letting go of any of their powers or letting anyone in to the government or even in the political sphere. So for us, yes, this is a big surprise. I am still reflecting each day on how this unfolded so fast. But again, it is years and decades of political stagnation that all boiled down to this revolution and has given Nepal a new name and face, that is Naya Nepal.
That's
Okay, there we go. That's going to be it on our coverage for Nepal. Boy, this has been a freaking marathon stream. 10 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours of content. Pretty intense. I'm running out of energy quick here, people. Let's do a few more stories here. We got one in China.
China!
Quickly talk about the TikTok ban. Because as it turns out, TikTok ban not happening. Well, for now. It's been postponed another 90 days, even though technically the TikTok ban legislation only allowed for one 90-day pause. And this is number 3.
All right, new this morning, TikTok deja vu. President Trump says he has reached a deal to save TikTok from being banned in the United States, which was part of a bipartisan law passed by Congress. Sources say a group of investors will create a U.S.-based company to operate the app, but nothing's been finalized yet, and things could change before the president speaks with Chinese leader Xi Jinping later this week. CNN's Adas Gold is here with the latest on all this. I mean, what do we know about any of this?
So what we know, according to sources who have been talking to our colleagues, is that this new TikTok company will be made up of an 80% consortium of American companies and 20% of Chinese companies. Because if you remember, this law that was passed said that the company had to be taken out of Chinese ownership in order for it to be able to continue operating. Also, this company will be run by a U.S. board, U.S. majority board, and one of the members will actually even be appointed by the Trump administration. Now, we know.
Yep. What's fascinating about this is, I think this part of it. Oh, they talk about it immediately after this. Okay, hold on.
From these sources that these 3 of the main companies that will be running this are Oracle, Andreessen Horowitz, and Silver Lake. And Andreessen Horowitz and Oracle are actually run by well-known Trump allies and Trump donors. One of the biggest questions, though, about this whole deal and all of these delays is what.
Yeah, that's the part of it that I find incredibly disturbing to think about. Is that Trump donors are going to directly benefit from this potential U.S. TikTok deal if it ever comes to fruition, Mark Andreessen owns Andreessen Horowitz. Larry Ellison owns Oracle. Both of these guys donated a shit ton of money to Trump and are vocally pro-Trump. They're the guys who were, you know, talking about Stargate and all this other dumb shit they were planning on doing. They would be two of the three main investors that are being considered for this. It's insane. It's another insane level of governmental corruption within the Trump administration. More Trump friends, allies, buddies, golf buddy, whatever you want to call them. All these people all getting sweetheart deals on whatever the fuck they want. You want TikTok? Sure, fuck it. And you would think one must, I think, one is forced to think that somehow the fact that this deal keeps getting delayed has to do with they're not getting the right terms. What are those terms? Are those terms, is the concern that the terms aren't favorable enough to Andreessen Horowitz and or Oracle? I mean, it's like, how is this trade policy being negotiated right now? And under what premise? Like, to whom is it to benefit? The American people or 2 billionaires? It's going to be 2 billionaires. Almost a guarantee. Okay. Let's go to Japan. Where Japan's central bank, the BOJ, is making a big move. Here is Reuters from 23 hours ago. BOJ to unwind ETF holdings as board dissent signals hawkish shift.
The Bank of Japan could be on course to phase out its massive monetary stimulus sooner than later. Analysts took note as 2 board members voted against keeping interest rates steady on Friday. They pitched a hike in short-term interest rates to 0.75%, but the central bank held steady at 0.5%. The proposal surprised markets, and some investors saw it as a sign a near-term rise in borrowing costs could be coming. That's despite uncertainty over the global outlook and domestic politics, with Japan's ruling party due to hold a leadership race in October after Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba stepped down. Central Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda.
Real interest rates remain very low.
Yeah, real interest rates in Japan actually do remain incredibly low in comparison to any other sort of developed nation. But they are signaling a shift in that interest rate policy in the near future. Rates could continue to go up at the Bank of Japan, causing borrowing costs to go up in the country. Okay. By the way, if you're enjoying the show, don't forget that you can contribute in so many great ways. YouTube, super chats, super stickers. You could become a member on YouTube, which would give you 18 sweet, sweet space emotes. Also, a Cash App, PayPal, good ways to donate, as well as becoming a Patreon member, where a litany of space benefits are awaiting space fams like you. Okay. Let's talk the Philippines. First, let's go to the international waters between China and the Philippines, where once again this week Chinese and Filipino ships collided. For some reason, they can't just seem to get along over here.
Forward distance 10, forward distance 10. Starboard clear, sir. Starboard clear, starboard clear. Sa, ano ka ba? Starboard, yan. Pwede na. How rude. Starboard
you go. Now, while Chinese and Filipino ships sort of, what do you want to call it, scuffled in South China Sea, back on the actual island of the Philippines, a massive fire broke out in Manila, destroying homes and displacing thousands of families. Oh, by the way, this is the second to last video of the night. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. Truly incredible. Epic. Oh, why am I on top chat right now? This is incredible. This is fucked. How do you... When did that even happen? When's the last time I reloaded this fucking page? Every time I reload a browser page, the one that I use to monitor the stream, like the lag and the chat itself, it switches back to top chat. It's so incredibly rude.
How rude.
Oh, God. Who knows what messages? I'm not even going to look back. No way do I have it. I don't have the energy. I'm sorry, anybody who... out there, I've missed your messages. Blame YouTube, okay? Blame YouTube. There should be no top chat. It shouldn't exist. It silences some of the best of us. Okay, what was I doing? Right, Philippines, penultimate video. Global news, 4 days ago, massive fire in Manila destroys homes, displacing thousands. A Manila neighborhood was left in ruins after a massive fire last Saturday destroyed hundreds of homes and injuring many. Several people were injured, but no fatalities have been reported. Investigators are looking into the cause of the fire. We have nothing left. As you can see, our house is burnt. Not even shorts or other clothing. Nothing was left at all. Now we are asking for help for those who can. Any little help, clothing, building materials. We don't know what to do now. It's difficult to wake up knowing our problem here is money. We weren't able to save anything. We are only relying on the officials to help us. Horrible. Thousands of families displaced because of this. Who knows what that amounts to exactly? I have no idea what the average family size in Manila is. One would assume it's at least 3 or 4. just a guess. Oh, God. This world is full of so much shit. New blue sky terms and conditions just dropped. I haven't been using Blue Sky. I had intended to use Blue Sky. I even created a Blue Sky account. Put the profile on the page, and I just never posted. Just never started posting. Probably because I think the reason why I didn't start using Blue Sky is because when everybody made the exodus to Blue Sky, I was already not using Twitter, so I was used to not posting my thoughts in that particular way. And you know, whenever I thought of things, I would just get it out on the stream. And so, I don't know, I just never got to it. What are they doing, though? They're using Trump regime terminology, banning trans people off of the platform. Really? Really? I thought they were going to be the alternative to X. Now they're, what? Is that real? Is that a real thing? All right, final video of the night. New Zealand. Sunday in New Zealand, tens of thousands of people joined together for a pro-Palestinian march. What a week, people. Thousands of people took part in a pro-Palestinian march in Auckland, New Zealand's biggest city. Organizers said it was the largest rally of its kind since the war in Gaza began, with around 50,000 people marching. There you have it, 50,000 people in New Zealand all gathering together to show their support for Palestinians. Truly an incredible show of force, of out in full force. 50,000. It's an insane number. Well done, New Zealand. Well, everybody, we got through it. 10 hours and 15 minutes is all it took for us to get through the week-ending report. Boy, oh boy, what a crazy week. Can you believe it that that was all just from 1 week? And more things happened this week. I don't know if you know that. But actually a whole bunch of other stuff happened that we didn't cover, because if we tried to, we would never end the stream. Well, it would seem that we got through another stream. It was incredibly long and also very difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It was a pleasure, but that's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoak, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. But wait, there is more. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit. I can't read it. What is wrong with this thing? What is going on? There we go. Columbia, Rica, Will in Detroit. Oh, you bastard. Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, and Carl Gaslightocracy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. I gotta restart this goddamn computer. It's acting the fuck up. I have got to restart this computer, people. It is acting fucked up tonight. Yes, I do believe so. Let's do this one.